With the hot sales of the product, Dong Yiming, director of the Market Operation Department, also changed a person. Although it was dark with a lot of people, I couldn't return home for a few days. But the whole person is still in a state of excitement, which is like a veteran who is on the verge of retirement and suddenly welcomes the second spring of his life. As in other parts of the company, the Marketing Operations Department was also established by his supervisor. Because the time was too short, some preparations were made in advance, but they were still a little panicked in the face of such a blowout order. In fact, although Jiang Jun also took a seat in the past, Wu Hao would also reach out to help, but the two of them had too little experience and many things had to be checked by Dong Yiming himself. Although they were new to the company, they were not loyal to Wu Hao and Jiang Jun. But in the face of such a great market prospect, Dong Yiming, who has been in this industry for decades, really can't bear to let it go. It can be said that now he is the busiest person in the company, and Jiang Jun has to stand aside in terms of market operations. Jiang Jun was worried about this, but Wu Hao was happy to see it happen. It is a skill that a leader and a superior must have to hand over professional things to professional people. Since Dong Yiming had this momentum, how could Wu Hao be dissatisfied with him? Mr. Wu, you are still pressing for more from the manufacturer. Just in the past 2 days, we have added another 100,000 orders, and now we have a backlog of 5.6 million units. Going on like this, consumers who have already placed orders have to explode. Some customers on my side have been ordering for more than 13 days. Dong Yiming hurriedly walked into Wu Hao's office and complained loudly. It's like a chef who meets too many guests. But the clever woman can't cook without rice. No wonder Dong Yiming is in a hurry. I know, you need to put out the fire first. Wu Hao pressed his hand at him, and then took the intelligent voice assistant and said, Mr. Huang, have you heard that? People on my side have come to urge. You said you have to work harder anyway. You said a few days ago that these production lines will be put into production immediately, but it hasn't moved in the past few days. Facing Wu Hao's dissatisfaction, an apology voice came from a middle-aged man on the phone. General Manager Wu, brother, I have been working overtime. You know that these production lines are called temporarily by us. There must be an adjustment phase for both equipment and personnel. You can rest assured that you will be able to put into production in these 2 days without delaying your order. You have said this many times. Wu Hao frowned. Mr. Huang on the phone quickly apologized and said, I'm really sorry, brother, I have been in the factory for several weeks, and the technicians have been working hard day and night. This is the last time, I promise. Please believe me. This is what you said, just 2 days. If it doesn't work, I can't wait. Wu Hao said in a serious tone. Hearing his words, he paused on the phone for a while, and then heard a sound of accentuated voice. I said, in these 2 days. If not, I will definitely give you a statement and compensate you for the corresponding loss. Okay, Brother Huang, I'll trust you again. It's hard. When I'm busy, I'll invite you to drink and sing a big sword. Wu Hao smiled. Okay, I'll talk about it after I've been busy. There was a smile from Mr. Huang on the phone. Oh, okay, then you are busy. Bye. The call is over. Then his voice, Coco, an intelligent voice assistant, came from the speaker. Wu Hao finally breathed a sigh of relief, then turned to smile at Dong Yiming, who was still waiting. Look, I've already called again. It should be just these 2 days. These new production lines, you can put it into production, and then you will be less stressed. I hope. Dong Yiming shook his head, some hopelessly. Sit. Wu Hao called Dong Yiming to sit down, and then poured him a cup of tea. Since he has guaranteed it, let us trust him again. This is also related to the reputation of their business in the industry. They dare not break their promises. But although they can catch up, construction started in these 2 days. But you still have to explain to us that the people over there are keeping an eye on me, and we must ensure the quality of the product. This is the key. You can rest assured that every batch of products has to go through several rounds of inspection before leaving the factory. and our people will always review them to ensure that defective products will not flow into the market. And we promised to consumers that once they received the goods, any quality problems that occur within the next 7 days can be returned unconditionally. Dong Yiming explained to him. Well, that's all right. Wu Hao nodded with satisfaction when he heard what Dong Yiming said. Lin Jianliang has urgently recruited a new group of employees. Most of them are inexperienced to welcome graduates. No way, you want to compare anxious, they can only rush. Lin Jianliang originally wanted to help you train and give it to you. But I think you are short of manpower now. I'm afraid I can't wait that long, so I'll just pick a better batch and give it to you. Although it doesn't take any heavy responsibility, it can still help. You also arrange for people to bring around. Often in this environment, people grow easily. Dong Yiming sighed after hearing his words. Okay, then come here. Although it's not much use, but cleaning and organizing documents www.mentalnovel.com, it's okay to take a call. Dong Yiming also knows that this is also no way out. In such a short period of time, it is basically impossible for even experienced Lin Jianliang to recruit a group of talents with relevant experience. Fortunately, most of them are fresh graduates, although no experience is a blank piece of paper. But white paper is always better than newspapers, so it will be faster to accept new content. In fact, for the heads of various departments, when they recruit people, they actually like to recruit such blank papers, because these white papers are more manageable than the old ones. Although those old oilers have rich experience and strong business capabilities, they are all accustomed to changing jobs and have no sense of belonging to the company. This type of person is generally not needed unless it is urgently needed. Even if Wu Hao had such a shortage of talents this time, Lin Jianliang didn't relax. I just don't want to recruit these people to bring in bad young people and affect the company's culture. Oh, take your time. Everyone has grown up step by step. Very important thing. You have to take more. Wu Hao said with a smile and appeased. General Manager Wu, please contact Feiying Electric again. At present, our demand gap is very large. We never thought that our accessory equipment sales would be so good, and some of them were not adequately prepared before. Appeased Dong Yiming. After a while, his mood eased a little, and then he thought of Wu Hao. Wu Hao frowned and said, probably how big the gap is. Dong Yiming thought for a moment and replied to him, from the current sales, there are about 70,000 or 80,000 pieces. But this depends on the sales of our intelligent voice assistants. Everyone is still interested in the smart home. Wu Hao nodded after hearing Dong Yiming's words. I actually want to introduce a new brand. Zhang Jun told me before that the two companies, Black Bull and Shuxia, have sent representatives to contact our smart switch. He and expressed a strong intention to cooperate. Rebranding is a bit bad. Feiying is very sincere, Dong Yiming advised. Wu Hao shook his head in response. I know, so instead of changing the brand, but introducing other brands to coming. Feiying has a good domestic market, but its influence abroad is weaker. Do you mean to enter abroad? Dong Yiming said brightly. Wu Hao continued to shake his head and said, no, it's not too late. The steps are too big and it's easy to get involved. Let's start the domestic business first. And we haven't developed a foreign language, so we can't go out at all. To be a big company, the overseas market is essential. So I think this one must also be stepped up, Dong Yiming suggested to him. Wu Hao nodded with a smile. The lab is already doing related research work, and I have asked Lin Jianliang to start searching for relevant English talents. But you know, the coverage of English is wider, there are different accents in different regions, and even some words are used and understood differently. So it's really complicated to do it. We can only start with general English. Is that the case? Is there a wider coverage in English than in English? Is the market bigger? For example, the nations of China, India and Canada use English. Dong Yiming also agreed with the development strategy. Wu Hao smiled bitterly at this. Do you think that our products have the opportunity to enter the rice market under the current circumstances? Fruit wants to cooperate with us in this regard, but they are too greedy. Jiang Jun is still arguing with this group of people. This is indeed a problem, but we can't just abandon this huge market because of a nasty feces. I can't say anything in the research sector, but I suggest we can talk to Xunian Technology, talk about cooperation. After all, they are doing very well in the field of intelligent speech, especially in language translation. Dong Yiming suggested to him. Wu Hao shook his head in response. It is very difficult, and we have conflicts with them in business. If we master the English language, we can not only expand overseas markets, but also real-time translation can be done quickly. Once this feature is available on our products, it will definitely be a fatal blow to another translation business of Xunian. The previous speech recognition technology has made them more nervous, and I don't want to overstimulate them. I don't think they can't see this. Once we do it independently, they will not even have the opportunity to cooperate. So in order to maintain the advantages in this area, I believe they will be willing to cooperate with us. Even if you can't master the initiative, it is very good to get a fairly objective authorization gain, Dong Yiming said with a smile. Hearing Dong Yiming's words, Wu Hao suddenly felt cheerful. Before, he just ignored these from the perspective of technology and industry. But Dong Yiming saw more comprehensively than him. As Dong Yiming said, for Xunian, who has now smelled the crisis, there is very little road ahead of them. Either upgrade your technology and services, and wait for Wu Hao to gradually master this technology and slowly defeat them. Or just stop Wu Hao before they master this part of the technology. But from the current point of view, it seems that there is no other way than Wu Hao to cancel their plans to continue research and development. Thinking of this, Wu Hao smiled. Yes, you can talk to them after this time is busy. The conditions can be slightly more generous and you can give up more profits. As long as they are willing to cooperate, this will also save us considerable R&D expenses. I'll leave it to the end, and leave it to President Jiang Jun, to take charge. We still have a lot of things going on. We don't know how busy we are in the year of the monkey. We haven't experienced taking care of these. Dong Yiming shook his head again and again. Okay, then leave it to Jiang Jun. Wu Hao nodded and looked at him. I think so. After I've been busy, I decided to reorganize the commercial operation department. It is divided into two, and the marketing department and the operation department are established. Give the marketing department to others, and you can be the director of the operations department and the deputy general manager of the company. In terms of operation, the company does need a more experienced manager. We have been getting along with each other for several months, and I think you are more suitable. Dong Yiming was surprised when he heard what he said, but then he shook his head and said, I actually prefer to stay in the marketing department. It is more fulfilling to direct these young people to work hard. Haha, no wonder people say that the marketing department is as busy as commanding a war. It seems you are enjoying it. Wu Hao joked with a smile. Dong Yiming heard the words and shook his head with a smile. At my age, I had been pessimistic about these things, but during this time with these young people, the fire in my heart was burning again. So I wanted to fight and see where my abilities could go. The operation department is not the same to show your ambitions. Did I just wait to finish the busy time just now? And you are also in charge of the market operation in the operation department. It doesn't make any difference. It was just in the front line and now commanding the whole situation. www.mtlnovel.com. Wu Hao looked at Dong Yiming with sincerity. He was able to say these words. On the one hand, he did see the hard work of Dong Yiming during this time. On the other hand, I also want to use this to narrow the relationship with this general. It is not good for a department to be controlled for too long, not to mention that this is the team he built up in the first hand. Of course, this is also a good thing for Dong Yiming. This is a rare promotion in itself. Not only to become the director of the operation department or the deputy general manager of the company, after the company opens an equity or options incentive plan in the future, his vice president will definitely be more popular than his current position. Seeing Wu Hao say so, Dong Yiming nodded. For this little thought in his heart, how is Dong Yiming, who has been in the workplace for decades, unclear? But he also understood that this was an inevitable trend. In the enterprise, the leader will not allow the situation where there is a pull-down group. Once there, it means that there may be many risks. Therefore, at this time, the managers will make corresponding adjustments, split up and shunned, or be promoted. In short, people are placed under control. At the same time as the company was busy, a military expert inspection team also quietly flew to Anxi. This made Wu Hao had to pull out of the company's trivial matters to receive the delegation. Haha, Xiao Wu, let's meet again. Li Weigo, who was gray-haired, got out of the commercial bus and smiled at Wu Hao, who had been standing at the door of the company. Hello, Deputy Director Li. I didn't expect you to lead the team this time. Wu Hao held Li Weigo's hand happily. With such an acquaintance leading the team, he could be more relaxed. Not to mention that in the Equipment Research Institute, Li Weigo took care of him very much, so he would definitely feel more kind to meet again. Haha, you are more familiar with him. Li Weigo pointed at Liu Kai wearing a military uniform and laughed. Of course, Director Liu, it was hard along the way. Wu Hao went up to shake hands and shivered enthusiastically. Liu Kai looked at the surrounding environment and smiled at him. I didn't expect it, but I am here today to fight the autumn wind. Your kid must not be stingy. You can rest assured that our company's meals are good, and they are much better than our institute's meals. Wu Hao played with his treasures. Ha, then I have to improve my food. Liu Kai joked with a smile. Come, Xiao Wu, to introduce you, this is our military expert in information engineering, Academician Qianjiani Yuan. Li Weigo pointed at a rich old man next to him and introduced to him. Hello, Qian. I'm really glad you were here. When I went to school, our professor also introduced you specifically, saying that you are Archan Bidu in domestic information engineering. I didn't expect you to come. Wu Hao stepped forward and held Qianjiani Yuan's hand full of traces of historical years with both hands. The young man looks very energetic. I have heard you a long time ago, and Lao Zhao praises you a lot. I didn't expect how long it took you to stop and release a nuclear bomb, which is amazing. Qianjiani Yuan quipped at the crowd, and then yelled at him. Wu Hao said quickly, you have won the prize. These are nothing in front of you. Qianjiani Yuan waved his hands after hearing the words. Don't be arrogant, you are doing well. For us, there is nothing happier than seeing you being blue over blue. This shows that our country, there are some successes in our field. Qian Lao, let's go in and say. Wu Hao quickly instructed. The main reason is that the old man is very old, and Wu Hao is afraid that he is tired. Moreover, I still insisted on taking the high-speed train along the way. I was very tired for more than 10 hours on the road, and I took a rest all night. I hurried over early in the morning. Wu Hao invited everyone into the laboratory building and introduced them with a smile. We have just opened this experimental building earlier this year, so the conditions are slightly better. The whole building except the first floor is a public rest area meeting outdoor. The second, third and fourth floors are all R&D areas. That's fine. When we first started, 7 or 8 people were crowded into a classroom in Qingda University, and it took several years to move out of that large classroom. Qianjiani Yuan laughed at everyone. Although Qian Lao said so easily, everyone can still feel the difficulty of research work in that period from these words. The crowd was taken to the lounge area to sit down, and then a staff member brought hot tea. Wu Hao laughed at the crowd. Let's sit down and sip first, take a rest, and I'll take you to the lab for a while. After hearing his words, everyone smiled, and Liu Kai even quipped at him. I said, shouldn't your kid take care of things during this time? There is nothing we don't want us to see. Looking at what you said, I have money to be with you, what can I keep secret? Isn't this considering that your boat is exhausted? Take a cup of tea and rest first. Wu Hao explained with a smile. Liu Kai shook his head with a disbelief. That may be the case, Your kid said before the celebration party that there was only some clue. How long did it take for him to come back and make a big noise? Why, I'm afraid we will grab you something. Where can it be? There were some clues at the time. This was not officially implemented after coming back. Wu Hao quickly explained. At this time, Li Weigo said with a smile, the opening of your silent conference really surprised us. After getting your products, Qian couldn't sit still. I had to come to Anxi to take a look. We were worried about his body and told him to let you come to Beijing. Anyway, you are a young man. But money doesn't work. He wants to come to your laboratory to take a look. After hearing Li Weigo's words, Qian Lao laughed. This saying goes that it's better to see 100 things. No matter how much you listen, it's more three-dimensional and intuitive to take a closer look. I always have a hunch that this bad boy has nothing to take out. Well, why am I a bad boy? But who makes him an elder? He has to continue whatever he wants. How come? You know that we are relatively short in research in this area, so we are still exploring this field. Just this time you are here, we still have a lot of questions to ask you. Qian Lao gently waved his hand. In the field of artificial intelligence, you are ahead. The so-called must-have my teacher, and we are here with the purpose of learning. Therefore, you little teacher can't hide. Oh, this is a little teacher again. Wu Hao groaned in his heart, and then responded with a smile. You can rest assured that I will try to know everything. Ha 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 ha. Everyone heard a laugh and laughed. Qian Lao even stretched out his hand and nodded at him. You are not old, and you have a big heart. Li Weiwu also laughed at him. Xiao Wu, this time we are mainly on site inspections and discussions to talk about your application of this technology in the military field. Rest assured, this is not the first time we have cooperated, and it will definitely not make you lose. Oh, I'm relieved that you have this sentence www.mentalnovel.com. You don't know, I'm sad these days. Wu Hao complained to everyone. Oh, Liu Kai cursed with a smile. Your boy is dishonest. The products have been sold for millions, and he also complained to us that his life is sad. What do you want us to do? Wu Hao put on a pitiful expression and said, it has sold millions of units, but now we haven't received a single penny. To be honest, the company now relies on the 30 million special support funds just arrived. Well, what about your money? Have you spent more than 1 billion yuan? Everyone was puzzled. Don't mention that some of them have not been accounted for, and some of them have to expand production. This is really difficult to do business. I knew I would have to find a research institute to do research with peace of mind. Wu Hao waved and complained. After hearing his phone call, Li Weigo looked at him with a loving smile and said, since this is the case, it's quitting. It's not too late to look back now. The gate of our institute is open to you at any time. After a short break, Qian Jianyuan stood up and said, let's go to your laboratory for a while. Seeing this, Wu Hao quickly got up and said, okay, please here. Said that the people he led began to walk upstairs, and introduced them to them while walking. Our laboratory is currently divided into a total of 3 research directions. The first layer is mainly on the microelectronic circuit hardware equipment. The second layer is mainly engaged in the research of cluster array technology. Why are you still doing research in this area? Liu Kai was surprised. In his opinion, this technology has achieved good results. Now, whether it is cooperation with the military or with enterprises like there are results. But why did Wu Hao continue to study it? Could there be anything worth digging in? Yes, there are some ideas, Wu Hao said with a smile. Huh? Hearing what he said, not only Liu Hao, but even Li Weigo was curious. Oh, military or civilian? Have both. Wu Hao brought everyone into the second-tier hardware laboratory with a smile, and said, this laboratory was just set up by us recently, and we mainly concentrated on the technical staff who studied the hardware before for us. Project Escort. For example, the drones used in the cluster array were shown before. This time, we are responsible for the engineering machines that make intelligent voice assistants. Okay, hardware is the material foundation on which software runs. And the normal operation of software is the only way for hardware to function. Hardware and software must be fully equipped for the product's performance to be maximized. If a technology company wants to become bigger and stronger, hardware and software are indispensable. Otherwise, it's like walking without one leg, which is not only slow and inconvenient, but also risks falling down at any time. Qian Jianyuan praised him. Wu Hao heard Qian's approbation and continued to introduce with a smile. We have just become independent here recently, so we are still exploring. Several of you are experts in this field, please give us some suggestions. Ha 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 ha, this kid is not at all disadvantaged. Li Weigo smiled and cursed, and then said to him, talent. Only talent is the foundation for strengthening scientific research. Everything about the equipment is external, although important, but not critical. If you really want to build this place, then you need to recruit and train an outstanding team of scientific research talents, and train carefully, so that you can gradually exert your strength in the future. This is a very slow process, so you have to be patient. Wu Haoan spoke in concurrence. At present, we are already recruiting talents in this area everywhere, but the outstanding talents have been poached by major scientific research institutes and large enterprises. We can only pick up the fish that have leaked the net. In this case, why don't you train yourself directly? Talents are all cultivated, so are high-quality technical talents. Qian Jianyuan said to him. You're right. Wu Hao nodded and explained, in fact, we attach great importance to the recruitment of fresh graduates. After all, we have come from this aspect. It's just a long process. After all, we are too short of talent in this area. Liu Kai heard his words and patted him on the shoulder. What are you afraid of? Slowly boil, you are still young and have time. Anxious. In response, Wu Hao laughed. Indeed, he is still very young. Compared to many young people who are just out of school, he has taken a big step forward. It's just too slow for a dream catcher who aims his journey towards the sea of stars. I don't know how much he can dig out these things in his mind in this limited life, and then what kind of stage will he take human beings into? Perhaps he is not so noble. Compared with all human beings in the world, what he cares about is the land where he lives, his country and his people. The current prosperity is hard-won, and the current peace is precious. He hopes to use his power to keep this beautiful present forever. While Wu Hao was still thinking, Liu Kai seemed to have discovered the new world. Looking at the side of the test bench, there are several black drones the size of adult fists. Why, you are studying the crossover machine, unmanned racing machine. The speed can reach 120 kilometers, h 230 kilometers, h even faster. You know this sport, too, Wu Hao said unexpectedly. Oh, you really think we are old-fashioned? Liu Kai cursed with a grin, and then said, this kind of high-speed small-target drone from the first perspective is also very good for close-range reconnaissance on the battlefield. I have done special research in this area, but I have not gone further. How? You are suddenly interested in this one. Do you have any new ideas? Wu Hao nodded truthfully and said, there are some new ideas. This is not the 3 certificates we are applying to enter the military industry. At present, the confidential qualification certification is about to come down. The other 2 are slightly more difficult, mainly because we don't have actual products and results, so stuck here. Therefore, we want to develop and produce a new type of equipment to participate in the Military Civilian Integration Results Exhibition held in Beijing this August. Oh, your kid won't want to take the drone cluster array control technology, and want to hit the stage with us. Li Weigo smiled and questioned at him immediately. Although it was a joke, it also meant to explore. After all, this technology was developed by Wu Hao, although sold to them. The understanding of this piece is definitely not as good as that of Wu Hao, the developer. So Li Weigo couldn't help worrying a bit. www.mentalnovel.com. In case Wu Hao really found his drone swarm and hiccups with them, then they had a headache. Wu Hao naturally knew the meaning of Li Weigo's words, then shook his head and said, be assured that Zhou is always there. How dare I? We are taking another route, in a different direction. You said that. I'm even interested. Qianjiani Yuan said, I also know that Lao Zhao's project has made very good progress recently. As the inventor of this cluster array control technology, what surprise can your kid bring us? When Wu Hao heard the words of a few people, naturally it would not be launched in its entirety, so he smiled euphemistically. Let me sell it first. Wait until the successful military-civilian integration exhibition in August, you know. Oh, I promise to brighten your eyes. Wu Hao guided with a smile. Please, here, the third floor is the research of drone technology. There is nothing to see. Let's go directly to the fourth floor. When passing by the third floor, Li Weigo and Liu Kai also specially extended their heads and glanced inside to see what the new project was in Wu Hao's mouth. However, Wu Hao chose to ignore it, and continued to guide everyone to the fourth floor. The third floor is actually nothing mysterious. As he said, there is only one cluster technology research team. The reason why they don't want them to visit is that there is a lot of information about their new projects. Li Weigo and Liu Kai are both old and sophisticated foxes. Wu Hao doesn't want them to find suspense in the visit. This project is still under study, and he does not want to leak it out before it is available, especially the Air Force Equipment Research Institute, which has mastered their cluster control technology. In case they really couldn't help drawing on it, then who would he justify? When they came to the fourth floor, everyone's vision widened. The entire fourth floor is very transparent, and all areas are separated by glass. The indoor greenery is in place, and the entire office environment can be said to be very superior. At the moment researchers are busy. Wu Hao's arrival has not been affected much. Many people just looked up and then went back to work. Wu Hao said to the crowd, this is our scientific research area on the entire fourth floor. The main work currently is engaged in the subsequent development of intelligent voice assistants. The entire office area is fan-shaped. In addition to the window-oriented work development area, there is also a small conference room, a rest area, and a comprehensive test area near the inside. At present, we are not working on many projects. The main thing is to optimize the problems existing in this intelligent voice system. For example, in terms of regional accents, dialects, and the perception of emotions, especially subtle emotions and intense emotions. This needs to be optimized to make it more comprehensive to understand the user's current state. Qianjiani Yuan nodded and said, I'm very interested in your emotions and language perception. Can you tell us more? Of course you can. Some of you here? Please. Wu Hao took everyone to the comprehensive test area, then opened the large LCD screen on the wall and introduced. In fact, it is difficult to perceive people's emotions by sound alone. Although we have done very well in this area, it's not enough. So we decided to use the method of detecting heart rate to perceive people's emotions in various environments, which is why we chose to wear them instead of traditional smart speakers. Everyone knows that people have different heart rates under different emotions. Combining a series of factors such as the content of the speech, tone, breathing, etc., can determine the mood of the person at that time. And through emotions, we can also infer the tone and meaning of the user at that time. Then how do you make the device's voice full of emotion, or how to simulate the voice of a real person? Qianjiani Yuan nodded, and then asked. Wu Haoyun then opened a schematic diagram saying, this is actually simple. Now that we can perceive people's accurate emotions, moods, contexts, and specific meanings, then we can extract and experience this part of the data. Then put it into the intelligent speech system and hook up with the corresponding vocabulary. When the system determines what needs to be said, the program will automatically be equipped with the tone corresponding to the selected content. The more you perceive, the more you learn. In this way, there are more and more tone templates to choose from, so the voice of the simulated person becomes more and more real. It's that simple. I'm afraid it won't be so easy in real time. Can I look at the core structure of this intelligent voice system? Your security measures are too strong. We have tried many ways and we still cannot crack, Qian Jianyun said frankly to him. Indeed, it is not a glorious thing to study privately the technology of others. But I am afraid that many intelligent laboratories around the world are pondering his intelligent voice assistant at this moment. So Wu Hao was not surprised when he heard his words. After nodding slightly, he typed on the keyboard for a while, and then a three-dimensional schematic diagram of the nodes appeared on the big screen. In the whole graph, different nodes are connected by intersecting lines. And then these nodes are combined into a huge node. The huge nodes are connected and diverged with each other, thus forming this huge three-dimensional network. This is not a solid node, but rather a solid geometry. And this picture seems to want a regular solid geometry. When Qian Jianyun saw this, he took the reading glasses from the assistant's hands and put them on. Then he went to the big screen and started to look carefully. And Li Weigo and Liu Kai and others looked around closely. About 5 or 6 minutes of staring, Qian Jianyun was suddenly excited, and rushed to Wu Hao. You actually use the neural network structure to build the entire kernel. It is no wonder. Let me see. It includes BP neural network algorithm, fuzzy neural network algorithm, k-means clustering algorithm, and also includes deep learning technology. Listening to Qian Jianyun thinking about those obscure terms, people who understand a little bit are okay. Someone like Li Weigo who is not very understandable is a little embarrassed. However, judging from Qian Jianyun's excited expression, this is definitely a major technology, otherwise it would not be possible to make the old and young money so excited. Genius. www.mentalnovel.com. Definitely a genius. After publishing this thing, it will definitely make a sensation in the world. Qian Jianyun looked at the flashing light in his eyes, and it felt like a landlord who was greedy for money, like a piece of gold. Wu Hao said with a smile, "No, I'm not that great. So you and everyone can just take a look today. Don't pass it on, I don't want to cause too much trouble." What do you want me to say? Qian Jianyun heard the words of his boss. The boss with staring eyes, not knowing what to say. Suddenly he saw that the person following him was secretly shooting with a mobile phone. He couldn't help it anymore. He snatched up the mobile phone and yelled, "Who asked you to shoot this thing? Can it be shot?" There are no rules. Have you ever forgotten the confidentiality regulations you learned before? Who else took it? Delete it all for me, now, right away. Seeing Qian getting angry, Li Weigo also looked ugly. "Give all your mobile phones and video recording equipment to my secretary for custody, and he will investigate them one by one. If anyone takes them, delete them immediately. This is for trusting us. The least respect for your comrades." After returning today, all of you copied the confidentiality order, 10 times each. After reprimanding foreigners, Li Weigo rushed to apologize to Wu Hao. "Xiao Wu, I'm sorry. It's all my work is not done. Rest assured, I promise that what we hear today will not leak out." "It doesn't matter." Wu Hao smiled and shook his head. Since people are visiting, these are naturally under his consideration. He was not surprised, so he comforted Qian Jianyun, who was still angry. "Qian Lao, don't be angry. I believe they are simply too curious." Qian Jianyun waved his hand, and then continued to look at the screen and sighed slightly. Neural network algorithm, fuzzy neural network algorithm, deep learning technology, this is the most cutting-edge research field in the computer field. I didn't expect that you are actually in this regard. Such a great achievement has been achieved, and it has also been applied to actual products. It seems that I really came right this time. It is not right to build a car behind closed doors. My old bones are a bit behind the times. Hearing Qian Jianyun's sigh, Wu Hao quickly comforted, "Qian Lao, our results are actually based on the research of previous people. Without a scientific master like you to cover the way in the rain, what? There are our juniors growing up fast." That's right. Money is old, people who don't forget to dig wells. It's not just the young people. Everyone who enjoys the convenience of the current life should thank the researchers behind these technologies for their silent efforts. The motherland will not forget to take you comrades who dedicate their lives to modernization for the representatives. Li Weigo also came to comfort. Qian Jianyun shook his head, then looked at Wu Hao with a complex face. It's a shame, if you can do your research calmly, within 10 years, no, you can shock the whole world in 5 years. It is not impossible to stand by the famous scientific masters, Wu Hao said with a smile. You have won the prize. I am too noisy and can't calm down to do research day after day. Now this road is also very good. At least I can do something I like, and I can give back to this society as much as I can. And give back to our country. Although the methods are different, they share the same goal. It is said that it is also contributing to the progress of humanity and society, and it is true that this is the prosperity of science and technology. Of course, I also want to realize my life value while realizing these ideals. Don't ask for riches, but for a worry-free life. Do my best to make the people around me have a better life. This is my little wish. Qian Jianyun looked at him with a kind smile and said, very sincere and simple ideals. In this noisy society, it is really not easy to have young people like you in Chiqing. After saying this, Qian Jianyun continued to look at the screen and said, how did I hear that you also use a new language? But I don't look like it. Wu Hao answered with a smile. There is a new language, but it is not yet mature, so it is only used on a few key nodes. The others are still Python and C++. Of course, some of them are also used in Java. The reason why everyone has this illusion, as long as we use a new encryption method when packaging, we call it with Kongmingsuo. Kongmingsuo, is it the kind of building block dismantling toy we played when we were young? An expert in his 40s asked. Wu Hao nodded and said, yes, that's the one. It's just an image of our encryption method. It doesn't mean we have adopted this method. Hearing Wu Hao's words, Liu Kai was interested. Xiao Wu, can you introduce us to this new encryption method? Some of our military's systems and software programs also urgently need a new method to protect against the increasing severity of cyber hacking. Liu Kai's question also caught everyone's attention and turned to stare at him. Wu Hao smiled and tapped on the keyboard again, then came up with a new schematic. We know that there are two main methods of encryption at present. One is to embed an encryption program in the code, and the other is to pack the package when it is packaged. However, no matter which method is used, it is nothing but confidentiality in the common three general forms. The first is the common online real-time monitoring of the encryption status, sending a signal every time. The second is long-term offline encryption, which must be activated online if it is reused. The third method is encryption using a key method. When decrypting, the virtual key, digital signature, or hardware key is used for decryption. For important system software, these methods and forms are often superimposed. But even so, as long as you have the corresponding information and data, you can crack it. It is only a matter of time. Our encryption method is another way. What we need to do is not to prevent hackers from entering and stealing information. Instead, the original data is encrypted and transformed to form some disordered and irregular information content. So even if someone steals the contents of the kernel, they cannot be restored, and they cannot be read. But if a hacker has mastered the encryption conversion law, or mastered the encryption conversion technology, then the data will not be completely restored. And if the conversion is encrypted, it will not affect the efficiency of the software operation. Experts who specialize in this area raise their own objections. Wu Hao shook his head and said, no, the encryption conversion is irregular. Everything is done randomly, and the encryption conversion does not directly correspond to the content, but corresponds to a special encoding. This encoding is also an encryption password. www.uukanzu.com is hard to decipher. The code itself is recorded by a number ranging from 16 to 24 digits, and each string of numbers corresponds to a code content and location. Without the source code, it would take millions of years for even the fastest supercomputer to date to decipher it. Such a complicated program will be very bloated, but I checked your system and it is very small. How did you do it? No, it's not complicated at all. Wu Hao shook his head and smiled. A metaphor. It's like a drop of poison penetrates into an animal's body. If you want to detoxify, you must first grasp the ingredients of this poison and develop corresponding antidote. Poisons are very easy to make, and you can hardly develop antidote. I understand. You mean that this is like a mathematical formula. It seems very simple, but it is difficult to find the answer. Qian Jianyun interpreted it with a smile. Wu Hao nodded and said, you can understand it this way. Xiao Wu, can you talk about your new language? I am more interested in this one. Qian Jianyun asked, hearing Qian Lao's words, and other people's interested eyes. Wu Hao shook his head with a smile and declined. We are still exploring this new language. It's not easy to speak now. I can only say that it is a new AI language. Let me introduce you to the project we are working on. Everyone couldn't help but be disappointed to see him having a conversation. However, after all, they did not continue to ask questions, even if they did not estimate the results, which made everyone regrettable. We have a total of 3 project teams. The first area is our Smart Voice Assistant R&D project team. Their main work now is to optimize our products to achieve a better user experience and more features. In the middle, this is the Intelligent Voice Assistant service system we have developed for many hotline service platforms. Once this Intelligent Voice Service system is applied, it will be able to provide hotline consultation services for the public 24 hours a day. This can not only greatly help users, but also save a considerable objective labor cost for hotline platform companies. Upon hearing Wu Hao's introduction, Li Weiwei asked, does this mean that the operator will be replaced or eliminated in the future? Wu Hao nodded. When the efficiency of the machine is higher than the labor and the cost is lower than the labor has no value. Of course, in recent years, it may not be eliminated all at once, which also requires a slow process. After all, the Intelligent Voice Assistant is still inferior to some unconventional dialects and information processing. In addition, some high-end VIP consulting services and intelligent voice assistants are still unable to provide more refined and careful services, so they still need to do it manually. After hearing Wu Hao's words, the crowd could not help but be silent. With the development of science and technology, it is not known how many professions will disappear in the future. Is this right? Helping humans get rid of heavy labor, improve productivity and promote social development and progress. What to do about the occupations that can be eliminated and those who live in these occupations? Without a job means no income, and no income means you cannot survive. God knows what to do when people who cannot survive face despair. So is this right? No one can tell. Of course, this is not what Wu Hao can consider at this stage. It seems that the current society has not considered too much in this regard. What he has to do is to develop these technologies first. As for how people choose in the future, this is not his concern. For a long time, Qian Jianyun then said, this is the inevitable result of social progress, and there is no need to worry about the sky. Human beings have been tens of thousands of years from civilization, and the evolution has never stopped. With the progress of society and the improvement of productivity, some professions will eventually be drowned in the long river of history. This is true in the past, and so is the future. In this case, leave the future to the headaches of the people in the future, and we will live well today. Qian Lao is right. Don't think too much. Li Weigo changed the topic and said, Xiao Wu, can you introduce us to this system? I am still very interested in this. You know there are many such hotline service platforms even inside the military. Not only accounted for a large number of establishments, but also the efficiency was slow and could not keep up with the requirements of future information operations. Your system can be said to be a timely rain. In this regard, we can cooperate more deeply. Of course, It is our honor to serve the army. Wu Hao nodded and smiled. This is what he most wanted these people to see this time. Now everyone is very interested in this. It seems that the purpose has been reached. After all, for him, the military is also a potential quality customer. Wu Hao led everyone to a table in the middle of the project team, and then pointed at a server host on the table and introduced them. This set of voice-only service centers is mainly composed of hardware and software. You see the hardware, this is the host in front of me. Although it looks no different from a normal host, we have also optimized it according to the environment used to improve the data processing capacity. The software part is our intelligent voice service system. Its technical principle is not much different from our intelligent voice assistant. It's just that we optimized it in a targeted manner, and improved its data processing and language awareness capabilities. In theory, this host can provide hotline consulting and handling services for 20 to 50 people at the same time. After hearing his introduction, the crowd began to communicate in a low voice. Some are discussing the practical significance of this device, while others are discussing its technical principles and device performance. Xiao Wu, can you demonstrate it? Liu Kai asked. It seems that he is also very interested in this system, and wants to know exactly how its performance is. No problem. Wu Hao smiled and handed the microphone placed on the table to everyone. This is the intelligent voice service platform we developed for the ANXI 116 Convenience Information Service Hotline platform. You can now try to ask it yourself. After hearing his words, the crowd began to dry. After repeated concessions, Li Weigo finally got the opportunity to experience it for the first time. I saw him lower his head and press the microphone button, and tried, "Hello, hello, 116 Convenience Information Service Hotline Platform. What can I do for you?" The voice was very natural and the tone was very comfortable, and everyone nodded. Li Weigo looked at the crowd and thought about it. "Hello, I'm a tourist who just arrived in Anxi. May I ask what is interesting about Anxi?" Not long after Li Weigo's words came, the intelligent voice came from the speaker. "Hello, welcome to Anxi." Anxi, as a famous historical and cultural city, has a lot of fun places. www.mtlnovel.com. You can try to say my hobby. I can help you make personalized recommendations. No, I just got off the plane now. I don't know if I can help me find a cheap and comfortable hotel. I feel like taking a good rest. Your journey has been hard. According to your requirements, I have recommended several hotels for you. 20 Express Hotel located at 14720 Road, located in. You said too much, I can't remember. Li Weigo held back a smile intentionally. Sir, I have sent the specific information to your mobile phone via SMS. Or you can choose a hotel now and I will help you answer its customer service calls. No, thanks. You're welcome. I'm glad to help you. May I ask what services you need? No more. Bye. Goodbye and have a great journey. I do not understand the meaning of this intelligent voice service platform. Now that you have your intelligent voice assistant and various application apps, is there still a need for such a hotline service platform? A comparison of the delegation. The young expert raised his doubts. You can't say that either Xiao's smart voice assistant or various application service apps are for personal use. This smart voice service platform is for the public, with different positioning and service content also different. Jiani Yun shook his head. Wu Hao also nodded and explained with a smile. The meaning of this intelligent voice assistant is to replace the traditional hotline service. It will not only be a telephone hotline platform, but also a real-time information and information center. Enterprises also need such an intelligent voice service platform to enhance their services and establish a high-quality service docking channel for enterprises and consumers. In this way, the fields and environments it can use are diversified. This is true for civilian use, and I believe it is also true for military use. Yes, we are very interested in your intelligent voice service platform, and more interested in your intelligent voice assistant. Li Weigo nodded and said, you know that in the military, including some weapons and equipment. There is usually a post responsible for real-time information data collection, processing and reporting. However, the interior of these weapons and equipment is relatively narrow. Adding one person means adding more weight and internal space, so that less ammunition and fuel and other electronic equipment are carried. Another example is that some special weapons and equipment can only accommodate one fighter, just like fighters. When pilots concentrate on flying and combat, they often fail to take care of reading various data on the fighter instrumentation. This will not only jeopardize the fighters, but also bring danger. The traditional two-seater fighter is expensive to build. Adding a cockpit and a pilot means a few £100 more. This is very wasteful for very valuable aircraft loads. And double pilots mean double danger. If there is such an intelligent voice assistant to assist pilots in processing and reading this information, it will greatly improve the combat effectiveness of pilots and fighters, reduce risks and save money. What's more important is that our pilots are very precious, and they are all arrogant puppets trained with great resources. Each one is precious. If your technology can greatly improve their security, it will definitely be a great achievement. This is also the main purpose of our visit this time. On the one hand, it is to explore your virtual reality. On the other hand, I also want to discuss the use of this intelligent voice technology in military equipment. It seems that your kid has given me more than one surprise. Ha 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 ha. Everyone laughed at Lee Wago's words. Wu Hao led the crowd to the large conference room on the first floor and sat down. Then let's get started. Everyone who visits this circle will have some ideas in mind. Let's talk freely. Ping back some people who didn't want to do it. Lee Wago sat in the first chair of the meeting. Seeing everyone pushing for refusal to start, Liu Kai took the lead to say, "I'll go first." First, Xiao Wu is Comrade Wu Hao. We have cooperated before, and we know him better. I haven't introduced him as much as everyone, and everyone knows that both the experience and social relations are relatively simple. She is cheerful and motivated. She also participated in many activities during college and actively approached the organization. On previous projects, we have tested him in all directions, and it turns out that this comrade is still trustworthy. Hearing Liu Kai's words, Wu Hao was certainly moved. At this time, he was able to help him talk and set the tone at first, enough to see Liu Kai's love for him. In fact, it is quite interesting to say, everyone was more positive when they first came. Wu Hao was also a sports activist in the department at that time, and his class was very popular, so he was qualified for X class. After class, he offered no hope. After that, the sophomore and junior was completely lazy, so they completely forgot. But in the end he was an activist, and this was recorded in his file. I just didn't expect it, but it helped him now. It was really a surprise. Everyone nodded after hearing Liu Kai's words, although they didn't know what Wu Hao was doing before. Judging from Liu Kai's account and just getting along, the little comrade was still very good. I have absolute trust and appreciation for Comrade Wu Hao, but we have just inspected his laboratory and found that it is relatively crude. What's more worrying about me is their security issues. Once they undertake military projects or cooperate with the military, they will inevitably become thorns in the eyes of hostile power. May I ask if Comrade Wu Hao can guarantee the security of information technology and how to withstand these possible crises? A colonel, who was more advanced in military uniform, said solemnly at him. Wu Hao knew that this was a necessary procedure, so he replied carefully, "First of all, if we start relevant cooperation, I will share all the new encryption technology with you. In this way, you can encrypt related programs or systems yourself based on this new encryption technology, even if we can't crack it. As for our security work, we have been strengthening it. The entire experimental building, including the adjacent office building, has been installed with internationally advanced security systems, and has a security department formed by veterans trained by the security department. In order to completely isolate and eliminate potential hidden dangers, we have rented 2 office buildings next to it. This formed a closed park, which is conducive to our security deployment. And because we have already involved confidential sensitive technology www.mentalnovel.com, so the company is also under the strict protection of ANSI Security Department, I think there will be no problems. Even if something goes wrong, we can be sure that we can control it. Fortresses are often captured from within. The colonel was somewhat dissatisfied with his answer and pointed out his inadequacies. Wu Hain nodded his head and said, "We are also aware of this, so all employees of the company are strictly screened when they are recruiting, and submitted to the security department for review, eliminating some factors that may have risks. In the next step, we will establish a professional confidentiality department of the company to provide training on the confidentiality of the company's employees, and arrange for the security commissioner to monitor all confidential items with a special person to ensure foolproof." After hearing his words, the colonel's face finally eased. "In this regard, our military is also willing to provide relevant support to help you establish a sound and relevant confidentiality system." Confidentiality is no small matter, and I hope you will always pay attention to it. Wu Hain's words brightened and he responded quickly, "It would be great if we could get the support and help of the military. After all, I am just a private enterprise, and I still lack relevant experience in this regard. In this regard, you can rest assured that the country attaches great importance to high-tech enterprises, especially those engaged in high-tech research, not to mention your enterprises and individuals involved in research in key scientific research fields," Li Weigo said to him. "After this visit, I really benefited a lot. A company as small as this can make up its mind to engage in scientific research and innovation, and it still has a good reputation, which is worth learning for all of us. Compared with them, do we lack a superior research environment? Do we lack outstanding scientific research talents? Do we lack sufficient research funding? So why are our researchers so slack and some of our scientific research results are stagnant, which is worth pondering by each of us." Qian Jianyuan, who has never spoken, said to the crowd. When they heard Qian Lao's words, everyone began to silence. Indeed, today's visit has greatly affected them. In such a place, so many people, they have come up with 2 top technologies in such a short time, but they are still doing nothing. It really should not be. And Wu Hao was really embarrassed when he heard these words. He couldn't say that he opened a powerful plugin. About Xiao's R&D capabilities are still worthy of recognition, but I am more worried if they can take over this capability once they undertake our military project. We must know that military technology is more professional than civilian technology, higher, and more stringent in all aspects. Then experts asked questions. Everyone nodded when they heard the expert's question. Indeed, military technology is relatively more specialized, and it may be difficult for civil companies to adapt to it. In addition, the requirements are more stringent in various aspects. In the end, Wu Hao cannot afford this poverty. This problem is indeed very realistic, and they cannot avoid it. So Wu Hao thought for a while, and then said, "Any company and people need a process of growth, and we are no exception. As a company just entering the military industry, we definitely need a period of learning and adaptation. Of course, we are confident that this time will not be too long, and we have enough confidence in our area of expertise. As you have just said, the military industry field, in particular, involves some relatively specialized fields, and we still have a lot to learn. However, because of the need for confidentiality, we cannot completely understand and master it. Therefore, I still hope that the technical support of the cooperation will be supported by the military." Li Weigo nodded. "Of course, our military is very willing to cooperate with a large number of private enterprises, especially those like you that possess high-tech technology. With the development of society and the advancement of science and technology, civilian technology has also developed very rapidly, and even in some areas has been at the forefront of military technology. The development of science and technology has spurred the advancement of military technology, and has also revolutionized traditional combat ideas. combat forms and even combat concepts. Traditional military enterprises alone cannot meet the needs of the current military development. That is why the headquarters proposes a new strategy for military-civilian integration in the new era, and encourages more and more private enterprises to participate in the military industry. Your innovative advantages in intelligent voice and cluster array control technology are indeed very much needed by our military at this stage, so we are also willing to cooperate with you in these areas. Wu Hao said with a smile, "It is our honor to cooperate with the military. And we are also very willing to provide relevant services to the military. Supporting the army and loving the army and building national defense are the common obligations and responsibilities of each of us and each enterprise." Well, let's talk about the specific cooperation content. Li Weigo almost saw each other, and then changed direction. Everyone immediately chatted. The main areas of cooperation were relaxation of cooperation, planning goals, and so on. Whether it is an intelligent voice assistant or an intelligent voice service system, it actually shares a core, but it is modified and optimized according to the needs and use directions. So I think this should be included in a project and researched at the same time. This will not only save money and resources, but also increase efficiency. No, I don't agree. Another professional shook his head. Whether it's an intelligent voice assistant or an intelligent voice service system, the technology on Xia's side has been initially mature, and what we have to do is to add information in different fields to them, data and related information. In order not to interfere with each other, I think we should set up a project research and development team to carry out at the same time, which can increase efficiency and save time. According to you, is it necessary to add another project team to add different technical books and related materials? This is a huge waste. I am a professional, different things should be left to different people to do, so it is clear, easy to manage and ensure safety. Watching several experts arguing in public on that side of the red ears, no, it should be said to be fierce discussion. Yan Jianyun and Li Weigo seem to have been accustomed to this situation, drinking tea there in a hurry, as if these have nothing to do with it. However, Wu Hao couldn't sit still, and then yelled at the quarreling experts, "Then some of you will calm down and listen to my plan." Yes, Xiao Wu, you are the party and should express your views. That's right. www.mtlnovel.com. Let's hear what your plan is. Tell me. Seeing everyone focusing on him, Wu Hao said with a smile, "I think these two projects have the same place and different places. But in general they are the same. They are both voice announcements that provide data information service. So we can first set up an intelligent voice project R&D team, and then divide different groups in this R&D team to carry out research in various fields. In this way, the project can be unified and coordinated, and mutual interference can be avoided, and the process can proceed smoothly." Wu Hao's solution is actually not new, he just compromised with the mud. In fact, many things are like this, concessions to each other, and finally reach a balance point that both parties can barely accept. See, Wu Hao said this, although these experts are somewhat dissatisfied. But I also know that this is a better solution at present, and it doesn't make much sense to continue the argument, so I nodded in approval. In the next few days, Wu Hao held a number of special seminars with the expert group and had a very lively discussion on the use of intelligent speech technology in the military. The focus of the discussion is also on the military application direction of this technology, as well as its related role and positioning. The most among them is the one most recognized by everyone, that is, this intelligent voice system can indeed provide more real-time information and data to combat units, and this kind of real-life broadcast can greatly reduce the fatigue of the combatants for complex data and information, and they can concentrate more. As an inspection team led by the Air Force Equipment Research Institute, everyone's focus is still on the aircraft. Through a series of discussions and demonstrations, everyone still gives great affirmation to this pilot's combat effectiveness. But even if the expert group is very optimistic about this technology, Li Weigo cannot immediately sign a contract with Wu Hao and cooperate because there is still a series of procedures to go, and the task of this group of experts is mainly to examine the demonstration report, and the real decision-making power is not in them. However, judging from the successful cases of previous cooperation, this cooperation should be absolutely stable. So when Li Weigo left, he also prepared him and waited patiently for the news. After all, launching a major scientific research project is not just a matter of moving your mouth. In the early stages, you need to make preparations in various aspects, such as venues, personnel, funds, etc. Not to mention this is a military project, and the related preparation work is even more. Wu Hao naturally knew this, and he had to make relevant preparations here. You have to know that once this project is started, he has to draw the backbone from the current R&D team, which will definitely affect the progress of the current project. So he has to make adjustments during this time, on the one hand recruiting and training new technical researchers, on the other hand, to accelerate the progress of existing projects, to ensure that when the new projects start, these backbones can get out and invest in new projects. Of course, the most important thing is Wu Hao himself. If he can't make time to lead the project cannot be carried out. These technicians have only been with him for a short time, and their current technical level is still limited. So in many cases, Wu Hao personally instructs and controls, and even many key places need Wu Hao to personally complete. Since their intelligent voice assistant, or directly pushed forward to the subsequent development of the cluster control technology, many companies have thought of these technicians. Of course, it has also been successful. For example, before the cluster array technology research and development team was dug out two very good technical staff. It's just that these people's wishful thinking has been shorted. Although the two people who have been removed have been exposed to related technical content, they are not core technologies. The core technology is always in the hands of Wu Hao, and what these two people have is just fur. After realizing the risks in this area, what did Wu Hao think? Zhang Jun began to take measures. The first is the relevant confidentiality agreement. All employees who have access to the company's projects and related technical information must sign a confidentiality agreement. The second is some important technical talents who have access to core technical information, and these people have signed relevant competition agreements. But in Wu Hao's opinion, these are useless. Both the confidentiality agreement and the competition agreement are very limited, and compared to the technology itself, its liquidated damages are too small. So in the final analysis, it is still necessary to cultivate employee loyalty. To put it plainly, is to enable employees to meet the status quo and make up their minds to follow you. This requires the leader to have a strong personal charm. But for Wu Hao, a hairy kid who has just graduated not long, there is no personal charm. All he can do is to maintain a relationship with these people, and then conquer these people technically and personally, so that they feel that he can learn something, grow insights, and gain success with him. The other is to promise and draw big cakes. Wu Hao gave these people promises that employees who will make important contributions to the company in the future at a certain stage will make options and equity rewards, which undoubtedly set a good hope for everyone. Compared with these, technical talents value the realization of self-worth more, that is, they must show a sense of accomplishment. Although Wu Hao didn't say much in this regard, the employees also saw hope from the two previous technologies and his words. First of all, these two technologies can be said to have reached the world's leading position. Such a small company can come up with these two technologies, and its development prospects are definitely very broad. In addition, Wu Hao's rich and profound knowledge and super scientific research ability have really enabled him to gain a group of followers who are still pretty good at present. These people believe that following him will be able to create more and more amazing results, and full of longing for the beautiful future that he describes. Of course, these are both spiritual and material. In order to recruit and engage these technical personnel, the company can say that the compensation given is very rich. Wuhao's salary for their technical staff, even for the same position in megacities such as Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou and Shenzhen, is among the top. What's more, in inland cities like Anxi, both housing prices and consumption are much lower than those in coastal megacities. This means that the same salary will enjoy completely different treatment and living standards in Anxi, which is absolutely attractive for these technicians. There are also differences between technical talents, so wages are also graded accordingly. The level of technology and job content can determine the salary level of employees, which is also an incentive for the learning and progress of technical talents. Then there are all kinds of benefits. Wuhao, www.yuukanzu.com, Wuhao. They also refer to the corporate culture of some large companies, giving these employees a fairly relaxed office environment, and various benefits in order to give these people a good working atmosphere and win people's hearts. In addition to these there is the ultimate promise, which is the future options and share incentive plan. It's just that this is a carrot hanging in front of everyone's mouth. When will Wuhao eat it? Of course, even such a generous condition can't leave everyone. Some people can't stop you if you want to leave. Therefore, when Wuhao set up the relevant technical project team, the technical scientific research personnel he selected were those who were stable and loyal, performed well, and he could trust. And those who performed poorly, and the employees of the 3 and 4 seasons were placed in non-essential positions. And now the company has to set up a special security department, which will greatly reduce the occurrence of internal leaks in the future. The so-called anti-human heart cannot be excluded. As a company with core technology, especially a company stared at by many people, it is necessary to do a good job in this area. Otherwise, no matter how hard you try, it will be an empty bucket. Wuhao is receiving military inspection missions these days, so he doesn't care much about the company. But he didn't know until he was busy, and in the past few days there have been several major events related to them. The first is that the first 2 have 2 news or 1 news attracted the attention of the public, reigniting the topic that the intelligent voice assistant has not given up. First of all, the first news report was about 40-year-old Mr. Wang who lives in Jiangqing. The original body was so big that he didn't care much about his body, until the morning when he was jogging in the park near his home as usual in the morning. He suddenly felt unwell, and then the whole man was constantly paralyzed and convulsed. He didn't know the situation later, but was recorded by the 120 Center and the enthusiastic crowd, and quickly spread throughout the network. It turned out that after Mr. Wang fainted, the intelligent voice assistant wearing an ear to listen to songs quickly responded, and reminded Mr. Wang first. After it was determined that no one answered and Mr. Wang's physical condition continued to deteriorate, the intelligent voice assistant controlled the phone to make 120 emergency calls and reported the patient's condition and location. After receiving the call for help, the hot-blooded staff at the 120 emergency center began to arrange an ambulance to rush to the park where Mr. Wang is located. On the other hand, I tried to see if I could communicate with the person who called the police, and he was given first aid before the ambulance arrived. It is important to know that the treatment of this kind of sudden heart attack in the first few minutes after the onset is very important. So the customer service staff of the emergency center is very experienced in this. After communication, the customer service staff is a little dumbfounded because the alarm is actually an intelligent voice assistant. The customer service staff had never encountered a similar situation before and immediately reported the duty supervisor. The supervisor on duty was also embarrassed, but in the end it was the management leader who quickly learned what this intelligent voice assistant is. While urging the ambulance to speed up, it is continuing to communicate with this intelligent voice assistant to monitor the patient's heart rate data in real time. In addition to doctors' duties and beliefs in saving lives, they are also curious about this intelligent voice assistant, because on the phone, if it wasn't for the other party to tell them their identity, they would never have thought that they could talk to them fluently. If the patient's physical condition was not reported in such detail, They must have thought it was a harassing call or a prank. However, as an emergency center, since someone calls the police for help, they have an obligation to help. It's better to let things go. It's responsible for life. On the other side, after dialing 120 for help, the intelligent voice assistant is not waiting for the arrival of emergency personnel. Instead, the external speaker of the mobile phone is used to start broadcasting help signals to the surroundings. Some of us were working out in the park that day, and suddenly we heard a sharp siren and a woman asking for help. So we hurriedly searched for the sound and found a man fell on the ground, and the woman's voice came from him. It came from the phone in my pocket. As we discussed what to do, the phone made a sound again. Tell us in an earnest pleading voice that his master is in danger and needs our help. But how many of us know what first aid is? We are preparing to call 120 emergency number. This voice also tells us that the emergency phone has been dialed, and now we are helping us together with the doctor in the emergency center. Let us help under the guidance of the doctor. Soon we heard the voice of the doctor in the emergency center coming from the mobile phone, which made us relieved. We underwent the cardiopulmonary resuscitation under the guidance of the doctor of the emergency center until the emergency personnel arrived. When confronted by the TV station, several old grandmothers and grandmothers spoke with excitement. Then Mr. Wang was rushed to the hospital for emergency treatment. Fortunately, the rescue was timely, and his body was not affected. After waking up, when he knew what had happened, Mr. Wang was deeply moved. It was originally bought for a play, but he never really saved his life. In his words, he now wants to give the emergency department and HAO Technology a pennant. The entire process, including telephone recordings in the emergency center, and videos and incidents shot by several old grandmothers, were compiled by Jiangxing Television and broadcasted in the morning news. This news didn't make much noise in the local area. At most it was some people's fun talk after dinner, but it caused a sensation on the internet. The timely reposting of the official blog of HAO Technology made this news suddenly make the headline on the hot search list of Weibo. Originally everyone thought that this was just a marketing advertisement, but when they learned about the matter, especially after interviews with some parties, they knew that it was true. And then several videos of the old man and the old man also spread to the internet to confirm these. Just as everyone was discussing it enthusiastically, HAO Technology's official blog reposted another news. This is a piece of news reported by Quanqing local media Weibo Quanqing, which is about the 26-year-old girl Xiao Qian who went home from work at night and encountered a gangster and got away with. According to the news, Xiao Qian came home late because of overtime and was robbed by two gangsters on the road. Originally thought that it was just giving up money to avoid disasters, but the two gangsters did not expect Xiao Qian to look good, and wanted to insult her further. After capturing the relevant information, the intelligent voice assistant worn on the ear immediately alarmed and located Xiao Qian's location in real time. When the two gangsters held Xiao Qian in a narrow alley to prepare for violence, the patrolman arrived in time to subdue the gangster and rescued Xiao Qian. Originally, this was just an ordinary law and order incident. After being touched by the intelligent voice assistant, it was quickly followed by netizens www.mtlnovel.com when interviewing reporters after the incident. Xiao Qian was still a bit worried. I was terribly scared at the time, and my thoughts were over. I didn't expect the voice of brother in my ears at this time. Brother? The reporter wondered. Yes. That's the name of my intelligent voice assistant. Since I was a kid, I dreamed of having an older brother. I hope he can take care of me and protect me. So after receiving the intelligent voice assistant, I named it Little Brother. The little brother asked me if I need to call the police. If the alarm is confirmed, please shout "Forgive me, save your life." My mind was blank at that time, so I shouted out subconsciously according to its instructions. I was terrified in the face of those two people, and then they dragged me to cover my mouth, and I desperately resisted. Brother also dropped. I was really desperate at the time. Dear, click in and give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that the beautiful wife was found at the end of the new score. Mobile station new revision upgrade address, date and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station. Fresh reading without ads. Just when I was desperate, the uncle of the police rushed to rescue me. It all felt like a nightmare to me. Thank you, brother. Without him I will definitely end this time. This life will be over. I longed for a brother from an early age, but I didn't expect it now. Although he has no body, he can still protect me. My parents and friends both said that I was so lucky because I only got the brother during the day. If the shipment was one day later, the consequences would not be. Dare to think about it. The 110 alarm center and the patrolman who rescued the girl from arresting the gangster also told the story. At about 10:20 that night, we received an alarm call. A young male voice appeared to alert us that a gangster had robbed his master and his master's life was in danger. Our first reaction at the time was that it was a prank and was about to criticize him. Unexpectedly, there was a loud noise coming from the phone, and there was a voice of a girl calling for help and two men threatening Yin with a voice. We realized it was wrong and asked him for details. I learned that this was a smart voice assistant carried by a girl when she was calling us. To tell the truth, we were all shocked and didn't even believe it. However, in the interest of the safety of the people, we sent patrol officers to the location reported by this intelligent voice assistant. Through monitoring and the final position released by the intelligent voice assistant, our patrol officer finally rushed to catch the criminal and rescued Miss Z in time. This case is the first time we have been in contact. It is very novel and highly informative. Now that high-tech equipment provides services to the public and protects the safety of users, it also puts forward higher requirements for our police. We also hope that Heo Technology, the manufacturer of this intelligent voice assistant, can actively contact our police and provide relevant data information. To avoid possible misunderstandings after similar incidents in the future, this will greatly delay our rescue time. These two pieces of news are very attractive in themselves, coupled with the reposting of Heo Technology's official blog. The intelligent voice assistant and related topics have become more popular on the internet. This also caused the news to be quickly reposted by the mass media and even the official media, and everyone heatedly debated for a while. These two news are just examples, and they can't explain anything. In addition, I am also worried that Heo Technology will directly connect its products to the emergency hotline. If there is a false report of information, this will not be greatly occupied and wasted public resources. Wang Ziran, the boss of a company known as a Canon in the technology circle, seemed to be having a hard time with Wu Hao. The well-known internet V. Yin Kiao, Note 1, also wrote immediately, "The safety of the public's personal life should not be the target of Heo's consumption, so I hope Heo can recognize the seriousness of this issue. Don't take out the equipment without authoritative inspection to mislead the people, and give an explanation." These two newsletters see the most positive aspect of technology for the people. At the same time, it has also become the most enthusiastic and concerned topic for the people. Can this intelligent voice assistant really call for help in the event of an accident? It's still a coincidence. Please ask it to respond and don't make fun of the lives of the people. The famous military blogger Zatan Meridian wrote, "Looking up at the starry sky and asking directly, please face up to the people's doubts. Respond as soon as possible, and be responsible for the safety of the people's lives, rather than marketing." I am using Heo's intelligent voice assistant. I like it very much. After reading the news and using the experience together, I made two small suggestions at dot. This smart voice assistant is very easy to fall on the ear when wearing it. So I suggest that your company can develop a bracelet or other device that can be worn on your hand so that there is no danger that the girl will be taken away from the device. Yi Zitao, an enthusiastic food blogger, suggested. At first Wu Hao was receiving a delegation of military experts, so Jiang Jun was responsible for everything in the company. The staff in charge of the official Bo operation just forwarded the comments for a moment. but did not expect that it would cause follow-up storms. So when he was too busy to pay attention to this matter, he found that his Weibo almost exploded. In addition to a large number of people at there are also those who send private messages, even commented below the first few Weibo posts, and there are even some people who scold personal attacks. Seeing this, Wu Hao had to respond immediately when he was helpless. Otherwise he didn't know what would happen to those radical netizens. In this era of network information for all people, the more famous people are, the more cautious they are. It is likely that certain words and words of your actions will cause criticism and besiege. First of all, I'm glad to see that our product can help those who need it. We have sent someone to visit and condolence with Mr. Wang and Miss Zhu. We also asked the parties and relevant hospitals and police stations for specific details and related opinions and suggestions. This will help us improve related equipment in the future and serve more people. Secondly, this is just an intelligent voice assistant, not what helper artifact or bodyguard is called on the internet. It's just a device. And this is just one of its many features, so you don't have to read too much. It cannot replace doctors, nor can it replace professional medical testing equipment. Therefore, if you have any discomfort, it is recommended to go to the hospital for a detailed examination. Regarding Miss Zhu's experience, we express our deep condolences and condemn the gangsters for their bad behavior. We must punish them severely and praise the uncle of the police. Later we will update the specific information about these two functions on the company's official website and official blog. Interested netizens can go to download and understand. In the next step, we will actively contact the local police command centers and medical rescue centers to promote and introduce the relevant functions of this product to them, and actively improve these two functions. We designed these two functions in order to make people more secure, and we hope that users will not abuse them. Once abused, it will greatly occupy and waste our social father-in-law resources, and damage our credibility. The tragedy of the wolf may also be reenacted. Please be assured that the device you are concerned about may misreport false information related to the misinformation www.intelnovel.com. After the intelligent voice assistant detects the abnormal state and environment of the user, it will definitely remind the user first. Not only the headset reminds the device to vibrate, but also the mobile phone speaker and stereo, or even the controlled light TV. If the user does not respond or is approved by the user, it will start the alarm program. We hope that this device can truly protect the personal safety of users, and we do not want to see that these two practical functions are forced to be closed due to some ulterior motives. We also hope that all users will never touch these two functions, and everyone will always be happy and happy. Note 1. All dragon sets in this article come from rewards and active book friends in the book group. Interested book friends can obtain the dragon set characters in either of these two ways. Finally, thank you again for your support. Dear, click in and give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that the beautiful wife was found at the end of the new score. Mobile station new revision upgrade address. Data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station, fresh reading without ads. As soon as Wu Hao's Weibo came out, he was quickly watched by netizens. He was a little praised and naturally criticized and attacked. But these are not important to Wu Hao, as long as their sales of intelligent voice assistants are still hot. According to the latest statistics from the sales department, their total sales of this intelligent voice assistant has reached 2 million units, and it is still growing rapidly, and the rate of growth continues to increase. It seems that it is affected by this incident. The sales of related auxiliary equipment also exceeded 300,000. And it is currently growing rapidly. Various home appliance brands have seen the market potential in this regard and have come to cooperate with them. For example, they cooperated with a well-known refrigerator brand Rongxing Group in China to successfully achieve data interconnection and related function control of refrigerators. the intelligent voice control of the refrigerator is actually very tasteless. It is nothing more than functions such as temperature adjustment and humidity maintenance or defrost. It is not usually available, it is only used in a certain period of time. After all, whoever is okay to adjust the refrigerator. So this function is just to realize a kind of intelligent management of home appliances. Of course, it also provides some conveniences. For example, the intelligent voice assistant can adjust the working state of the refrigerator according to different outside temperatures or different seasons. The user can also use the relaxation of the voice to control and adjust the refrigerator and so on. What makes WooHow more optimistic or more practical is that the real-time data display of the refrigerator is absolutely useful for users. The most important of these is the internal space and cargo management of the refrigerator. Through the internal sensors of the refrigerator, users can know the food consumption in the refrigerator in real time, so that they can be replenished in time. In addition, there are many other home appliances that also want to take the ride of this smart home appliances, and have sought to cooperate with WooHow to launch their own smart home appliances, such as range hoods, electric ovens, rice cookers, smart toilets, lamps, humidifiers, air purifiers and so on. Of course, in this respect, WooHow is also very cautious. They choose big brands with reliable quality and certain strength. Only after passing the relevant product quality inspection and relevant matching control function test, they will authorize the labeling of the relevant electrical production. In fact, it is a set of comprehensive control standards for smart home appliances developed by WooHow. There are detailed data on the quality, control methods, and related operating status of home appliances. Only those smart home appliances that have been certified by them can obtain the relevant electronic certificate, thereby gaining the right to connect with the smart home control mid-range. When your product is good enough and large enough, other products or related products will also refer to your standards. In terms of smart home, WooHow is far ahead. If other companies want to take this ride, they must cooperate with them and open up relevant cooperation and docking channels. The reason for this is that they also want to gradually regulate the market. Many small brands or cottage products will launch corresponding functions in order to increase your popularity, and then connect with your smart home control mid-range. However, the intelligent voice assistant often has problems when controlling, and even security accidents may occur. With the hot selling of their smart home control mid-range, now there have been 4 or 5 such accidents. From the field survey and user feedback, these are all caused by the quality of these cheap products. Therefore, they have to urgently push related patches, identify and refuse access to these products to avoid similar accidents, which is also safe for users. However, this has caused some users and home appliance manufacturers to be dissatisfied, thinking that WooHow's doing this is completely a form of discrimination, and taking advantage of the opportunity to harvest these small brands of wool and so on. WooHow also gave relevant explanations to this, but some people are still dissatisfied. However, their measures have been supported by formal home appliance manufacturers. These low-end cottage products are of poor quality and are prone to accidents. These unscrupulous merchants use this cheap product to seize the market and disrupt the entire market order. Regular appliance manufacturers can say that they hate it, and WooHow and their measures can greatly curb the wanton development of these products and maintain the normal operation of the market. Of course, the consensus in this regard cannot clear up their huge differences between them and these major manufacturers in the negotiations. In fact, it is nothing more than a batch of benefits. WooHow naturally has their own insistence, and these manufacturers have their own plans. Therefore, differences in this area will inevitably arise in the negotiations, but in the view of WooHow, these are temporary. In the current form, they will agree sooner or later. Although before WooHow they had such an intelligent voice system for integrating home appliances, After them, some well-known technology companies also launched their own intelligent voice assistants and smart homes in an attempt to seize this huge market. But the performance of these devices is invariably much worse than Wuhao's products. If nothing else, they are comparable to real-life voice broadcasts, and these companies are no different. In addition, the relatively low price and good user experience made this product quickly popular, and it has already sold 2 million units, making them basically in the market. Unless there are new and more advanced or equivalent technical products, they will not be able to shake their market position in the field of intelligent speech. These home appliance manufacturers also understand that Wuhao's launch and rapid coverage of this intelligent voice product www.mtlnovel.com will represent the arrival of the era of intelligent home appliances. At this time, whoever can seize the opportunity will gain greater benefits. Therefore, it is necessary to reach cooperation with Wuhao as soon as possible, or if they are preempted by other peers, they may lose their competitiveness in the smart home appliance market. For Wuhao, the cooperation with these home appliance manufacturers will further stabilize their position in the field of smart homes and even smart voice assistants. In this way, even if the same technology appears or leads them in the future, they can take advantage of the huge market to be invincible. Of course, this is impossible unless another lucky man like him appears in the world. According to Wuhao's estimation, this is probably less than the chance of Mars hitting the Earth. Moreover, this is just a product that he laid the foundation to accumulate funds to build a team. There is more in his mind waiting for him to develop. Dear, click in and give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that the beautiful wife was found at the end of the new score. Mobile station new revision upgrade address, data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station. Fresh reading without ads. The area of this low-rise office building where Wuhao's office building is located is planned into multiple squares, separated by roads and trees in the middle. Around 4 to 6 such villas are distributed in each block, forming a relatively closed park. Prior to security and confidentiality, as well as the company's expanding staff team and the needs of related businesses, he and Zhang Jun decided to rent the 2 4-story office buildings next to their 2 buildings, management and defense. In addition to them, there were 2 companies in the park. It was just because of special needs that Wuhao and the management committee jointly discussed with the 2 companies to move them out. Of course, Wuhao paid a relocation fee for this, and the management committee also compensated the 2 companies. For a company with great development prospects, but also a high-tech enterprise with military-civilian cooperation, the management committee also gave the greatest care. This time to persuade the 2 companies to relocate, it was Zhang Jun who went to the management committee to tell them about the particularity of the company and the need for confidentiality. That's why the management committee actively cooperated with them. General Manager Wu, the 2 companies next to us have been relocated, and can be renovated at any time. A tall woman with a good-looking face, probably 27, came in wearing a uniform. Oh, Xiaoxian, wait a minute, I'll finish processing right away. Wu Hao, who was looking down at the file, saw her come in, and then greeted, there is a drink in the refrigerator, you can take it. Please. Thank you, Mr. Wu, you are busy? Don't worry. This woman is named Shen Xiaoxian. She is 28 years old. She has worked as a front desk, administrative and secretarial officer. After entering the company, after being assessed, he was finally appointed as the director of the administrative office. After she arrived, it took a short time to complete the company's administrative work, and she quickly became aware of her abilities. With years of rich experience in administrative work, and a capable and straightforward personality, her ability has been fully utilized in this position. It can be said that since she came, the company has finally been able to run normally, instead of a mess as before. This made Wu Hao very important to her, making her also a competent player in Wu Hao's company. After processing the documents on the desk, Wu Hao got up and went to the refrigerator to take a bottle of water and walked to the rest area and sat down. After drooling, Wu Hao smiled at Shang Xiaoxian, who was sitting in front of him, smiling. Finally left. Leave. The rest of those things were removed early this morning by the people who moved the company. Shang Xiaoxian replied with a smile. Has the key been handed over? Wu Hao nodded. Shang Xiaoxian nodded and said, I've got someone to get it, and we can start the renovation at any time. Well, let's hurry up and start. According to the layout we designed directly. You have a snack during this time, and strive to complete the decoration as soon as possible. Now the company does not even have a larger restaurant. Everyone can only find a place for dinner. Wu Hao waved his hands. Okay, I'll arrange for someone from the decoration company to enter the market immediately. If it goes well, the decoration can be completed and put into use in less than 2 months. Shang Xiaoxian reported the situation to him, and then the conversation turned a bit worried. General Manager Wu, according to our company's current expansion rate, I am afraid that the 2 new office buildings may not be enough. So I think that preparation should be made early to prevent future needs. After hearing her words, Wu Hao thought for a while, then nodded and said, it's time to think about it. Then, after the 2 office buildings have been renovated, you will start our new office to find the decoration work. Still look for a small office building like ours? Shang Xiaoxian asked. Wu Hao stood up and looked out the window and said, no, this time let's change the target. Have you seen the high-rise buildings over there? Will you rent them down from then on? When will the tallest building in the middle be rented by us? Next time, we will consider building our own company headquarters. After hearing Wu Hao's words, Shang Xiaoxian laughed. I hope that this day will come early, but I am full of expectations for the new headquarters. Rest assured, I won't let you wait too long. Wu Hao laughed. Yes, you go back and contact the confidential office and the security department. The renovation of the new office building certainly needs their assistance. No matter when it is, security and confidentiality will always be our first consideration. Okay, I will keep close communication with them. Shang Xiaoxian nodded, but there was 100 unwillingness in her heart. Whether it is the newly established secret office or the security department, there is no shortage of conflicts between her daily operations and her administrative office. So the thought of cooperating with these 2 departments is really a headache. Seeing that she agreed, Wu Hao nodded and continued to command. During this period, all departments of the company were relatively busy, especially the commercial operation department and the laboratory side. So you have to strengthen the logistics support in this area. Don't say anything. Eat and drink must be in place. Don't be afraid to spend money. What is the amount of money compared to their hard work? You can find a few more restaurants to change the taste, and to match the vegetarian diet to ensure nutrition. Don't lose your human shape after working in the company for a few days. When you go home, your wife and children will greet my parents again and again. Giggle. Shang Xiaoxian pouted and laughed. Be assured that you can't treat them badly. This has always been our focus. For these picky guys, we haven't bothered much these days. We even bought soup dumplings from Ding Sanjia, dumplings from La Zheng's family, and barbecue for lamb pens. Really, why didn't I eat it? Wu Hao said with regret. Shang Xiaoxian laughed. You can't blame us, who can't keep you busy for dinner. Ha 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 ha. In the future, remember to leave me a copy. www.mentalnovel.com. Wu Hao stood up with a smile. Okay, you go first. Okay. Shang Xiaoxian got up and nodded at him, then stepped out on high heels. And Wu Hao looked at her erect figure from behind, and couldn't help a bit. After all, it's young. Maybe it's time to find a girlfriend. But Wu Hao shook his head and then shook his head. Now he's busy spinning all day, either in the office or the laboratory. How can he have time to meet love? Let it be. This thing cannot be forced. However, what should be done in front of me was urgent, which reminded him that Zhang Jun had told him before that there was a representative of the heavy-duty 20 manufacturer of the island country who came to them for cooperation, and did not know what kind of smart voice assistant was kind of experience. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Dear, click in and give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that the beautiful wife was found at the end of the new score. Mobile station new revision upgrade address, date and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station, fresh reading without ads. Since the passing of the year, Yang Fan and the rest of his research team have been staying in Yangqing, and their research team with Yuan Siming has continued to carry out research and development of intelligent unmanned storage. After more than half a year of research and development, a good news finally came over there. The first intelligent unmanned storage system developed by Albatros Logistics has been successfully developed. After many internal tests, the entire intelligent unmanned storage system performed very well in all aspects. Therefore, the research and development team decided to put this intelligent unmanned storage system into trial operation and undertake the sorting and logistics tasks of this year's 618 shopping festival to further test the performance of this system. As an intelligent unmanned storage system built by heavy money, it has received a lot of attention from up and down. Therefore, the news came from Albatros Logistics. The head of A will invite the relevant leaders and the media to participate in this intelligent unmanned storage system ribbon-cutting operation ceremony on June 10. As the only shareholder and important partner of Albatros, as well as the developer of cluster array control technology, Wu Hao is also on this guest invitation list, and also ranks among the top ones. Before that, it didn't matter if he went to participate or not. But who made him famous now? If you don't participate, there will be some bad voices. And as a developer of cluster array control technology, if he is not present, he will be a bit unreasonable. What's more, Yang Fan and other technical staff of the scientific research team are still there. As the company's leader, when the project achieved significant results, he had to be sympathetic. I have only been a few days in the past. The company is operating normally as before. If you have any doubts, you can contact me at any time. Wu Hao urged everyone. This time, the marketing of 618 should be done well, and the discount rate can be slightly larger. To seize the market is our current priority. I think the strength of 20% off is enough. At this shopping festival, there are really not many new products with such vigorous efforts. Zhang Jun was distressed. Take the basic version. A 20% discount means less than 300. Then 100 is 30,000, and 10,000 is 3 million. If counted as 1 million units, then their discount limit would reach 300 million. And it is no wonder that Zhang Jun would have a painful face. Looking at Zhang Jun's unwilling look, Wu Hao smiled and comforted. Okay, don't count these small accounts, but in the long run, it may seem a loss to spend 300 million to add 1 million users, but you have to think about our subsequent related value-added services. Even if 100,000 of this million people choose our value-added services, that is definitely an objective number. General Manager Wu is right. Our current primary goal is to increase market share. As long as we have the market right to speak, whoever enters the industry in the future will have to look at us. What's more, if you have a large user group, this is a valuable resource in itself. Even if we don't do anything, someone will scramble to send money to your door. Dong Yiming continued his words. Zhang Jun nodded and showed a pitiful expression. I know, I just feel bad. Look at the point. What is the amount of money compared to the money we make? Wu Hao smiled and comforted, then changed the topic and said, how is the talk with the fruit side? This problem is not resolved. If so, it will still have a great impact on our marketing. These days, Zhang Jun has been negotiating with representatives of the fruit. The whole process can be said to be very difficult and tortuous. With its huge advantages, fruit constantly puts pressure on negotiations. In order to seek to acquire their company and related technologies, the other party is a variety of threats and secretly black hands. I just wanted them to submit, and finally I was forced to surrender the technology. But Zhang Jun still held up the pressure, and strived according to reason, and finally pulled the arrogant fruit back into normal negotiations. Fruit also knows that it is basically impossible for the company with military background to hand over technology. And at this time they also received relevant information. Hayo Technology has to cooperate with the military, which means that they have no chance at all. Since technology is not available, it can only be sought for cooperation. However, in the face of Hayo Technology's not enthusiastic attitude towards cooperation with Fruits, can they only adjust their strategies as much as possible and make great profits? And at the beginning, Lion made a big opening and asked Hayo Technology to pay up to $32 million in information security deposits to Fruits. And Fruit users must use their payment software to purchase goods in the Intelligent Voice Assistant service mall, and each product Fruit will charge a 30% service fee. Otherwise, the management app installed in the Fruit phone by the Intelligent Voice Assistant will be listed as an unknown risk program and may be forcibly uninstalled. In addition, various service apps connected to the Intelligent Voice Assistant may also be blocked, which will greatly affect the user experience of the Intelligent Voice Assistant. Face each other's ugly face and naked extortion. Jang Jun angrily posted the deceitful list of Fruits directly to the internet, and said he would never compromise. With the hot topic of Intelligent Voice Assistants, Fruit was also implicated. This news immediately caught the attention of netizens and quickly spread, especially after knowing the process of Fruit extortion and extortion. Netizens became indignant and began to verbally cut Fruit. Some app companies that have also been blackmailed by Fruits have appealed on the internet about their past experiences. This also attracted the attention of the official department. The Ministry of Industry and Information Technology directly issued a document saying that the interests of domestic enterprises must not be legally infringed. And then they interviewed the person in charge of the country. Realizing the seriousness of the matter, www.intelnovel.com Fruits quickly opened the crisis public relations, hoping to suppress this matter, but the effect was not satisfactory. After careful analysis, the Fruit finally reflected that this matter is still in Hayo Technology. Without solving this problem, it is impossible to quell the incident, especially at such a special stage at present. If this matter is not handled well, then the domestic market for his fruit may be affected. So the Fruit business negotiation team came again, more luxurious than last time, and their attitude changed 180 degrees. Nonetheless, the two sides still have great differences on the issue of related service costs, which caused the negotiations to be deadlocked for a time. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Dear, click in and give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that the beautiful wife was found at the end of the new score. Mobile station new revision upgrade address, data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station. Fresh reading without ads. The security deposit can be exempted, but the Fruit insists on a 10% service charge. Now the two sides are still deadlocked. Our ideal is 3%. And the difference is a little big. Jang Jun said to Wu Hao. Wu Hao nodded his head and said, "It's almost done. We should reach an agreement with them as soon as possible. Don't care about the gains and losses of this point. Our goal is the entire market. And with this agreement, it will be relatively easy for us to enter overseas markets in the future." Now the other party is also anxious. I am sure to lower this number. You can rest assured that I must reach an agreement with them before the shopping festival, which will definitely not affect our 618 marketing strategy. Jang Jun promised at him. Wu Hao heard what he thought for a while, then shook his head gently. This time, although you used the power of public opinion to force the other party to soften, it also caused a bad impact in the industry. I am afraid that other companies and thus you have to be more cautious about cooperation. After hearing what he said, Jang Jun was a little embarrassed and said, "I was too angry at the time, and I regretted it as soon as I posted Weibo. But things have already happened. Regardless of it, this thing was originally their overdoing. I be honest." Wu Hao waved and waved his hands, then turned to look at the financial director King, who was sitting on the side. The funds on several online shopping platforms should be on the line soon. You can calculate them as soon as possible, and then report me a usable number. King nodded and said, "Okay," As soon as the funds arrive, we will start the accounting and report the results to you as soon as possible. Wu Hao said with a smile, and turned to Lin Jianlian. You have to continue to work hard. Our talent recruitment cannot be stopped, especially for the technical staff. I don't want to delay our projects because of these. Rest assured, our 2 recruitment teams are now rotating in various key cities across the country. As you said before, there are many candidates, but very few are really screened out, especially those who are willing to work in Anxi. And even fewer meet the various conditions. Lin Jianliang introduced to Wu Hao. Since the establishment of the company, Lin Jianliang has indeed recruited a lot of excellent talents for Wu Hao, but they still cannot keep up with Wu Hao's development speed in terms of technical talents. Their companies are relatively small, and they can't compete with well-known big companies. Coupled with various conditions, there are very few talents who can reach their standards, especially technical talents. Now Lin Jianliang, they don't expect to recruit good talents in the market, but instead aim at the fresh graduates. Although these people have just come out of school, they have no experience and cannot directly get started. But they also have their advantages, such as young, positive, strong learning ability, easy management and so on. So after these people are recruited, Lin Jianliang will arrange special people to train them. After passing the assessment, they will be handed over to the relevant departments, and the veterans will take them to work gradually. Wait until the company's office environment continues to improve, especially after the 2 office buildings next to it are finished and delivered for use. Lin Jianliang, they will also recruit interns from the freshmen and train from scratch. It is possible to increase some benefits or wages appropriately, and I don't believe these people will not be tempted. Wu Hao pondered a bit later. Lin Jianliang shook his head and said, our salary is good enough. Excellent talents are nothing more than that our company is relatively small and there is little prospect for development. However, as our products are selling well, the company's reputation has also expanded, and I think the next recruitment work should be better. He. Everyone laughed when he heard him. Indeed, this is also a significant change. As their fame grew, so did the environment they were in. This is not just Wu Hao who can feel it, even ordinary employees. In the past, when employees communicated with friends or other company employees, they said that other people in Hao Technology didn't care much, thinking that it was a small company and might even despise you. Now when employees go out to communicate with these people, they will approach you in disguise and ask you about the salary and benefits in the company. This obvious change has also greatly enhanced the sense of belonging and pride in employees. Nothing is happier than witnessing the growth of your own company. After all, the growth of the company means that their salary will be improved, and their personal development prospects will be greatly expanded. Well, that's all. Everyone has anything to add? Wu Hao saw that time was almost there, and then concluded. Wai Bing, the person in charge of the security department, who has not spoken at this time, said, General Manager Wu, you and Li Wenming are going to Hangqing. I'm a bit worried, so I don't want to add another person to such insurance. No need, Wenming alone is enough. I went to a ribbon-cutting ceremony and took so many people to do. Wu Hao waved his hands again and again. Along with the company's expansion, Wai Bing and them also successively recruited many veterans through the relationship, which was regarded as putting up the shelf of the security department. Now they and the confidentiality office are responsible for one outside and one for internal responsibility. It can be said that they have raised the company's security level to a new level. Because of this, they have obtained a preliminary review of their military-related secret qualifications by the Provincial Office of Science, Technology and Industry. After the new office building is put into use, the Office of Science and Industry will also conduct a review of them. If they pass again, they will be issued a secondary secret certification certificate. With this second-level confidentiality certification, they can access some confidential information. This will help their future development in the military industry and lay the foundation for the other 2 qualifications. Stop sending you an assistant, and you don't have a secretary or anything. In the past, You can't let your boss do it yourself. www.mentalnovel.com. Jang Jun suggested to him. Wu Hao thought that this was indeed a problem, so he nodded and said, "Yes, help me pick a hand and foot." "Okay, I'll arrange it right away." Shank Xiaoxian nodded and smiled. Regarding the secretary, not only Jang Jun, Lin Jianliang and Shank Xiaoxian also suggested to him. It was just that he didn't think it would work, so he never agreed. Now his assistant is actually his intelligent voice assistant Coco, which not only helps Wu Hao manage some trivial matters in his life, but also assists him in dealing with some companies' document matters. Compared to the products they sell, this intelligent voice assistant has been specially optimized and upgraded by Wu Hao, so its performance is more powerful, which means it is smarter and more humane. In addition to having no hands and feet, it can be regarded as a helper and personal butler. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Dear, click in and give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that the beautiful wife was found at the end of the new score. Mobile station new revision upgrade address, data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station. Fresh reading without ads. After more than 2 hours of flight, Wu Hao and the three of them finally arrived in Hangzhou. As soon as I came out of the exit, I saw a young girl in business clothes, probably 27 or 7, greeted me. "Hello President Wu, I'm Hu from the administrative department of A. This time I will be responsible for your next trip." "Hello, Miss Hu." Wu Hao shook her hand and pointed at a tall, long-haired girl standing next to him. "This is my assistant Jiang Xiaolai. About my trip this time, you can meet her back later." Hu looked at the beautiful girl standing behind Wu Hao, and Li Wenming, who was wearing a pair of dark eyes and straight behind him, was pushing his luggage, then nodded. "Okay, the driver is already waiting outside. Yes, please here." Jiang Xiaolai is a female assistant arranged by Shank Xiaoxian for his trip. She is 24 years old. After graduation, she worked as a secretarial worker for 2 years and then joined their company. She performed well at work, and her ability was quite outstanding. Originally, Shank Xiaoxian wanted to recommend her as Wu Hao's secretary. Unfortunately, Wu Hao never agreed. This time she needed her job, so I sent her out to follow. For Jiang Xiaolai, Wu Hao is quite satisfied. The person is very beautiful and seductive, he doesn't talk much, and he is quick to do things, which meets his basic requirements. Wu Hao nodded, then led by Hu and got on a luxurious 7-seater business car. The car moved slowly, and Hu sat in the co-pilot and turned his head toward Wu Zongdao, who was sitting on the middle boss seat. "General Manager Wu, the hotel has arranged for you. You go to the hotel to rest first, and then I will give you plan your next trip." Wu Hao shook his head and said, "No, just take me to Albatross. No, take me directly to the R&D Center for Intelligent Unmanned Storage." After hearing his words, Hu nodded. This time the company sent her here as a guide, and the specific itinerary had to follow Wu Hao's own ideas. "Okay." Hu nodded, then whispered to the driver next to him, "Go to the storage center." Wu Hao smiled when he saw this, then took out his mobile phone and played with himself. When it comes to playing, in fact, you are also checking some news that happened in the past 2 hours. As a qualified enterprise manager, you must have a keen awareness of social news, because these news may contain some important information, even business opportunities that can make you rich overnight. For example, that was the case with Isatis Roots and Masks. Someone watched this through the news, so they immediately resold these things and made a fortune. Not to mention the larger companies that cover a wider area, they need to keep an eye on the movements of countries in order to avoid various crises or opportunities. When Hu in front saw her through the rear view mirror, she also took an intelligent voice assistant out of her bag and put it on her ear. Then she took out her mobile phone and started to operate. Wu Hao saw the intelligent voice assistant on Hu's ear and asked with a smile, How does this thing on your ear feel? You mean the intelligent voice assistant? It's great. Many colleagues and friends around me have already bought it. It's just too difficult to grab. I waited for more than 10 days to arrive. Who complained at him road? Wu Hao said with a slight smile. Obviously, this action or this thing can be arranged, in order to give him a good impression or to make his flattering. We are already expanding production, but now sales are growing too fast, and our production is not keeping up. Wu Hao apologized. Hu nodded and said, "It's too hot. My Weibo and friends circle are all sunbathing. Even the leaders of our company are using your product. Where is Mr. Ma? Is it useful?" Wu Hao asked with a smile. This you go ask him in person. Hu staggered, then said with a smile, "I believe if you give him one in person, he will be very happy." "Really? Then I must see him to send a copy to make him happy." Wu Hao laughed. In fact, he wants to see how the old horse reacts after receiving this intelligent voice assistant. You should know that there are also their own smart voice products, that is, their smart speakers, which have already achieved good market results before. But since the introduction of Wu Hao's intelligent voice assistant, the sales of several smart speakers on the market began to bleak. They have been contacted in a before, and they hope to cooperate in this area. Unfortunately, Wu Hao has no interest to decline. So facing Hu's suggestion, he couldn't help laughing. This thing must not be given, otherwise it would be to beat the old horse in public. With a smile, Wu Hao looked at her and asked, "As an ordinary user, what is your experience?" www.mtlnovel.com. We also want to understand the actual feelings of users, which will help us improve it. Insufficient. Hu Yuanyan thought for a while, then shook his head and said, "It doesn't seem to have any disadvantages. After using it, I think my life is much more convenient. It really is like having an assistant around you to help you with this at all times. The trivia of life is the same. The only drawback is that it has no hands and cannot help you do these things yourself." Ha 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 ha. Wu Hao laughed. "You can find a boyfriend. Will you have a hand soon?" Hu shook his head and said, "Boys can't do everything for you, and they tend to ignore the feelings of girls. It's better to be an intelligent voice assistant. It really understands you. I can't live without work and life. It's over." "Mr. Wu, let me give you a little advice." Looking at Hu's excited expression, Wu Hao nodded and smiled. "You said, we must accept with an open mind. Is it possible for you to provide on-site installation services when you sell that smart home device, such as switches, sockets, and smart home device management mid-range products? You know these things are okay for boys and you can explore them yourself, and girls are completely at a loss when they get these things. And if these things are not installed properly, they can easily cause danger. For ordinary consumers, professional electricians are generally difficult to find. So I think you can improve on this, and users will definitely be more satisfied." Hu suggested to him. Wu Hao nodded his head and said, "It is indeed a very pertinent suggestion. I took it down, thank you." "It's okay, I just have a little idea. If there is anything wrong, please take more care," Hu said quickly. The location of the logistics and storage center is not far from the airport. Industries with a large area like this are generally located in suburban areas where traffic is developed. After all, this logistics warehousing center is the largest logistics warehousing base in Hangzhou as a whole, and it is also a real logistics base in the entire Yangtze River Delta. When they arrived at the logistics base, Yang Fan and Yuan Siming were already waiting there. After seeing Han Li, Yuan Siming immediately greeted him with enthusiasm. "Ha ha, Xiao Wu, we finally met again." "You kid, I haven't seen you for more than half a year, so don't forget that there is still your share in it." "Brother Yuan." Wu Hao shook hands with him with a smile. "Isn't it busy?" "I was thinking of taking a break in the middle, but who thought there were too many things about the company and couldn't leave." "I know you're busy, my dear." This silent and making such a big movement. Yuan Siming took out an intelligent voice assistant and gestured at him. "I use this thing every day now. I can't live without it. It's on. I heard that your sales have already been in the millions, and your boy is getting bigger." how can it be so exaggerated? Wu Hao answered with a smile, and then said to the ordinary version that he held in his hand, exactly, I have brought a lot of pro versions this time, and I will give you one back. Yuan Siming heard the words and smiled and took the smart voice assistant in his pocket. Okay, I just happened to experience this high-end business version. When I bought it, it was out of stock, so I bought this regular version. I have to wait for 7 or 8 days. My fault. My fault. I've forgotten all this busy. Wu Hao apologized, while complaining to Yang Fan, you guys are really like that? Brother Yuan usually doesn't take care of you, why do you forget? Send him one in time. Hearing his words, Yang Fan scratched his head and said, I forgot. On the other hand, Yuan Siming waved his hand quickly. This is not to blame him, I just wanted to buy it and experience it. During this time, he has been conquering problems and has no time to take care of others. Wu Hao nodded when he saw this, then looked up at the sales standing up. Compared to when he met him early in the year, this guy is a lot more white but thinner. For a technician, Beijing is not a good word, because it means that he has been indoors for a long time without seeing the sun. Usually, the skin of these people will be white. And from the bloodshot eyes, Wu Hao can also see his exhaustion. Wu Hao stared at him for a while, then patted him on the shoulder. It's hard. Yang Fan heard that his nose was sore, and shook his head hard. You don't need to say a few words, you just know it. Yang Fan has already felt it. Let's stop here. Go, go. Let's go in and say. Yuan Siming greeted. Everyone talked into a huge warehouse behind them. This warehouse is larger than a standard football field, and there are many more warehouses like this in this logistics warehouse. After entering the interior, you will see a huge space head-on, as well as a variety of shelf equipment. Yuan Siming introduced to him, this is the intelligent unmanned storage system we are transforming. The entire warehouse has a building area of more than 40,000 square meters. The original designed daily processing capacity is 250,000 pieces. After our transformation and upgrade, we are confident increase this number to over 400,000. Of course, this is only in the commissioning operation stage. When it is actually put into use, its actual processing speed will be faster than this, and we are sure to increase it to 500,000 pieces. Wu Hao looked at such a huge interior space and praised, it's really amazing. I think such a warehouse, such efficiency should be enough to change the pattern of the entire logistics industry. This is for sure. After receiving our test data, those technical experts and professional managers did not believe it at all. But after seeing our actual operating status, these people's chins fell to the ground. It is also the urging of the experts and leaders in charge of logistics and freight that our intelligent unmanned storage system can be put into trial operation so quickly. If everything goes well with the trial operation, we may have to upgrade and rebuild other warehouses in the next step. Yuan Siming said smugly at him. For Yuan Siming, this is the result of his hard work over the past year and his work performance, so his expression of happiness is self-evident. Of course, Wu Hao was naturally very happy after hearing the news. The great success of R&D projects means a steady stream of benefits in the future. Compared to the ambition in A, he valued the gains in this area more. Anyway, their focus for future development is not in this area. That's good. After all this hard work, it didn't come to waste. Wu Hao nodded, and then said to Yang Fan aside, I was still hesitant to transfer you back. Now that the work here is almost done, leave it to someone else to take charge of it. You go back with me this time, there are important projects waiting for you over there. After hearing what he said, Yang Fan hadn't responded yet, but Yuan Siming rushed to the side and said, Xiao Wu, what are you doing? You can't draw a salary at such a critical time. Wu Hao said with a smile, this intelligent unmanned storage system has been completed, and the next step is a long commissioning phase. www.mtnovel.com. This aspect is left to the technical staff responsible, without my general. Compared to this, I have more important things to hand over to him. What can be more important than billions of projects? Yuan Siming was dissatisfied. Wu Hao spit out a few words, but Yuan Siming's face sank. Then he stopped talking. Defense security. It took a long time for Yuan Siming to come close to him and whisper in a deliberative tone, Xiao Wu, even if you want to transfer him away, you have to wait for him to explain the follow-up. You also know that this intelligent unmanned storage system has been developed around your cluster array control technology. You are not here. Yang Fan is the project leader. Some core technical problems must be solved by him. Without him, I am afraid the whole project will be messy. Wu Haoan thought for a moment, then said to Yang Fan, what do you think? Yang Fan smiled at him and said, there are still some things that need to be explained, but basically there are no major events in the future, and I don't have to stay here. It is enough for Jia Ming to take responsibility for the things on our side. He has followed me for a long time and is familiar with all aspects. There is nothing wrong with taking charge of the next work. Wu Haoan followed Yang Fan's gaze and looked at the young man standing in a grey t-shirt with thick glasses. Lin Jiaming, the first batch of technical staff recruited by the company. They are about the same age and graduated in the same session. Since joining the company, he has been working under his hands, and has performed well in all aspects. Because Yang Fan needed manpower here, he asked Lin Jiaming to follow. Hearing Yang Fan's report now, Wu Hao was very pleased, and the company came up with a technical talent who could stand alone. On the morning of the 10th, Wu Hao got up early in the morning. After having breakfast, they changed into Zhang Xiaolai's shirt with ironed trousers, and they set off for the logistics center. Because of the ribbon-cutting ceremony today, the entire logistics space was cleaned as if it had been washed. Some prominent places are also decorated with flowers, and water droplets are hanging on the petals, which seem to be arranged overnight. After taking a break in the lounge, a staff member came to inform and the old horse accompanied the leader. Wu Hao and other guests who came to the ceremony heard that they got up and went out. As soon as he stood firm, he saw a long convoy approaching, and the old horse and the leader in a white shirt came under the support of many attendants. In front of these people, there are more reporters with spears. The leader and Lao Ma smiled over and shook hands with everyone. When they came to Wu Hao, the leader held his hand and laughed. I remember, Comrade Xiao Wu, I didn't expect to meet again after a year. Good leadership. Wu Hao shouted with a smile. Well, there are more young entrepreneurs now. The leader patted his arm and smiled. The accompanying Mama introduced with a smile. Xiao Wu is a collaborator of our project and participated in the research and development of this project. The reason why this intelligent unmanned storage system can succeed so quickly is also inseparable. He developed the cluster array control technology he developed. Is that the technology we saw at the show last year? The leader was interested. Lao Ma nodded and smiled. Yes, we have reached a cooperation agreement with Xiao Wu after the show. Okay. It's amazing that advanced technology can be quickly transformed into commercial projects and succeed so quickly. Our country needs such high-quality talents. Xiao Wu, you are doing very well. The leader watched him exaggerate. Thank you for your leadership. We will continue to work hard. Wu Hao thanked quickly. Well, keep going. After talking, the leader patted him on the shoulder, and then walked to the next person. The old horse behind him looked at him with a smile, shook hands with him and then followed. Next, he shook hands with 7 or 8 leaders, and to be honest, it felt bad. In particular, some leaders' palms are sweating, and they really feel a little uncomfortable. But in this scene, you must show a happy expression. Otherwise, it may be captured by the media lens, and then processed and enlarged by a person with intentions to become a handle to attack him. So being a celebrity is actually not easy. You must pay attention to these details at all times, otherwise it will be a disaster for you. I don't know what the mentality of the stars who like to slap the red carpet and appear in front of the camera. After the handshake was completed, the music sounded, and under the guidance of the MC, The leaders and guests stood behind the ritual lady holding the ribbon silk flower. Wu Hao also stood among the ribbon-cutting guests, but he was too young, so in the face of such leaders, he took the initiative to stand on the side. Of course, this can't hide his glory. After all, among such a group of leaders and guests with an average age of 40 or 50, standing in a 20-something and relatively handsome young man is really eye-catching. Many media have also paid attention to him, especially when it is known that he is the R&D and producer of the popular intelligent voice assistant in the market. The interest of reporters is even stronger. You have to know that he hasn't been interviewed since he finished the interview with CCTV's dialogue program. This is true even when their smart voice assistant is hot. So reporters don't want to miss this rare opportunity. Under a fierce flash of light, everyone picked up the gold scissors in the tray, and then cut the red ribbon. Alas, colorful ribbons filled the entire venue, and everyone took a group photo with a smile in front of the media. Introducing the ribbon-cutting ceremony, Lao Ma gave a speech on stage. With the consistent character of Lao Ma, such an important title, how could it be let go? So he mentioned in his speech that 100 billion yuan will be invested in the next 5 years to build a super-intelligent logistics system in China. The entire logistics system will cover 95% of the country's population and the ambitious goals of more than 90% of the country's regions, and it has become a hot topic on the spot. Next is the leadership speech, which is more implicit. He focused on industrial upgrading, which is also a hot topic in China. After a burst of applause, the ribbon-cutting ceremony was considered to be a perfect contact. However, today's activity has just begun. Old Horse will accompany the leaders and many media to enter this mysterious warehouse for a visit. Although the leaders and the media already had some expected guesses about the interior of the warehouse, when they actually walked into the warehouse, they were shocked by everything in front of them. This is not a logistics warehouse as they imagined, it is more like a production workshop that produces complex technology products. The interior of the entire warehouse is very clean, and the fully open lighting system www.mtlnovel.com brightens the entire interior of the warehouse. The various machines and equipment that are busy working are even more dazzling. In fact, this set of intelligent unmanned storage has not yet been put into actual operation. In addition to some experimental empty packages, the cargo shipments shown today are temporarily transferred from other storage. Well-dressed Yuan Siming stood in front of the crowd and confidently introduced everyone's eyes. These devices are our complete set of intelligent unmanned storage systems. In fact, if it works normally, there is no need for lights. This is for us, save a lot of energy costs and make it more environmentally friendly. This warehouse has a total construction area of more than 40,000 square meters. After using this intelligent unmanned storage system, it can handle more than 500,000 parcels per day. There are only 4 people who only operate and maintain it, 2 technicians, and 2 maintenance and overhaul personnel. The entire system is fully automated and unmanned. From the arrival of the goods here to the delivery of the parcels, there are machines responsible for the entire process without manual intervention. This system is not only fast and error-free, our design standard is that no sorting error is allowed for 1 of every 10 million parcels. And the entire system must run for more than 700 hours without failure at full load, which means that this system only needs 1 day of downtime for maintenance and maintenance every month, and other times can be in operation. With this system, the pressure on the rapid increase of logistics costs will be greatly reduced. Further alleviate the current situation of labor tension, and can speed up the delivery of parcels to better serve the people. In theory, such an intelligent unmanned storage system is equivalent to 6 to 8 traditional sorting warehouses, and can meet the usual logistics express needs of a city with a population of nearly 10 million people. Leadership time is very precious, so after inspecting and listening to the brief report by Yuan Siming, Lao Ma and others, they left with a group of people in satisfaction. After answering a few reporters' questions, the old horse then left by car. The invited guests followed suit and started to leave. Wu Hao was also intrigued by this, as if he was an accompanying role throughout the whole process. Feeling that there is nothing to do here, then why did he come to participate in this ribbon-cutting ceremony? Knowing this, I might as well find an excuse not to come. But seeing the invited guests next to them, they did not even have a qualification to cut the ribbon in person, just to watch the ceremony, or rushed in from all directions. What did they figure out? Compared to them, it seems that they attended this ceremony with some meaning. Just when he was bored and ready to leave, a group of reporters came over to surround him. And Li Wenming and Jiang Xiaolai, who had been watching him far away, and who rushed in to protect him in the middle. General Manager Wu, can I interview you? Wu Hao, what do you think of the intelligent unmanned storage system? What's going on with your company and fruit company negotiations? And there's news that you've reached an agreement. For reporters who came here all of a sudden, at first he was a little hesitant, but soon woke up. Realizing this situation, if he does not accept interviews to answer questions, he will certainly not get away. So he sorted out his thoughts and nodded at Jiang Xiaolai in front of him. Jiang Xiaolai knew and opened her hands and told the reporters, everyone is quiet, let's find a suitable place for the interview first, and don't block the passage here. Immediately, the reporters gathered Wu Hao into the open area. Others standing here saw such a crowd of Yueyang immediately voluntarily gave up the place. Wu Hao found a place to stand, and then a group of reporters would reach over the microphone. General Manager Wu, we saw that you participated in the ribbon-cutting ceremony. Does this mean that you also participated in the 100 billion super intelligent logistics construction project? In the mouth of General Manager Ma, a female reporter asked first. Wu Hao shook his head and shook his head. We are only cooperating in the field of technology. We don't know much about President Ma's grand plan. Then how do you think of this 100 billion super intelligent logistics system project of President Ma? The reporter asked immediately. Wu Hao said with a smile, the plan is ambitious. If it can be realized, it will likely change the market structure of the entire domestic logistics industry. But once this project is implemented, it will cause a large number of logistics personnel to lose their jobs. What do you think of this problem? A male reporter hurriedly asked. Wu Hao didn't think much about this sharp question, but answered with a smile. The development of science and technology is advancing the progress of sociology as a whole, and the process is never-ending. What is the purpose of the emergence of technology or industry? It is to liberate human beings from the heavy work, release the productivity better and faster, and serve the entire human society. It is also with so many new technologies put into use that our society will develop to where it is today. No one can stop this. The past is so, the same is true in the future. Even if we don't take this step first, other people and other companies will take this step in other countries. By that time, we will not only be restrained in terms of technology and intellectual property rights, but we will also pay great costs to keep up with them. What we are doing now is to develop our own intelligent unmanned logistics system ahead of them, and seize the opportunity in this industry. In the traditional sense, we are a country with a large population and a country with a large labor force. But as our country gradually enters an aging society, it will also gradually feel the tremendous pressure and impact of labor shortages. As a reporter, everyone may know that at the beginning of this year, some factories in the south have already lied in employment and could not recruit people. With the shortage of labor and rising labor costs, more and more enterprises have begun to move out of the country and set up factories in some countries and regions with sufficient labor costs and low costs. This is not only a loss of tax for us, but also a loss of productivity. This also means that if we want to change this situation, we must upgrade the industry, realize intelligent manufacturing, and gradually get rid of the dependence on manpower. I think this will be a difficult problem for a long time to come. As a traditional labor-intensive logistics industry, this situation will also be faced. In fact, we can all feel that the price of express delivery has been rising in the past 2 years. One of the big reasons is that the labor cost has also increased rapidly in the past 2 years. We are so so is our entire logistics industry. www.mentalnovel.com is a labor-intensive industry. These logistics companies are the most sensitive in this regard. What we have done is to help the logistics companies to get rid of the professional predicament and promote the healthy and stable development of this industry. After talking so much, he was a little bit dry, but he didn't want to say that. Facing such a sensitive and concerned problem, he had to fight Taikai in this way. This is also a routine that celebrities usually use when facing the media. Wu Hao studied TV for a long time today and finally used it. But what about the eliminated workers? A reporter asked in a loud voice, which made his face sink, and why was someone asking him? However, facing so many shots, he could not refuse not to answer, and only vaguely replied, "The entire replacement process will be slow, so this also gives these workers sufficient time to respond." In this regard, I have two suggestions. The first is to hope that they can actively transfer jobs. At this stage, there are still many occupations that cannot be separated from people. The other is to strengthen their own learning and improve their skills to adapt to the upgraded working environment of the logistics industry. In fact, what he said is no different from what Lao Ma and Yuan Siming said. He just retells it from the technical point of view. These two suggestions are just an attitude and a coping strategy. Most of the workers who are really engaged in logistics work have relatively low education and can only engage in simple manual labor. It is basically impossible for them to learn to improve themselves to adapt to the upgraded work. The warehousing and logistics system under full automatic intelligence is not what they need. But the truth is always cruel and difficult to accept. Just to avoid irritating these people, everyone is unwilling to speak up. As long as those who have a little understanding of this super intelligent logistics system know that this is a problem that everyone is unwilling to touch. Of course, time will dilute all of this, which is what everyone wants to see. Perhaps these people will also be a good choice to return to their hometown in the future. Especially high-quality organic agriculture has great promise. After all, as people's living standards continue to improve, they have become more and more particular about the aspects of clothing, food, housing and transportation. Especially with regard to food, people are now paying more and more attention to health, so in the future, this high-quality organic agriculture with intensive cultivation will become a new luxury. In this way, not only can they find jobs for these people, but it can also greatly help the mountainous people escape poverty and become rich. Of course, Wu Hao will not tell this group of reporters that they are already in contact with the production core and plan to establish an intelligent unmanned farm in West Xinjiang. Perhaps in the future, the peasant profession will also be replaced by intelligent machinery and equipment. Although it is only a demonstration project, it has also received the support of the core leadership and many departments such as agriculture and information industry. This project has also been listed as a key demonstration project in the new Rural New Agricultural Science and Technology Difficult project, and it is also a key support project in West Xinjiang. Although they are still in the early stage of demonstration preparation, Wu Hao, as a leader in cluster array control technology and intelligence, has also participated in the preparation of the entire project. According to the plan, this project will be officially launched in October this year, trying to catch up with the spring wheat cultivation period next year. Of course, such projects do not make much money. Wu Hao's participation was just to develop this method technology. It is to promote the development of domestic intelligent unmanned agriculture, accelerate the development of rural economy in the western region, and enhance food production. To make it more popular, it is to spread the reputation. Although this thing seems to be of little value, it often has some unexpected effects. What Wu Hao wants to do is a respected high-tech company, not like some companies who use no means for their own benefit, and finally end up shouting at everyone. Mr. Wu, does this mean that you will enter the logistics industry in the future? He was still thinking about other issues. After hearing what the reporter said, he woke up and shook. Our future focus will still be on the development of new technologies, and we will not focus too much on this industry. And we also believe in our partner Ray, I believe they will definitely make a difference in this industry. Seeing nothing in this regard, these reporters changed the subject immediately. Mr. Wu, during the whole time you and Fruit have been on the internet, I don't know if this problem has been solved. It is reported that your company has reached a relevant cooperation agreement with Fruit. Does this mean that your company's intelligent voice assistants will be installed on Fruit phones to enter the international market? When a reporter finally asked this question, Wu Hao took a look at him, and then replied, "We are already negotiating with a representative of the Fruit company." After this storm, both parties are very willing to reach cooperation. If everything goes well, I think you will hear good news soon. Whether to enter the international market is under consideration. After all, for us, giving priority to serving the domestic people is our priority. How did you interpret the Fruit extortion and extortion? And did the other party apologize? The reporter asked immediately. Wu Hao looked at him indifferently. Cooperation and win-win situation is the theme of today's world development. Any extortion and extortion will not succeed, nor will it promote the development of the world and the market. Seeing that Wu Hao stopped talking, the reporter wanted to ask again, but Wu Hao tilted his head to the other side. When the reporter on the other side saw the situation, he immediately came to the spirit and shuffled the microphone as close as possible to him. General Manager Wu, your smart voice assistants are headset-type devices. I don't know if it will be more convenient to replace them in the future. In addition, we have learned that many well-known mobile phone manufacturers are in contact with you, and I wonder if you have considered putting your smart voice assistant on these phones for the convenience of users. Wu Hao shook his head cleanly and said, "We are still researching how to wear, so as to provide users with more convenient services. We don't have any other ideas at this time, and I think our smart voice assistant is already quite convenient. Through the user experience tracking and after-sales service during this time, we found that users' satisfaction with our product is still very high. This is not my self-justification to sell melon with Wangpo, but it really exists. If you are interested, you can also pay attention to the user community on our official website. There are many user experiences and experiences written by users." General Manager Wu, can I understand this? You refuse to cooperate with these mobile phone manufacturers, because you are afraid that your cooperation will affect your product sales? The reporter asked from a different angle. In this regard, Wu Hao was a little speechless. This is of course true, but he will never say it. Taking a glance at the reporter, Wu Hao asked, "Why do you have to install the system on a mobile phone? Is the current device bad?" Admittedly, mobile phones have brought us a lot of convenience, but excessive dependence on mobile phones has become more serious social problems, and the call function of the mobile phone itself has become less and less important. And now it should be called a personal portable mobile information terminal. In this case, what form does it make and what is the difference? It is important to bring convenience to the people. In fact, some data show that users' dependence on mobile phones has decreased significantly after using our products. It can be said that since the launch of this product, it has saved many patients with mobile phone dependence. Many people's eyes are no longer staring at the phone screen, but to see such a beautiful world. Our world has always been beautiful. www.mtlnovel.com, except that everyone's eyes are on the mobile phone screen, ignoring the surrounding scenery. Wu Hao's words are very subtle, but these agile journalists have captured two important messages. First, they will not cooperate with these mobile phone manufacturers to launch smart voice assistants embedded in mobile phones. Second, like rumors outside the world, Hao Technology is likely to have built-in wireless network and mobile phone call capabilities based on existing smartphone assistants. This also means that Hao's intelligent voice assistant will probably no longer rely on mobile phones in the future, but will be completely independent. If this thing is true, it will bring a huge shock to the entire mobile phone industry and even the entire technology industry. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Dear, click in and give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that the beautiful wife was found at the end of the new score. Mobile station new revision upgrade address, data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station, fresh reading without ads. After answering a few more questions, Wu Hao got into the car and left after being escorted by everyone. Although I have experienced several interviews with reporters before, I am far from enthusiastic. It may be that he was too active during this time, coupled with the popularity of their intelligent voice assistants, so they naturally received more attention. In fact, he did not like the feeling of facing the camera. If he was allowed to choose, he would definitely choose to drill into the laboratory for scientific research. For him, nothing is more interesting than tapping out more fresh content information. But who made it necessary at the time? He had to bite the bullet. You can also see that more and more heads of enterprises or developers have come to the front desk to promote and introduce their products to consumers. Traditional advertising and marketing methods are slowly fading out of the market. This method has the advantage that it is professional, friendly and able to bring closer the distance between them and consumers. What's more important is to save money. Please ask a slightly better or more popular celebrity endorsement to advertise at least tens of millions. Then you have to make it tens of millions of bases to TV stations or major online media and various advertising platforms, without capping. And how much does it cost him to hold a press conference alone? The venue costs and other costs add up to several million, at most tens of millions, which are considered relatively large. Coupled with other propaganda and operating expenses, it is only tens of millions, which is not only effective, but also saves money. As for the host or speaker who wasted a lot of spit on the stage, he spent a lot of mineral water and box lunches, and the rest did not have to be paid back, which is voluntary labor. Of course, this disadvantage is that you are becoming more and more famous, which may affect your life. A little bit wrong is likely to be captured and put on the internet, and then uttered by everyone. You can't reasonably say it yourself. Even if you say it, netizens won't necessarily believe it. But it's not all bad, it's actually good. That is, your influence has expanded, which is also a protection for your identity. This is why more and more big guys are getting used to making frequent appearances. After returning to the hotel for a while, and looking at the time, he was going to have lunch with Li Wenming and Jiang Xiaolai. However, Hu was informed that someone in had come to visit him. Hearing the news, Wu Hao's mouth slightly tilted. In fact, he knew that the people in would definitely come, but did not expect to come so fast. In the small conference room on the 5th floor of the hotel, Wu Hao finally made the people in simple. But it wasn't the old horse that disappointed him this time, but his old acquaintance or old opponent, Xu Xiaoya, the senior vice president who had previously negotiated with him. Seeing his somewhat disappointed expression, Xu Xiaoya smiled and said, "Why, are you disappointed to see me again?" Wu Hao went directly to a place and sat down. "I was a little disappointed. I thought you were going to come." Mr. Ma was originally coming, but there was an emergency meeting so he couldn't leave. Xu Xiaoya explained to him with a smile. In this regard, Wu Hao waved his hand and ridiculed himself. "Forget it, my level is too low, and I can't afford to drive your general manager. I know this self-knowledge." Xu Xiaoya explained to him with a smile. "Don't get me wrong, we always want to come. The schedule is all set. There is really something temporary, so I entrusted me to come over." Wu Hao waved her hand to interrupt her words and said with interest, "Then Vice President Xu came here this time. I don't know any advice." "Why, let's be old acquaintances. As a host, I'll see you and tell you what's going on." "It's not welcome." Xu Xiaoya raised her eyebrows and pretended to be angry. "I don't want to welcome too much," Wu Hao said directly. Hearing what he said, not only the two who were next to him, but even the entourage sitting beside Xu Xiaoya laughed. Xu Xiaoya glared at him angrily, but then eased down. "I came here to talk to you about the subsequent cooperation matters, and you don't want to listen." "I don't want to." Don't you ask what cooperation content?" Xu Xiaoya was really angry this time. When Wu Hao saw this, she smiled, and then looked at her and said, I know one or two of your intentions, but I said a long time ago about the intelligent voice assistant. We have no intention to cooperate. Don't be so absolute, everything can be talked about, but this time we are very sincere. Xixioya smiled again. Wu Hao shook his head. There is nothing to talk about. It's like I want to intervene in your online payment. If there are enough conditions, it is not impossible to talk. Xixioya said seriously to him. Wu Hao glanced at him, then sneered. I'm sorry, I don't have the courage you have. This one will be our core business in the future, and I don't allow others to intervene. Xixioya put away the randomness she had before, then stared straight at him. This market is big enough to be swallowed by your appetite. If you hold it hard, be careful not to digest it, and it may kill you. Wu Hao raised an eyebrow, and looked at her with a small smile. Can I understand whether this is a warning or a threat you sent me? No, this is just a kind reminder. Xixioya shook her head and smiled. Wu Hao leaned on the back of the chair, adjusted to a comfortable sitting position, and then looked at her and said, if this is the case, there is no need to talk. I have never been afraid of any threats, and I hope you know that a 23-year-old with several cutting-edge technologies may not have other skills on his hands. Some technologies can change our lives, while others can destroy an enterprise or even an industry. I don't want that irrational behavior to happen, but if it is absolutely necessary. You are reading books www.uukanzu.com, such as the project we are working on. If it is successful and rolled out, then it will make millions of logistics and express personnel face unemployment, and such an example may not occur in other occupations or industries. You mean e-commerce? Xixioya asked hesitantly. Wu Hao shook his head with a smile and said, no, I will not specifically refer to it. In theory, this is possible in any industry. Throughout history, too many industries have disappeared due to the development of science and technology and society. In the long river of time, bluff, Xixioya scolded him, then watched him adjust his tone. Let's get back to business. You should listen to our cooperation plan before making a decision. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Dear, click in and give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that the beautiful wife was found at the end of the new score. Mobile station new revision upgrade address, date and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station. Fresh reading without ads. Wu Hao did not want to negotiate with this Xixioya, because it was too difficult. This woman is very clear about the opponent's psychology, and she will use what kind of method for anyone. Being able to ascend to the rank of vice president of a giant enterprise at the age of only 40 years shows its powerful means and ability. Therefore, it is fair to say that he is a gangster who has not graduated from school for a long time. In previous negotiations, he had suffered such losses, so he has always been afraid of this woman. Although Xixioya said a lot, what she heard from her words and pictures was a big cake. A very big cake. Also has its own smart voice speakers, but it is not much different from other smart voice speakers on the market before, and it is not comparable to the other two companies in marketing and innovation. So when they saw Wu Hao's intelligent voice assistant emerged from the world, they quickly became popular and opened the market, which made them see hope. So after Wu Hao's press conference, Xixioya contacted them, but Wu Hao refused at that time. However, the other party did not give up, and then sent a related business representative team to Anxi to continue to contact them. It turned out that these representatives were very disappointed. Wu Hao did not have the willingness to negotiate with these representatives, not even a formal meeting. At that time, Wu Hao was busy with the production of orders. There was really no time to deal with these people. This time in Hangzhou, he guessed that Li would use this opportunity to meet with him personally. I thought it was Lao Ma who came forward in person, but Xixioya was not expected. To be honest, there must be some disappointment. Maybe his status is still too low. If the old horse appeared in person, he might be a little loose because of the impulse. It was a pity that Xixioya was here, and he couldn't raise any desire to negotiate. You know that we are in the leading position in cloud computing and smart cities in China and even in the world. Working with us, We will jointly create a new life for the smart city in the future. This is related to the food, clothing and housing of each of us. It will be a huge project. Get involved. The future is endless. Xiaoya continued to encourage him. Wu Hao looked at him with a smile and shook his head. This is just your smart city, not mine. I still understand the reason that Ningdong is not a chicken, and Fenghua is sorry. We have no common language in this regard. I've never seen a stubborn young man like you. It really isn't oil and salt. Is this technology so important to you? Some things are too tight, but they are easy to loose. Xiaoya was slightly angry, a little reconciled. I have something in my heart. As long as I am willing, it will always belong to me, and others will never take it away. Wu Hao looked at him lightly. Xiaoya also said, you are so confident. Try it out. I don't know the small actions of these companies during this time. I don't know what valuable technology they have dug out of those people who have been dug out of me. I heard that 2 of them came to Hangzhou City, Wu Hao said lightly. When Xiaoya heard his words, he paused, and then smiled. Yes, then I have to go back and visit to see what they have learned from you. Oh, Wu Hao laughed, then deepened lazily. If there is nothing, let's meet here today. I have to go back for a meal to clean up, and then prepare to return to Anxi. It's only a few days here. What's the worry? There are many places of interest in Hangqing, so you have to visit it anyway. Xiaoya said with a warm smile again. No need, said Wu Hao was about to get up, and Xiaoya hurriedly said, Little Wu, President Wu, what are you in a hurry? Things are not finished yet. Sit down and talk. Wu Hao smiled when she saw her anxious look, and then sat down again. You have to finish everything at once. There is no need to procrastinate. But there is one thing about the intelligent voice assistant. You stop there, it's impossible. Seeing his resolute attitude, Xiaoya's face was a little stiff, but she still smiled and said, that's okay. I'll say it straight. I heard that you are working with the production core to jointly develop an intelligent unmanned farm. You all know this? Wu Hao looked at Zhang Xiaolai next to him, surprised. He couldn't help but be surprised. At the moment, the 2 sides have just contacted each other, and currently only a limited number of people know it. He doesn't know how the news came out. Is there a ghost in the company? As if seeing the thought in Wu Hao's heart, Xiaoya smiled at him, reassured. The news did not come from within you. In fact, the production core has been trying modern agricultural research and construction for many years. Before cooperating with you, I have also cooperated with several other companies, but the effect is not ideal. We were not at all surprised that they could find you. In addition, we have always had a very good cooperative relationship with the core in agriculture, especially in the sales of some agricultural and sideline products, and we have achieved good results. So it is not surprising to know about your project. After hearing what she said, Wu Hao was relieved. How do you want to cooperate? Xiaoya heard the words and said with a confident smile, it's very simple. Our 3 parties have played their strengths and joined forces. Your advantage is in information technology. The advantage of the production core is in the production and cultivation of land, and our advantage is in the field of online sales. In this way, we have formed an industrial chain from R&D to production to final sales. Not only can you solve your worries about sales, but it can also guarantee your interests. How's our cooperation sincere enough? It is really a wishful thinking abacus. We researched and produced www.mentalnovel.com but finally gave it to you for sales. This is equivalent to putting your neck in the hands of others. Wu Hao looked at her with a sneer. When he heard what he said, Xiaoya said, you can't think of people better. This cooperation is not harmful to all 3 of us. We did not participate in this project to make money. Wu Hao looked at her and said. Xiaoya heard the words curl up. We are the same. Cut. Wu Hao rolled her eyes and looked at her. You don't have any opinions to join in. It's not bad to have one more person to contribute money. But you have to talk to the people in the production core and they agree. You can rest assured, they must be willing to agree. Xiaoya said with a bright smile. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Dear, click in and give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that the beautiful wife was found at the end of the new score. Mobile station new revision upgrade address, date and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station, fresh reading without ads. To the end, Xixioya had not given up any chance to persuade him. Unfortunately, Wu Hao's attitude was resolute and made her regret to leave in the end. At this point, his trip to Hangzhou was ended. A bit depressed, he immediately took the sails, and the four flew back to Anxi. Just as they went back, what Wu Hao said at the ribbon-cutting scene was quickly spread. Shock. The phone will be eliminated in the future. Wu Hao, I saved countless mobile phone-dependent patients. The emergence of intelligent unmanned storage will cause millions of workers to lose their jobs. Heavy Heo technology will launch a smart voice assistant with independent calling and internet access, or will replace mobile phones. He and Lao Ma have said similar things, but in Lao Ma's words, everyone seems to feel nothing. But when he said it from his mouth, it unexpectedly caused concern and heated discussion. There are many reasons for this. In addition to being young enough to attract attention, that is because his voice assistant was too hot during this time, so his words were amplified. The first thing that jumped out was naturally Wang Ziran, the canon of the technology circle. This guy always seemed to have an opinion on them, plus he was also in the mobile phone business. So immediately after Wu Hao's words were reported, he immediately made a noise. In the foreseeable future, mobile phones will still be essential tools for people to send and receive information, and will not be easily changed. No matter what tricks are played, the sound will never be more intuitive than video images. Young people are low-key, don't have some achievements, I forgot why. The other Big V pointed directly at the loophole in his speech. Wearing an intelligent voice assistant can indeed reduce the dependence on the mobile phone screen, thereby protecting our eyesight and freeing our eyes from the mobile phone screen. However, wearing a smart voice assistant for a long time may affect your hearing. It is recommended that children wear less, adults pay attention to wearing time and reduce volume. And everyone should be aware that once the hearing is damaged, it will be permanent and cannot be recovered. We also hope that Heo technology can pay attention to this problem and give a reasonable solution as soon as possible. Human beings will never be replaced by machines. Machines are nothing but tools for human-assisted production. Machines and humans are easy to understand at a glance. So if the effects of machines are not conducive to the stable development of society, then there is no need to exist. It is people rather than technology that promote social progress. People can choose various technologies to promote social development. Therefore, I think it is better to promote this kind of project that is related to the food of millions of people. Liu Wenhong, a famous sociologist, wrote. Liu Wenhong's remarks instantly caused huge controversy. And then Sheil, a technocrat, began to say, the progress of science and technology never stops. If technology is forbidden because of fear, it is different from the closed state that was more than a century ago. It is an inevitable trend for machines to replace human work, and no one can change it. Rising labor costs will inevitably prompt companies to choose the most economical mode of production, and a blind ban will only have greater consequences. The disputes on the internet naturally affected Wu Hao. As the initiator, his Weibo comment area was once again captured and occupied by numerous netizens. Compared to before, this time is better, because the supporters and the opponents each take half, and his Weibo comment area has become a battleground for both sides. In the face of such a storm, he couldn't help but keep silent. So after thinking for a while, he replied in Weibo, "You can't imagine the development of science and technology. Nothing is immutable. The development of society has reached the point where we are today. The power of science and technology cannot be ignored, especially today, with the rapid development of various technologies. Technology has actually penetrated into various fields, almost omnipresent. Even if we think of the purest art, music, these are closely related to technology. For example, the innovation of each pigment, drawing paper, and brush is a technological progress, and this kind of technological progress has in turn affected art painting. thereby promoting the development of painting. The same is true for music. From the invention and improvement of classical musical instruments to the various electronic musical instruments today, the maturity and explosion of digital music can be regarded as a technological progress in the field of music. All this is advancing the progress of society. We cannot say that because of some small difficulties, it can stop its progress, and in fact it can't stop it. The emergence of new technologies will cause some problems, but these are temporary and will be resolved after all. What we have to do is to make this way softer and go smoothly. On the positive side, I am glad that our technology can serve more people and benefit more people. In response to that big VS suggestion, Wu Hao also specifically replied, "We took this issue into consideration at the beginning of the design, so the system specifically manages the volume of the headset. Generally, unless the user needs it, the environment automatically adjusts the size of the headphone sound to protect the user's hearing as much as possible. Of course, for many home-applicable environments, you can also use the speaker to solve the problem. In addition, we have other solutions. For more surprises, please look forward to the spring new product launch next year." Finally, Wu Hao also released a small smoke bomb to warm up for the new product launch conference next spring. In fact, some products can be released at any time, such as additional socket panels, lamps, audio and other auxiliary products in the smart home. And like some of the main products, he still wants to put it in the spring new product launch conference, so as to create a fixed model. In fact, as far as the consumer market is concerned, choosing the spring stall is not good. Because this is the beginning of the year, many people temporarily lose extra spending power after the new year. But in Wu Hao's view, www.mentalnovel.com, good products need not worry about these external factors. Relying on product performance is the most proud capital of a technology company, not a full marketing routine, or a price war you catch up with. In the future, they will definitely launch more and better products that can be liked and accepted by consumers. But they will not fight price competition with other companies in the future. Because once you choose such a path, you will fall into a price quagmire. In the future, the biggest feature of your product can only be excellent price-performance ratio, and nothing else. The pressure of cost forces you to compress the performance of the product to achieve a relatively balanced price-performance ratio. This product can meet the needs of some people, but it will never bring surprises and satisfaction. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Dear, click in and give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that the beautiful wife was found at the end of the new score. Mobile station new revision upgrade address, data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station. Fresh reading without ads. After returning to Anxi, Wu Hao originally gave Yang Fan a week's vacation to take a good rest. But I didn't expect this guy to come alive the next day, and the company found him, and asked with interest what the project was. Wu Hao led him to the Cluster Array Control Technology Research and Development Laboratory on the 3rd floor, and smiled at him, saying, "Remember in Yangqing, in order to stop the drone that broke in, control your own crossing machine, unmanned racing machine. Speed can reach 120 km/h, 20 km/h, or even faster. Hit the drone that eventually fell into the river." Boss, do you remember this? Yang Fan heard a little surprise. It's been almost a year since this happened, and Wu Hao didn't expect to forget it, which made him a little moved. In fact, what we often move is not all violent things, but certain moments of certain things, which may be a sentence or a picture. "Of course I have to remember. I said I would pay you a better one," Wu Hao said with a smile. When Yang Fan saw this, he shook his head and said, "I don't need the boss. I'll just do another one." "Then you can do it yourself. I will prepare everything for you." Wu Hao gestured to the things on the table in the middle of the laboratory and said with a smile, "So many crossing machines." Yang Fan followed his gaze and found that there were many adult palm-sized black riders on the test bed in the middle, and there were probably dozens of them. In the surrounding research areas, Various penetrating machines are also placed, and even several technicians are conducting tests. General Manager Wu. At this time, a young man of about 27 came over and saw Yang Fan immediately excited. General Manager Yang, you have come to the company so soon? The person speaking was Zhang Yui, who was also a member of the team in Yangqing at the time. While Yang Fan was in Hangzhou, Wu Hao asked him to temporarily lead the experimental team of cluster array control technology. As for Mr. Yang in Zhang Yui's mouth, in fact, he is not talking about the general manager but the director, and the laboratory's technical director. Of course, the vice president is Wu Hao, who is in charge of the laboratory himself. Like Yang Fan, there is also Zixia Dong, who now also hangs the label of a deputy director. In fact, it is a brand, which is convenient for the two people to work. Yang Fan nodded, then looked at the busy technicians and then excited at Wu Hao. Boss, is this the experimental project you said? How are you, satisfied? Wu Hao asked with a smile at him. Satisfied? I'm so satisfied. Yang Fan closed his mouth and quickly stepped forward to pick up a rider and looked up. This is different from our usual cross-machine structure. Yang Fan looked at several drones repeatedly, then turned to Wu Hao and said, Boss, you haven't said what kind of project this is. Sweeper. Wu Hao smiled and turned on the big TV screen, and saw a picture appearing on the screen. There were a lot of drones in the picture. At the top of the picture is a few bold characters with cracks, Battlefield Sweeper. Seeing this photo, Yang Fan finally did what the drone did. But thinking of this, he was puzzled again. Boss, I don't understand. This seems to be no different from the drone cluster attack technology we developed at the Air Force Equipment Research Institute. There is no difference. Wu Hao nodded and said, it's just that the target and purpose of the battle are different. The Kung BUF cluster attack system is facing those large weapons and equipment in large battles, such as air defense positions, artillery, missile launchers, vehicles, important buildings, etc. And our Battlefield Sweeper, also known as the Battlefield Cluster Precision Strike System. Its targets are mainly enemy defensive positions or infantry in bunkers, machine gunners, mortar positions, sniper groups, light vehicles. Such small targets. Its purpose is mainly used to combat the enemy in the complex terrain in urban operations or jungle operations. According to traditional offensive tactics, large-scale fire coverage needs to be carried out before sending light ground troops to clear up remaining enemy forces. However, there is a problem that it is difficult for all the heavy firepower to wipe out the enemies hiding in these buildings and ruins, as well as hiding in the jungle. And large-scale equipment such as armored protective vehicles, it is difficult to enter such a narrow environment to fight, and it is difficult to exert combat effectiveness. Therefore, it is necessary to send infantry to gradually clean up and eliminate the remaining enemy forces. You know, street fighting and close-range jungle combat are very cruel. Once our army's infantry enters the sweep, it will be easy to be ambushed by the other party and cold guns. At this time, enemy and enemy forces are mixed together, and fire support will be difficult. With this terrain advantage, these enemies are likely to deal with our soldiers in these complex terrains, thereby dragging us down and defeating us. Often, such combat casualties will be very heavy. We can also see such cases in the battles of the Mi army. He said that Wu Hao paused, then picked up a crossing machine and continued to introduce. And this Battlefield Sweeper was specially developed to cope with such a situation. Its weight and volume are very light, and it is 10 times lighter than a conventional rocket launcher and anti-tank missile. Or mounted on a light vehicle. When needed, one or a group can be launched at a time to fight. When soldiers encounter such terrain and battles, they only need to control the launch, and then these drones will team up or divide the work to investigate the target area and attack those potential targets. The speed of the traversing machine is very fast. www.intelnovel.com. It is also appropriate to use it for reconnaissance and attack. However, because of its fast speed, it is difficult to get started. And the battlefield environment is very complicated. especially dense forests and ruins. It is really difficult to avoid these obstacles when flying through aircraft at high speed. It's really difficult to control unless you have a trained operator. After hearing this explanation from Yang Fan immediately raised his question. Wu Hao said with a smile, "So, this problem requires your wisdom to solve. We are among you who are good at flying machines, that is, this high-speed drone, so I will make a special trip to Hangqing this time to bring you back to take charge of this project." Hearing his words, Yang Fan frowned and stared at the crossing machine. After thinking for a long time, he looked up at Wu Hao and said, "I'm not sure about this. I can only say that I try my best." Dear, click in and give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that the beautiful wife was found at the end of the new score. Mobile station new revision upgrade address, data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station. Fresh reading without ads. If we say that the Curves UAF cluster attack system developed by the Institute of Equipment Research is used at the battle or battlefield strike level, well, this battle sweeper developed by Wu Hao alone is applied to small-scale battles. The two applications are not the same, and the cost is much different. Although the core technologies all rely on cluster control technology, there are also big differences between the two. First of all, the Kung-B drone cluster attack system has a wider coverage of airspace and a larger cluster, so it is less affected by fine terrain. In the offensive mode, it is even more straightforward. Find the target, destroy the target. If you can't do it, you'll have a few more. Anyway, it is not a problem for the huge cluster. This kind of battle sweeper that responds to small-scale battlefields and battles is not enough, because the use environment and users are different, so the cluster of such small drones cannot be too large. And because this small high-speed drone is relatively small, the battery life is very limited, usually only 10 minutes. This limits the number and coverage of the fleet, so ideally, such small, high-speed drone strike clusters are generally around 2 to 100. Below this number, there is another single small offensive drone. For example, in the military movie we showed before, special forces used small drones to attack enemy mortar positions. In fact, to put it plainly, it is a small drone with a grenade. It can attack any target within 1 kilometer of the circle under the control of the user. This distance has reached the attack range of mortar barrels, and it is far beyond the effective range of some grenades and rifles. More importantly, it can be controlled at will. In other words, it can attack targets that you want to attack under the control of human beings just like missiles. And the speed of nearly 300 kilometers per hour makes it difficult for the enemy to intercept. Therefore, this small high-speed attack drone has also become an important fire strike weapon in special operations of various countries, and it has also become a weapon for anti-sniper and anti-guerrilla attack. Of course, this small drone is not without its weaknesses. During the endurance period, his lightweight and limited power with ammunition were his weaknesses, and the control and the ability to get started are relatively high. The operator needs a lot of practice to adapt. More than this number, that is, large clusters attacking drones. The tasks they have undertaken have also reached the battlefield, and the campaign is even at the strategic target strike stage, which is controlled by professional troops. The battle sweeper developed by Wu Hao is somewhere between the two. In fact, it is to put together many small high-speed attack drones to form a small-scale battlefield strike group. Fight the enemy's small-scale vigor. Compared to the small high-speed attack drones that require special personnel to control, this battlefield sweeper only needs the user to launch, set the corresponding reconnaissance strike area, and then let go after the launch. The small high-speed attack drone cluster automatically search the set area to find and attack enemy targets. In addition, this drone can also be equipped with enemy or friend identification technology. On a battlefield where the enemy and the enemy are mixed, we automatically identify our and enemy targets for selective attacks. For example, if our convoy or combat squad is ambushed by the enemy, usually under such circumstances, our counterattack is difficult to carry out, and the battlefield sweeper can play its role at this time. Our personnel only need to hide in the bunker and release these small high-speed attack drones, and then they can search and attack enemy targets in the designated area. Although this small high-speed drone will be less powerful, it will attack enemy personnel. If the accuracy is high enough, it can even explode close to the enemy's most vulnerable areas, such as the face, neck, and crotch, thereby killing the enemy. As a matter of fact, in the current combat concept, the strength of individual firepower equipment will no longer be required. Whether it is a grenade or a hand grenade, the amount of charge has also been reduced. It can be clearly seen from the above data that during the Second World War, the grenade charge was basically more than 100 grams, but now the grenade charges of all countries are about 50 to 60 grams, which has more than doubled. In addition to being convenient to carry and carrying larger quantities, it is also to be able to kill the enemy as much as possible, because in combat, killing an enemy is more effective than killing an enemy. Although their battle sweeper is relatively small, a single attack drone is also relatively small. However, compared to the Buzz drone cluster attack system, this battlefield sweeper is more difficult. The difficulty of the MAD-B cluster attack system is in the control and management of large clusters of drones, and their battlefield sweeper is in the timely capture and processing of information. First of all, the first problem is how to maintain a normal high-speed flight in a complex terrain such as jungles, cities, and ruins to avoid hitting obstacles. In this environment, there are many obstacles, and how small high-speed attack drones can travel freely and at high speed without being affected. This requires specialized countermeasures to solve it. In the cross-country racing competition, the contestants wear special first-view video glasses for control. The speed of the crossing machine and the smoothness of crossing the obstacles depend entirely on the individual reaction control of the operating player. Even experienced players are often found in combustion. Note 1. Situations in complex environments. So to overcome this problem, it is necessary to let the drone always detect the surrounding environment and obstacles, and quickly and autonomously plan a feasible flight route. The best solution is to install relevant sensors for the drone, such as distance sensors, radar, image sensors and other hardware equipment, so that the drone can find the obstacles around it. www.mtlnovel.com. Just to find these obstacles it's not enough. It needs to perform fast arithmetic processing. This requires optimization on the software. It is not enough to process the information correctly. It must be processed quickly or even in real time. If the processing speed can't keep up with the drone's flight speed, then the acquired information will not be timely and lead to bombers. This is just a flight problem. For small high-speed attack UFs to achieve autonomous operations, it must find targets, and how to find them is also an urgent problem that needs to be solved. Usually, the task of finding the target is judged by people. But now it has to be handed over to the drone to solve it by itself. The difficulty has undoubtedly increased a lot. Note 1. The term bomber, error modeling. Generally speaking, due to improper operation or machine failure and other factors that cause the aircraft to fall abnormally, it is called a bomber. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Dear, click in and give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that the beautiful wife was found at the end of the new score. Mobile station new revision upgrade address. Data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station, fresh reading without ads. Even Yang Fan, who has a very rich knowledge and understanding of through aircraft and aeroplanes, has been unable to get started with the research and development of such a small high-speed drone that Wu Hao requested, because he does not know where to start. Although this small high-speed drone is small, the size of an adult's slap, it contains too much technology. In addition to the control technology for building a cluster array network, there are also intelligent flight control technology, target detection and guidance attack technology, and even ammunition technology for attack. Cluster array control technology is no problem. Wu Hao has experience. The two technologies of flight control technology and reconnaissance and guided attack technology are not only at the hardware or software level. A two-pronged approach is required to solve the problem. Wu Hao is waiting for Yang Fan to solve the hardware problem. The first is to realize the accurate and rapid detection of the surrounding environment or obstacles by the drone. Only by detecting the surrounding environment can UAVs avoid collision with these obstacles. Similarly, there are target detection, identification and guided attack techniques, how to find and identify enemies, how to detect and identify camouflaged enemies, how to find and identify targets such as light vehicles, mortars and rocket launchers. In fact, there are related technologies currently on the market. How to focus all these technologies on a drone with a very large slap load is a problem they face. Therefore, after taking over the project, Yang Fan locked himself in the laboratory and did not leave the laboratory door for a week. Wu Hao can't. Although he also wants to concentrate on research, there are still many things waiting for him to deal with. The most immediate or most concerned thing is their 618 promotion. Although this is not the most important promotion festival event of the year, it has been increasingly valued by major platforms, and it has become an annual promotion event. Therefore, it has also attracted the attention of many businesses, including various types of technology companies, such as home appliances, mobile phones, digital products and other technology products have become the top priority of this promotion festival. Compared with the tens of millions of marketing efforts of other digital products, Wu Hao's 1 or 2 million marketing expenses are not worth mentioning at all. Of course, the popularity of their products is still there, and they have been selling well since they went on the market. So I heard that they will participate in this promotional festival, and consumers who are waiting for this intelligent voice assistant are looking forward to it. How much concessions can there be? This is the issue that everyone is most concerned about. However, they have not announced the discount, and the price did not explode until the 0 point of 618. And the consumers who were watching were immediately excited when they saw the price of $1,498, a discount of nearly $200. Which is already very much for 1,000 electronic products. So just 1 minute after the sale, whether it is their official website mall or the direct operated stores in several major online shopping platforms have become crowded and paralyzed, until they and several major online shopping platforms are urgently maintained, which returns to normal. 11 minutes and 51 seconds after the sale, Jiang Jun, who was monitoring the sales, took the lead and screamed excitedly. The others were not far behind, and they all got up and cheered. And Wu Hao, looking at the numbers on the screen, breathed a sigh of relief, then stood up and watched the excited crowd applauded. 100,000 units. 100,000 units were shipped in about 10 minutes. And the sales of 150 million can definitely be proud of this time. Wu Hao took out his phone and took a photo at the number on the big screen. Then he posted it on his Weibo and said, "You can sleep at ease." Later, the official Weibo also reposted his Weibo and mischievously said, "Boss, you are invited to a feast." "No problem, each person can bring a family member. You can pick a place casually." Wu Hao replied immediately. The interaction between Wu Hao and his official blog also attracted a group of fans for congratulations, and even some media reposted reports. Some people are happy and some are upset, such as major mobile phone brands participating in this promotion. Because the competitive pressure is very great, now one by one is staring at the sales volume of their products. After seeing the celebration photos released by Wu Hao, these people were envious and jealous while thinking about why they didn't have this explosive product. "It's 150,000. Jiang Jun shouted again in the 27th minute. "It's 200,000. I'll treat you to supper tonight. Everyone please order." Jiang Jun waved his hand. "Thank you, President Jiang. Long live Jiang." Looking at the excited crowd, Wu Hao stood up and stretched his shoulders and said to Jiang Jun next to him, You keep on guarding. I'm going back to sleep. Jang Jun heard the words and quickly looked at him with surprise. You go back to sleep at such a critical moment. Can you sleep? What can't sleep? Go. Wu Hao waved his hands and walked outside. Jang Jun said in a loud voice, go away. Don't you care about sales? I have nothing to do with sales. Go away, and see the results tomorrow. Looking at the people who were still looking at him, Wu Hao smiled and raised the volume and said, everyone organizes their own breaks. This day is still a long time. I'm leaving first, and bring you early tomorrow morning. After speaking, Wu Hao turned and left. It's not that he doesn't care, it's just not as excited as everyone else. So with time, he might as well go back to bed and rest. These days he either does research with Yang Fan in the laboratory or deals with some company matters. Now that he has a good result, he can rest assured. According to the current situation, their sales volume should reach 500,000 units in this promotion festival, which has far exceeded the expected target of 250,000 units. This is worth the joy www.mtlnovel.com, but it also brings troubles for Jang Jun. For example, the more sales this time, the more painful his heart becomes. For this guy who is greedy for money, the discount of nearly 200 yuan per device is definitely more painful than cutting his meat. What's more, this is $1 billion. For the manufacturer's foundry, which is already running at full capacity, this is undoubtedly worse. True, huge orders will definitely bring them huge benefits, but the order is so large that they can afford it, which is definitely a torture. Although before the promotion festival, the Great Wall had made relevant preparations, and even temporarily vacated several production lines from other products. But from the current situation, this is not enough. Taking into account the Vice President Huang who has been on the production line, after getting this number, he will yell at his mother again. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Dear, click in and give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that the beautiful wife was found at the end of the new score. Mobile station new revision upgrade address, data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station. Fresh reading without ads. The early morning sunlight spilled into Wu Hao's face through the gaps in the curtains, making him slightly open his eyes. Good morning, sir. A crisp, energetic voice came from the small speaker placed in the corner of the bedroom. Then the curtains opened automatically, and a bright sun came in through the window. It's Thursday, June 18th, 9:23 a.m. Today it's sunny and cloudy, and the temperature is 23 to 33 degrees more comfortable. Wu Hao Wenyun stretched his waist, then got up in a toilet, took a bath, and walked out refreshingly. At this time, the doorbell rang. Wu Hao opened the door, and Li Wenming was standing in front of the door carrying breakfast. Mr. Wu, early. Wu Hao greeted him, then let him in. Li Wenming went straight into the kitchen and started helping him prepare breakfast. In fact, while Wu Hao was awake, his intelligent voice assistant had notified Li Wenming of the news by phone. After receiving the news, Li Wenming set out to buy breakfast and came here. After packing and getting dressed, Li Wenming had brought breakfast to the table. Wu Hao sat at the table and picked up a bun and ate it. Did you eat it? We ate with Wei Bing in the morning when they were exercising. Li Wenming nodded, then sat while playing with his cell phone while waiting for him. This is also one of his more important tasks of the day, that is, buying breakfast for Wu Hao and picking him up to work. For him, the job was boring at first, and even a little bit aggrieved. He turned out to be such an excellent veteran. However, after getting along with Wu Hao for a while, he gradually adapted to the job. And from the words of his comrades in arms, he also knew that everyone was actually envious of his job, because he is the closest to Wu Hao and the one he trusts most. In other words, he entrusts his personal safety to him. So after straightening his mind, Li Wenming entered the role of driver, saying that the driver is actually the bodyguard. It's just that the word bodyguard is too sensitive and sharp. So many bosses like to use drivers to hire such people to protect their personal safety. In fact, many bodyguards also work as drivers, or many drivers also serve as bosses' bodyguards. Wu Hao's identity is quite special, involving a lot of sensitive technical information. Therefore, Li Wenming's identity as a driver and nanny may seem simple, but he is under great pressure. After breakfast, Wu Hao came to the company by car. "Sir, you got 2 emails this morning?" "No." The intelligent voice assistant on his ear heard Coco's voice. "What is it?" Wu Hao greeted the team members standing out of the gate and swiped into the company building. "Congratulations to the company's sales of intelligent voice assistants. The congratulatory letters are hot. The senders are Mr. Ma and Mr. Liu from Jillian J. Dong. Is there anything important?" Wu Hao asked as he entered the elevator. "It's just an ordinary congratulatory letter, and nothing else has been read." Wu Hao said with a smile, "Forward the mail to Jiang Xiaolai and ask her to reply to a thank you email in my name." "Okay, I have forwarded the mail and notified Secretary Jiang." After returning from Hangzhou, Wu Hao thought Jiang Xiaolai was good, and just because she lacked to errand so she kept her. It's just that her secretary is notorious because most of the work is performed by Wu Hao's exclusive artificial intelligence assistant Coco. She was only responsible for some tasks that Wu Hao had explained but Coco could not perform. Came to the business operation department on the 2nd floor. Zhang Junxing and a group of people leaned on the back of the chair and talked. After seeing him, Zhang Jun opened his flushed eyes at him and said, "I still know, come, and say good breakfast." Isn't this overslept?" "I bought coffee for everyone, and apologized to everyone." Wu Hao motioned to him and Li Wenming to mention the coffee to laugh. "It's pretty much the same." Zhang Jun's face slowed down and he looked at the coffee passage held by Wu Hao. "Is there any concentrated? I just want to refresh myself." "There is black coffee." Wu Hao picked a cup and handed him. "Why? Didn't sleep all night?" "Where can I sleep?" Zhang Jun took the coffee and opened a sip, then frowned. "It's really bitter." "There are lattes and cappuccinos, or would you change your glass?" Wu Hao said with a smile. Zhang Jun shook his head, then frowned again and took a sip. "You can refresh yourself if you are bitter." Wu Hao shook his head with a smile, and then gave the coffee to the surrounding staff. "Thank you." Dong Yiming took the coffee and thanked him with a husky voice. It can be seen that he did not sleep all night. Compared to Zhang Jun, who is in better condition, Dong Yi, who is already in his 40s, is obviously in a very tired state. "It's hard, how's it going?" Wu Hao greeted the big screen, then looked to the side. "Has 350,000? Hearing his surprised tone, Dong Yiming smiled and said, "There are no people at night, so the growth is relatively slow. It should enter the daytime faster, and today there are no problems with 500,000. Wu Hao nodded his head. "According to the current situation, there is no problem with more than 500,000 units. As for how much, he has no bottom now. However, it is always a good thing. The more they sell, the higher their earnings. Although discounts lose some of their profits, they are nothing compared to the whole." Thinking of him, I suddenly thought of a very serious problem. "Notify President Huang from the foundry." Hearing Wu Hao's words, Dong Yiming said with a bitter smile, "Notice, I called Huang at 9 o'clock. But I did not expect that Mr. Huang was already in the workshop, and passed by last night. It is said that I saw your wife before deciding to urge the workshop to supervise production." He. Wu Hao smiled awkwardly and said, "What does he say?" "What else can I say? Full production." Zhang Jun walked over and laughed. "He and we assured that all production lines are full production, people and machines stop, and strive to complete these orders as soon as possible." www.mtlnovel.com. Dong Yiming shook his head after Zhang Jun's remarks. With their production capacity, it is basically impossible to complete these more than 500,000 orders in a short period of time. It takes me a month to completely digest it, and you also know that they have accumulated hundreds of thousands of orders before. This is indeed a problem. Wu Hao frowned when he heard that. Indeed, the attitude of the Great Wall is yes, but their production capacity is really not keeping up with the sales progress. The delay of previous orders has caused a lot of dissatisfaction among consumers. Some of the negative reviews in the mall are consumers' dissatisfaction with the long delivery time. This time there are so many orders again. If they are not handled properly, it will easily affect consumers' enthusiasm for buying. So we must find a way. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Dear, click in and give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that the beautiful wife was found at the end of the new score. Mobile station new revision upgrade address, data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station. Fresh reading without ads. The current situation is that the Great Wall Foundry has already met our needs, so I suggest that we cannot delay. The production chain must be resolved as soon as possible, otherwise it will affect sales too much. The three came to the rest area, and Dong Yiming lit a cigarette and said to Wu Hao and Jiang Jun seriously. Jiang Jun also nodded. I also think that our order has far exceeded their production capacity, so it is time to find a new foundry. It seems that the two of them had exchanges last night, otherwise they would not be so acquainted. Wu Hao looked at them for a moment and thought about it. Yes, show down directly with that. Make it clear to them, don't drag on. This is not to not cooperate with them, but to add new producers to ensure our production safety. That way, I'll go talk to them directly. Jiang Jun nodded. Wu Hao nodded and asked, are there any new foundries? Don't worry about this. Since our sales are hot, many foundry companies have come to us and talked to us, and the conditions are much better than when we went to talk to them before. Jiang Jun shook his head and smiled. This is indeed a change. When you took the initiative to find these companies, they would despise you because you have no reputation and capital, and they were very arrogant in terms of attitude and the conditions were very high. But when your sales are hot, these companies turned around and posted them with a smile, courting you in every way, not only enthusiastic, but also very favorable conditions. Wu Hao smiled when he said, okay, this time you still talk. I think you are also very happy to meet these people. Of course, I want to see how the faces of those people change. Jiang Jun licked his lips and showed an excited smile. The three of them talked about this for a while, and Dong Yiming suddenly said to him, Mr. Wu, do you have any relevant construction of our own production plant, our own production factory? Wu Hao was a little surprised. He didn't understand why Dong Yiming said so suddenly. Yes, Dong Yiming nodded, then watched him earnestly. An enterprise must have its own production chain to become bigger and stronger, otherwise it will be easily restricted by production. Moreover, not everything is suitable for foundry. For example, a lot of high simulation versions of our intelligent voice assistant appeared during this time. From the production level, it should be leaked from the foundry. Of course, we have mastered the core system, so these cottage products are not affected much. But this also reminds us that it is better to master the key core technical components in our own hands. Hearing Dong Yiming's remarks, Wu Hao also thought about it. The next Jiang Jun said, I think the old Dong is right. We were unconditional before. Now the situation has changed. It is time for us to consider this issue. The establishment of a production plant is not to say that it can be built. The site selection, construction, purchase of equipment, production technology and production process research and development, personnel training, and other issues must be resolved. Even if it is to be built, I am afraid that it will take a relatively long cycle. Far from hydrolyzing cannot be near thirsty. Wu Hao said to them. Dong Yiming nodded. I also thought about this issue. I think we can prepare in three hands. On the one hand, we should strengthen cooperation with Foundry and strive to form a stable production chain. On the other hand, we can start to design and research our own production plant, and then proceed slowly. The third is based on our current situation. I think we can consider buying some small foundry companies. There are currently many foundries moving out of the country due to labor costs. I think this is an opportunity for us to talk to them about the takeover. It seems you don't think too much about this. Wu Hao joked and looked at him. This way, this is a big deal for us. You take the time to write a detailed report. Let us meet and discuss. We have to listen to your opinions before deciding. Having said that, Wu Hao turned his head and rushed to this handsome road. When you go to negotiate with those foundries this time, you can touch on this situation and try to collect some more detailed information for our reference. After hearing his words, Dong Yiming and Jiang Jun nodded. Indeed, entering a new industry is undoubtedly an important decision for a company. This concerns their future direction and even the fate of the company. Many companies are spread too quickly because they are too anxious, and finally the capital chain breaks down, causing them to collapse or even go bankrupt. Wu Hao is young and enthusiastic, but it does not mean that they are going to be reckless. When it is time to calm down, they must be calm. In particular, the size of the company is getting larger and larger, so care must be taken in decision-making. Otherwise, a small decision of yours will likely affect the fate of hundreds of people in the company. After staying in the business operation department for a while, Wu Hao went to handle his own affairs. Some things Jiang Jun can handle, but some things Jiang Jun can't handle at all. For example, the Intelligent Voice Assistant System project with the military requires him to be personally responsible. The preliminary preparation company of the project team is basically ready. In order to take care of Wu Hao, the R&D location of the project team was selected in Anxi. Anxi itself can be regarded as the center of the aviation industry, so the choice here is also more appropriate. As for the researchers on the military side of the project team, they have basically been determined, and they are waiting for Wu Hao. Wu Hao is thinking about the problem of how to select candidates, not only to extract the best soldiers, but also not to stagnate the company's own related research and development projects. So deciding how to make this list really give him a headache for a long time. Although he is busy with other work, he has been paying attention to the sales situation. Basically every 1 hour Coco will report to him the sales situation there. As the person in charge of the company, how can you not care about the sales of your products? In particular, companies are getting bigger and more money is being spent. The company's current funding source is mainly this product. www.mtlnovel.com. How could he not care? As Dong Yiming had previously expected, although the growth rate during the day has increased compared to late at night, it is also very slow. It seems that the impact of this promotion festival has slowly subsided. Even so, the growth rate throughout the day and night is very objective. So at 2400 hours, when all the companies were on track record, Wu Hao fell into silence. Just when everyone wondered how much Wu Hao's sales volume on this day, the official blog of Heot Technology finally issued a record, 57,350. This number shocked the entire industry as soon as it was issued, and quickly reached the top of the hot list of this promotion festival. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Dear, click in and give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that the beautiful wife was found at the end of the new score. Mobile station new revision upgrade address. Data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station, fresh reading without ads. Once this dazzling record came out, it quickly became the focus of discussion among the general public, and it really surprised the entire digital product circle. Although total sales are only over 800 million, it is not too much compared to some products. But such a huge sales volume indicates that this product has more room for growth in the market. I am afraid that unless there is a technology company that can crack their technology or develop their own intelligent voice assistant for real-life voice, otherwise, Wu Hao's intelligent voice assistant will still occupy this huge market and continue to expand. Originally, such intelligent voice products were just called smart voice assistants or smart voice speakers, but after their smart voice assistants came out, the audience wanted to distinguish this difference. They call this product a true intelligent voice assistant, and other products become intelligent voice assistants. This is certainly not some verbal marketing gimmicks, but genuine. First of all, this product is really a simulation of real human voice, which is undoubtedly much stronger than the mechanical voice on the market. And the second true, that is the real intelligent voice assistant, because it can really help people do a lot of things. This is not advertised, but used by users. Because of such outstanding performance, even if the product is seriously insufficient and the shipment is delayed, there is still a steady stream of consumers buying it. According to statistics, from the sale to the present, the sales volume of this product has exceeded 5 million units, which is definitely a very remarkable number. Even the sales of other auxiliary parts quickly exceeded 1 million. And the total sales of these products are close to the horrible figure of 10 billion. You must know that they are a company that has been established for less than a year and a half, and the number of people across the company is only 300 or 400. Such a little-known company, under the eyes of everyone, looks like a shining new star rising. And the whole process is very simple and transparent. Everyone really sees it. It's too fast. Some people are too late to react and they rise. Originally, they only feared that Wu Hao had a cooperative relationship with the military, so these people didn't want to cause this trouble, so they could not hold back. Now it is too late to want to start. The company is in a good position. There are many more aspects to touch, and the noise caused by these people can't bear it. So for Wu Hao, unless they have serious problems themselves, others can't take them for themselves. Wu Hao was already prepared. The company's shares have not been divided in fact and remain in his name. Even Jiang Jun's share was in his name, and the two parties only signed a simple agreement. This was a good discussion between the two people in the morning. Once the shares are divided too early, it is likely that some forces will use this opportunity to penetrate and intervene in their internal affairs. So he has been very cautious in this regard. Even Xiaodong and Yang Fan, Wu Hao didn't talk too much about this. He only promised that the two would have their share, but the specific number of Wu Hao and Jiang Jun never gave a specific number. As for the two, Yang Fan did not ask at all. Xiaodong had a meaning in this regard, but he ignored it. Their meaning was clear, and Xiaodong also knew that his current contribution was not enough to receive his share. As for the rest of the company, Wu Hao also made a clear commitment to establish his own option pool and equity incentive plan at an appropriate time in the future, and will launch his own employee stock ownership plan at an appropriate time. If you want to retain people, you must keep his heart. Whether it is an equity incentive plan or an employee shareholding plan, Wu Hao is a commitment to outstanding employees. This is drawing a big cake, just a big cake that everyone wants to see. Only as this pie gets bigger and bigger will everyone get more and more. This dazzling achievement naturally got a lot of media reports. Even foreign media will quote their sales performance as a case when reporting this promotion festival. And Wu Hao has once again become a young entrepreneur emerging and talented scientist in the media. His entrepreneurial experience with Jiang Jun and Xiaodong and Yang Fan was also legendary by many media. It is just that these stories are true or false, and everyone is not much proof of it. Wu Hao, the party, also laughed. As your fame gets higher and higher, things about you will naturally grow more and more people will believe it. Even some things that are not yours will be processed and installed on you by some people. And they are talking about the truth and becoming the sole chicken soup in the mouths of many trainers or bloggers. If these are to be investigated one by one, Wu Hao's work will not be used. Basically, as long as there is no rumor and it does not cause much impact, it is generally not responding. This is also the main way for most celebrities to respond to such incidents. To be honest, Wu Hao himself didn't like this celebrity status. Before that, he went out to eat and go shopping. Now it doesn't work. He was recognized several times when eating out or shopping. The enthusiastic fans approached and asked for a group photo, which naturally caused many people to watch. This made Li Wenming, who was following him, suddenly nervous, and then protected him from leaving the scene. After several repetitions, he was too lazy to go out again. Even if I go out, I will disguise a little, such as wearing a sunglasses hat, a mask and so on. It's just a hot day. It's really uncomfortable to be covered by these things. It's better to stay in the house. Of course, they are not only praised, but also criticized. For example, strict technical confidentiality of the intelligent voice system www.mtlnovel.com has been criticized by many so-called industry professionals for not cooperating with other intelligent products such as mobile phones. It is said that their short-term vision hinders the development of domestic intelligent voice technology. There are even direct attacks on their market monopoly in intelligent voice assistants, and the suppression of other enterprises by virtue of technological advantages, requiring relevant departments to investigate, punish, and so on. Obviously, these are the tongues pushed to the front desk to speak for some people and businesses. Their rise must have harmed the interests of other companies, so such attacks are actually expected. It's just that it's too indecent to use low-handed methods to discredit and plant corruption. Of course, this is not shameless. It is shameless to criticize you while digging your corners, to attack and imitate your technique, but also to say that it is sounding and deserved. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Dear, click in and give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that the beautiful wife was found at the end of the new score. Mobile station new revision upgrade address, date and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station. Fresh reading without ads. Alas, a few knocks awakened Wu Hao from thinking, coming. He closed the file and sipped. Zhang Xiaolai walked in on high heels. General Manager Wu. What is it? Wu Hao looked up at her and asked. Zhang Xiaolai handed him the documents. These are the newly submitted documents that require your signature. In addition, many media have contacted us and hope to interview you and our company. Wu Hao took a look at the file, then threw it on the tired file at the desk again, and looked at her and said, is there a lot of media? Zhang Xiaolai nodded again and again. There are already 30 or 40 various media, and the director of the Commercial Operations Department is suggesting that you come forward to deal with it, which is good for the promotion of our company and products. Wu Hao stood up with a smile and stretched out a lazy waist. I won't show up. Let the public relations team in the Commercial Operations Department come forward to receive it. After thinking about it, I said, since people are here to visit, we can't show them nothing. Looking back, we can let them negotiate with the laboratory and the security studio, and we can open some of the laboratories appropriately for these people to visit. This is also to show our company's good image and strength. Let them plan well. Okay. Zhang Xiaolai nodded. After glancing at the time, Wu Hao walked out and ran towards Zhang Xiaolai, who was next to him. I've gone to the laboratory. If there is anything on your side, you can tell me through Coco. Okay. Zhang Xiaolai nodded. Although her face remained smiling, she felt very wronged. She knew that the post of General Manager Secretary was hard won and was obtained by her supervisor Sheng Xiaoxian in front of Wu Hao. So she worked hard to make the best of her job and please this boss who was not her big enough. But when she started working, she found that it was not what she thought at all, or beyond the imagination of many people. The boss has a secretary, but the secretary's name is Coco, an intelligent voice assistant developed by the boss. Unlike the intelligent voice assistants on the market, this Coco of the boss is more intelligent and more humane. Therefore, it helps the boss to deal with many daily things. This was originally the scope of her work, but now she has been taken away by this Coco, and she has been reduced to errand role. Except for cleaning the office and making tea and pouring water, she didn't really need anything. But even so, many people still envy her for this job. The first is to be close to the boss, the youngest and most talented young man. This is what many people, especially many girls, dream of. Since becoming the boss secretary, she has not only improved her position in the company, but also her position in the eyes of many female colleagues and friends. Usually, what these female colleagues and friends like the most is gathering together in a gossip boss, such as what kind of girl they like, what hobbies and so on. But she was not familiar with these. Friends and colleagues thought it was for confidentiality, but she really didn't know it. The only chance to get a closer look at the boss may be the few days during the business trip. Through those days and her observations after becoming a secretary, she found that the boss's usual life was actually quite boring. Either you are busy working on documents and attending various meetings, or you may drill into the lab when you are free. It seems that the boss likes to drill the laboratory, so he goes to the laboratory whenever he has time. She had been to the experimental building, but the laboratory had never been in. Everyone has been curious about the company's laboratory, and the outside world is also speculating that various technical products are being developed in the laboratory. Many outsiders either ask them out of the lab for pure curiosity or for other purposes. But even the company's employees, there are only a handful of people who can enter the laboratory building and laboratories on all floors. The entire experimental building was protected by a group of 5 and 3 security guards from the Ministry of Security, let alone humans. It is difficult for a fly to break through layers of security facilities. Another thing is that the company was established shortly, but it has become a secret office for all employees' nightmares. This department is mysterious and terrifying. After she became the boss's secretary, she was called by the staff in the confidential office to talk for a long time, and she was trained in related knowledge and skills. A few days after she worked, the secret studio's staff also raided her work, and pointed out some deficiencies seriously, and asked her to improve immediately. Really, there is no room for mitigation. Not just her. I heard that many people in the company have been raided and warned by these people. It is said that even the second boss Zhang Zong seems to have been taken for a long time in the confidential course, on with the company's various department leaders. As the company's most important and core R&D laboratory building, naturally it has also received the attention of the confidential office. Basically, it is difficult for outsiders to enter except the technicians in the experimental building. Even if you enter, you are accompanied by someone, and you can only go where you want to go. You are not allowed to walk around. So Wu Hao was somewhat surprised at Wu Hao's decision to open summer laboratories to the media for these people to visit. Of course, you can also know what those so-called open areas mean by what Wu Hao explained later. Apart from work, the boss's life seems very simple. The driver drove him to work every day, and then returned home late. He didn't see any other activities. As a secretary and driver, she and Li Wenming often contacted each other, but Li Wenming seemed to be a little humble and approachable. But as soon as Wu Hao was involved, he was particularly serious, so she didn't ask Li Wenming about more things about her boss. In fact, what she wants to know most is also many female colleagues in the company, including her girlfriends, and many outside girls are paying attention to whether Wu Hao has a girlfriend. From the observation of getting along with these days, it should be no. Which girl would endure such a workaholic? But turn around and think about it. www.mentalnovel.com. It is because of work and talent that the boss will get the attention of these people. The beautiful skin is the same. The talented soul picks 100 million. The boss's most attractive is not his talent. Not to mention that the boss itself is not bad. Exquisite features, tall and thin body, extraordinary talking, and dressing up a little is definitely not worse than those so-called traffic. It is a pity that all the experience of the boss is in work and research, and he does not pay attention to his appearance. It's very ordinary in both dress and dress. Not even as good as those interns who just came out of school. This shows that the boss must have no girlfriend. But in the end, what kind of girl can revive the boss' heart? Zhang Xiaolai looked at Wu Hao's departure and could not help but lose her head. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Dear, click in and give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that the beautiful wife was found at the end of the new score. Mobile station new revision upgrade address, date and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station, fresh reading without ads. After staying in the laboratory for several days, Wu Hao and Yang Fan have been researching on the small-scale high-speed drone technology of the Battle Sweeper. After previous unremitting efforts, Yang Fan and the Technical Research and Development team have come up with a small high-speed 4-rotor drone with a speed of more than 300 km per hour. What is the concept of 300 km per hour? Which means that this small quadrotor drone can fly at a distance of 5 km per minute and 83.333 meters per second. This means that if our combat boots squad are in close contact with enemy forces, when this high-speed small attack drone is released within 100 meters, the opponent may only have a reaction distance of about 1 second, which is too late to evade or intercept. Even an agile master, when he reacted and found a cover in this second. This high-speed small attack drone is not a bullet with a fixed trajectory. It will quickly change direction according to the movement of the opponent, so that it will choose the best angle to attack the target, and basically will not give the enemy any chance to dodge. What is the best angle? That is, the most reasonable angle. In theory, there is no dead end at 540 degrees. Other than the land on which you are stepping, other places are likely to strike. Grenades and grenades can work for the same distance, but far less deadly than this. If the combat team has enough such high-speed small attack drones during close contact, theoretically it is likely that the battle will be resolved in an instant. The cluster of high-speed small attack drones took off, flew towards enemy positions, searched for enemy targets through the surveillance system, and attacked. The entire process can be handled by the battlefield sweeper system itself, or it can be intervened manually. This can undoubtedly change the rules and forms of combat in future close-range operations, urban street battles, and complex terrain operations. Of course, the idea is beautiful, but the real research and development is difficult. The speed of drones has improved, and there is even room for improvement. However, it encounters very difficult problems in avoiding obstacles on automatic cruise and intelligently identifying targets. The first is how to solve this large pile of sensors and equipment installed on a small drone that is only a little larger than an adult's palm and has a very limited load. This is like concentrating all the equipment and technology on the driverless car on such a small device. It is undoubtedly a huge problem for hardware integration. In fact, their automatic cruise avoidance technology is similar to driverless car technology, but there are many differences. The first is unmanned control and automatic navigation, not only to plan routes but to avoid obstacles, and the speed is very high. However, the speed of cars is still far less than the speed of their small high-speed drones, and the cars actually have routes, and only need to perform two-dimensional plane movement on the road, that is, left and right directions and acceleration braking. While the drone is flying in the air, its movement trajectory is three-dimensional. The routes are diverse and the obstacles encountered are far more complicated than on the road. And because of the fast speed, it is necessary to quickly locate the obstacles and replan the route and change the direction, all of which must react within a thousandth of a second or even a thousandth of a second. Regardless of the hardware itself, including drones, flight control systems, sensors, etc., there are very strict requirements. In addition, processing system software is also a very difficult problem. How to process these data quickly or in real time in a very short period of time is a very difficult problem for system developers, including WuHao. Because this is a small high-speed attack drone, its payload is actually very limited. In addition to the necessary on-board electronic equipment, it also needs to carry batteries and ammunition for attack. The amount of charge is directly related to the power of your small high-speed attack drone. Taking the most commonly used throwing weapon grenade for infantry as an example, the domestically produced 82 type all-plastic handleless steel ball grenade weighs 260 grams. Its internal charge is about 60 grams, and the rest of the weight comes from 1600 steel and plastic injection molded bodies and detonation devices. For the weight of 260 grams, you may not have any concept, and the conversion is about half a catty. Although so many steel and all plastic shells are not needed on the drone, the debris generated by the drone itself after the explosion is a good fragment, which is highly lethal. And in the future development process, the materials of the drone body, including the design, will move closer to this aspect. On the one hand, it is to increase the power of fragmentation, and on the other hand, it is also to protect the technical secrets of this drone. But for such a small drone, every gram of weight above is very precious and not rich. The speed of the drone is inversely related to its own weight. The heavier the weight, the slower the drone's speed. So in order to maintain a high speed, the weight of the drone must be strictly controlled within the allowable range. This requires drones to be as light as possible, or to increase their power as much as possible. When there is not much improvement in power, its own weight becomes the best choice. Under the most likely light conditions, it is required that the amount of airborne equipment, batteries, and ammunition must be reduced as much as possible to meet its speed. There is not much to say about batteries and ammunition. This is a must. In order to ensure its power and range, or lag time, it must be guaranteed at a certain weight. Therefore, in addition to improving the dynamic performance and increasing the load, it can only be started from the mounted equipment. Therefore, the equipment that can be carried on such a small drone is actually very limited. A small device also means that its power is small, which not only affects the drone's ability to process data, but also affects the drone's detection range for surrounding obstacles. You are reading books www.uukanzu.com. Be aware that these sensors must be made small enough within a limited weight. This means that its power will be smaller, so that the distance it detects will be greatly reduced. The drone is fast and the detection distance is small, so the time left for the drone to deal with it is very limited, even only a few milliseconds or even microseconds. This not only requires the sensors to have a fast response time, but also requires the system mounted on the drone to process this information in the shortest time and control the drone to change directions quickly. The entire drone must be perfectly integrated from the hardware to the system and then to the sub-control. There must be no hesitation. Otherwise, for drones crossing obstacles at high speed, it is an infinite bomber crash. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Dear, click in and give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that the beautiful wife was found at the end of the new score. Mobile station new revision upgrade address, data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station, fresh reading without ads. Of course, this is only a technical problem about high-speed drone flight and obstacle crossing. Wanting this drone to quickly find targets and identify targets to attack targets is also a technical problem that needs to be solved in front of them. If you want to solve this problem, then you must first figure out what their Battle Sweeper high-speed small attack drone cluster strike system is used to target those targets. First and foremost, the main target must be aimed at those soldiers in the enemy's non-enclosed environment. This is the main target of this strike weapon. The second is some ammunition piles, mortar positions, or some important enemy military nodes. In addition, in Wuhao's design, this attack drone will also have a certain attack on some light vehicles. Of course, the limited charge of a single drone is definitely not enough. But if the drone's charge is specially designed so that it can explode forward, multiple drones form an attack squad, and continuously attack one point of the target within a short period of time, then the high-pressure metal jet generated by directional blasting will also cause a breakdown effect on the vehicle's thin body. This principle is a bit like a series of armor-piercing ammunition or ground-loading ammunition. In the face of ultra-high-strength armor or ultra-thick concrete bunkers, armor-piercing shells and ground-penetrating bombs use this serial blasting to relax and advance until they penetrate the protective armor and reach the target. If the investigation finds out that this task is being given to someone, then it will be fine. Even ordinary people who are not professionally trained can distinguish between those who are people and those who are vehicles. And let alone a professionally trained fighter, he found that recognition was faster and more accurate. Of course, people also have limitations, because it is difficult for people to identify vehicles and people who hide in camouflage. Therefore, at this time, the power of the device must be used. How can the device or the system determine the target identity and conduct a selective attack? This is also a problem they need to solve. The first is the identification of people. At present, the identification of people mainly comes from infrared detection, radar detection, audio detection, and video graphics detection. Not all of these technologies were first applied to the military, and many were actually used for humanitarian rescue. It is only then absorbed and improved, and then serves these two seemingly contradictory areas. That's right, it's a contradiction. Applied to the military field, these technologies are used to find the enemy and then destroy the enemy. By using search and rescue, you can search and find those who are buried and trapped, thus saving their lives. So after all, technology is actually not wrong. What is wrong is how it is used and who uses it. Looking back, to put it plainly, these technologies are to detect and identify people's targets by using physical signs of their human body. For example, infrared detection is to detect and identify personnel by using the principle that any object will generate infrared radiation as long as the temperature is above absolute zero. Although there are many objects with infrared radiation characteristics in this world, the infrared radiation characteristics of the human body are different from the infrared radiation characteristics of the surrounding environment. The infrared life detector uses the difference between them to separate the target to be searched from the background in an imaging manner. This is what we often call the thermal imager, which has been widely used in the military. The principle and technology are actually not complicated. Radar detection is based on the principle of electromagnetic wave reflection. It detects various micromotions caused by human life activities, and obtains information about breathing and heartbeat from these micromotions, thereby identifying the existence of life. Compared with infrared detection, the active detection method of the radar makes it less susceptible to factors such as temperature, humidity, noise, and site terrain. The continuous transmission mechanism of electromagnetic signals has increased its regional detection function. Therefore, this technology also greatly fills the shortcomings of infrared detection. Audio detection, in fact, is not commonly used in the military field. It mainly detects people's heartbeat, breathing, and small movements by monitoring subtle sounds to determine whether there are signs of life underground. Only on battlefields where the environment is noisy, this technology is basically unusable, so don't consider it too much. Video graphics detection is actually to judge the graphics in the video image. Thereby, those are people, those are objects, those are vehicles, and so on. In addition, for vehicles and mortar positions, the identification of ammunition stacks can also mainly use this technology. Therefore, there is not much obstacle in detecting and identifying technology. It is just a big problem to want to concentrate the previous technologies on a small UAF with limited volume, limited load and limited power, and let them run together. Not to mention, just to say that the size and weight of these devices on the market are enough for them to have a headache. In the small conference room of the third-floor laboratory, Wu Hozing and Yang Fan and several technicians were smoking cigarettes and frowning. The ashtrays in the ashtray were almost full, and the smoke in the small conference room indicated that the meeting had been going on for a long time. I still have that opinion, mainly radar detection, supplemented by laser ranging. In this way, our detection response time will be much faster, which will help us quickly find obstacles, and timely handle and repair the direction to avoid obstacles. Yang Fan pressed the cigarette in the ashtray, and stand firm against the crowd. After Yang Fan had finished speaking, everyone nodded. Only one of the young men with glasses and 299 shook his head and said, I still reserve my opinion. Image recognition is definitely a very promising technology. If we can use it, we can not only solve obstacles and routes. Discovery recognition can also play a role in the discovery and recognition of targets. This will save us a lot of space and load. This person is called Pang Yifei. www.mentalnovel.com. Dr. Huada, and has a high insight in dynamic sensing and information processing technology. It was Lin Jianliang who dug it up from a research institution. It can be said that it took a lot of effort. Although this person joined in for a short time, it played a very important role in some aspects. Because of this, Wu Hao appreciated him and asked him to participate in the research and development of course systems. This time, in terms of the dynamic sensing technology of drones, Pang Yifei and Yang Fan, two friends who usually have a good relationship, have been divided, and no one has given in. Radar detection is also possible. Yang Fan opposed. Pang Yifei shook his head and said, just yes, and image recognition technology can do better. You add bookmarks for easy reading. Dear, click in and give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that the beautiful wife was found at the end of the new score. Mobile station new revision upgrade address, data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station. Fresh reading without ads. Image recognition technology is actually a widely used technology, which can be accessed and used by ordinary people. In fact, the most common and most commonly used one is the camera of mobile phones. Now smart cameras can already identify the corresponding objects and then optimize them. For example, human face, it will beautify automatically. Plants, for example, will also automatically tint to make their colors more vivid. In addition, there are functions such as image recognition and image translation developed by Qiandu, which all belong to the category of image recognition. In addition to these, in fact, this technology has been applied to all aspects. Like the city sky eye system, it can identify the number of people in the surveillance camera, their height, gender, age, and what clothes to wear. Also the license plate of the vehicle, what model, color and so on. Some even use some high-definition cameras to identify people and so on. The military uses this technology the most in the field of reconnaissance, such as satellite photos or reconnaissance aircraft high-altitude photos of information collection and comparison technology, which is image recognition technology. You need to know that a satellite photo or a high-altitude reconnaissance photo are hundreds or thousands of square kilometers, but if you rely on human resources for information collection and image comparison, the workload is definitely huge. So at this time, image recognition technology will be used to collect useful information in the reconnaissance photo. Then compare it with the previous old reconnaissance photos, find different information from it, and then give it to personnel for specific analysis and identification. In the field of weapons, image recognition and matching guidance is also a relatively advanced guidance technology in the field of missile technology. Prior to this technology, missile guidance was referred to as reconnaissance and capture of moving targets. Basically, both active radar search and infrared guidance are used. Although these two technologies are relatively mature, they have also achieved good results. However, with the development of technology, these two methods are increasingly being interfered by countermeasures. For example, stealth coatings for radar waves used for radar wave reflection or metal foil stripping. For infrared guidance, it uses infrared decoys or reduces its infrared characteristics. The image recognition matching guidance, in fact, is to analyze the captured image, and then match the information in the database to identify the target for attack. Image recognition matching guidance seems simple, but it is also very complicated. It is divided into light imaging matching guidance and microwave imaging matching guidance. In addition, there are laser imaging matching guidance. Its principle is a bit like the principle of a 3D scanner that we can access. It also uses a laser beam to scan and measure the target's outline to calculate the outline's size. Therefore, the accuracy of image recognition and matching guidance is very high, and the anti-interference is strong, which is the main guidance method of current precise guidance technology. What Pang Yifei advocates is to use image recognition technology to carry out pathfinding and navigation of drones, and think about identifying targets and guiding attacks. There is no contradiction between the two sides. This is simply a difference in technology. Although the contention was red and white, they did not lose their reason. The reason for the contention was to better complete this project. Wu Hao looked at the two who did not budge and smiled, then stood up and opened the window to let the smoke in the conference room dissipate. The recent high temperatures have made everyone reluctant to go out in air-conditioned rooms, and even unwilling to open windows. When a heat wave hit, Wu Hao signaled to a technician on one side to turn on the fan to speed up the smoke for him. He sat down in the chair and relighted a flue. You and both have good reasons, and I don't comment on who is better. Even if I choose a route, I believe one party must be dissatisfied. In this case, let's study it. You use your results to prove that you are right, and I think the side that lost at that time will definitely be convinced. But I would like to remind you that our time is very limited. In mid-August we will have to participate in the Military-Civilian Integration Exhibition, so you must come up with your mature technology at the end of July. We have to leave enough time for testing, verification, optimization and modification so that we can exhibit at the Achievements Exhibition in mid-August. You know that this opportunity is not only about the success or failure of our project, but also whether we can enter the key threshold of the military industry, and whether the other two military qualification certifications have passed successfully. So I hope that you must pay attention to it and ensure that this project is successfully completed. Hearing his words, everyone present was silent for a while. Despite Wu Hao's understatement, the pressure felt by everyone has surged. With so many people, so many resources, and also providing such a good environment, there is also the technical support of Wu Hao, a super tech genius. If this project has not been completed, then how can everyone continue to stay in this industry? General Manager Wu, rest assured, we will do our best to complete this project. Pang Yifei looked at him and continued, at present, our technical difficulty is in hardware integration, so our next work is mainly in this area. You just know that there are some important parts that are not on the market and are not allowed. So we need to get military approval and then buy from military companies. Wu Haoin waved his hands and said, you don't have to worry about this. We and the military are working together and have a good relationship. So what do you need? Please give me a list. I will talk to them in person. Of course. Don't go too far. You can't let me get ammunition. Cannon firearms are definitely not good. Hee. The crowd laughed when they heard him, and the depressed atmosphere in the conference room disappeared. At this time, Yang Fan said with a smile, in addition to the hardware, there is also the system software www.metalnovel.com. Of course, this is your boss's expertise. So I am afraid that you will continue to work hard during this time. You also know that the better the system program is optimized, the faster the information can be processed. This can directly affect the overall combat performance of our battle sweeper. After hearing what he said, Wu Hao smiled and replied, no problem, it's all our own project, and I will definitely give priority to it. But you know, I have a lot of things. I definitely can't stay in the lab for a long time to work with everyone. But I will put the relevant code and program system in the warehouse. If you need it, you can get it yourself. Any questions can also be sent to the internal tank of my laboratory. I will know and answer them in time. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Dear, click in and give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that the beautiful wife was found at the end of the new score. Mobile station new revision upgrade address, data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station, fresh reading without ads. After spending more than a week in the laboratory, Wu Hao had to come out of the laboratory's research work to handle other things. The first is to participate in the establishment ceremony of the Intelligent Voice Assistance System project jointly developed with the Air Force Equipment Research Institute and the first plenary work meeting. In fact, members of the project team have been running together for several days before, but they have not been formally established. As the person in charge of HAO technology and the deputy chief designer of this project, he must not be absent from the establishment ceremony in the first working meeting. As for the chief designer, it is academician Qianjiani Yuan. However, his chief designer is more symbolic and does not participate in specific project research and development. which is also a feature of many of our project teams. Therefore, the specific research work of the project team is actually carried out by Wu Hao and the military's deputy chief designer and the project leader. Of course, he is mainly responsible for the technical aspects, and no other work is involved. After packing up in the morning, Wu Hao went to a research institute of Anxi branch of Aviation Industry Corporation by car. Their R&D project team of intelligent voice-assisted system is located in this institute. To this end, the leaders of the institute attach great importance to it, and specially vacated a layer for them to use in the experimental building. The reason for choosing here is mainly for the convenience of confidentiality, because it is an important scientific research project of the military, so the degree of confidentiality is very high. This time Wu Hao only came here with the driver Li Wenming and did not alarm others. In addition, because it is a specialized research institute, the facilities and conditions are relatively good. The military attaches great importance to this project, so the first batch of funds and related research equipment were allotted soon after the project was officially established. The institute is located in the east of the city, so there is still some distance from their company. However, the traffic is more convenient, and it will take more than 20 minutes and a half hours without driving. After registering at the gatekeeper, he finally entered the institute. Soon after, someone made a special trip to lead him to the experimental floor where the project team is located. As soon as he came out of the building, Wu Hao saw Luo Kai leading a group of people at the door. Seeing him coming, Luo Kai laughed and said, "Ha ha, Xiao Wu, I finally waited for you." "Director Luo, I'm sorry to keep you waiting." Wu Hao quickly apologized. "That's right. It's Luo Kai who is in charge of this project." Maybe the organization considers that Luo Kai and Wu Hao are more familiar with each other, which is convenient for partners, so he sent him. In addition, Luo Kai was previously in the project team of Zhao Hongs and Zhao Lao. In fact, he was also responsible for management and logistical support. It's okay. We can all understand that you are busy." Luo Kai waved his hand and introduced the humanity next to him. "This is Comrade Zheng Chengwei, the deputy chief designer of our project, mainly responsible for military information technology research." "Hello, President Zheng." Wu Hao laughed, holding the hand of the 40-year-old middle-aged man with eyes. "Hello, President Wu." Zheng Chengwei laughed with his hand changed. "Ha ha ha ha." Everyone laughed when they heard hello. Wu Hao called him Zheng. In fact, the meaning of the chief designer. Zheng Chengwei said that Mr. Wu had two meanings. One is the chief designer, and the other is the general manager, which all fit his identity. "Little Wu, Xiao Wu," Wu Hao said with a smile. "I've heard your name for a long time. It's really like Liguana. Today I saw it is really a young talent." Zheng Chengwei looked at him and praised him. Wu Hao said modestly, "You have won the prize." These two are Air Force test pilots, Lieutenant Colonel Fan Yunlong and Major Kaol. Luo Kai pointed at the two standing officers in the Air Force Xiachang uniforms standing beside and introduced. "Hello, Major Fan, Major Cao." Wu Hao shook hands with the two men, and the two men returned him with a military salute, and shook hands with him enthusiastically. Luo Kai introduced to him Major Fan and Major Cao as test pilots, this time involved in the research and development of our project. The purpose is to let you fully understand the real thoughts of frontline pilots, to provide everyone with the actual combat experience and reference opinions of grassroots combatants in research and development, and to help us conduct better research. Wu Hao nodded his head. Indeed, our technicians are very lacking in basic combat experience. With the help of excellent pilots, our R&D work can certainly be done with less effort. General Manager Wu, we are using your intelligent voice assistant, which is very convenient. If this technology can be applied to fighters, this will undoubtedly greatly improve the combat effectiveness of our Air Force. Fan Yunlong rushed at Wu Hao said with a smile. "Oh, I didn't expect you to use this product. I'm so honored." Wu Hao smiled happily. Fan Yunlong laughed. "Although we have a special mission, we are also ordinary people, and we understand life and fashion. This product of yours is undoubtedly freeing us from the screen of the mobile phone. which is really good. And my daughter and wife also like your device very much, and it's basically inseparable now. Thank you. Thank you for your support. In fact, this device still has many defects, and we need to continue to improve it. You are also welcome to provide us with more suggestions, which will help us improve and optimize it. Wu Hao smiled back. A few words of congratulations. Everyone immediately took their seats in the meeting room. The establishment of the project team and the first plenary meeting officially started. The meeting was chaired by Liu Kai, while Wu Hao and Zheng Chenghua sat on both sides. Liu Kai looked at the people present, then nodded with a smile. Comrades, let's start the meeting now. First of all, I announce that the Intelligent Voice Assistance System R&D project cooperated by our military, aviation industry company, and Hail Technology is officially established today. Poppy Poppy. Everyone heard the words and gave the greatest applause. The establishment of the project team is indeed worthy of celebration, but this establishment ceremony is a bit too shabby. There is no inauguration ceremony, no leadership, no media, just a meeting. So many people here are a bit lost. Liu Kai apparently looked at everyone's subtle expressions www.mentalnovel.com and then said with a smile, I know that today's inauguration ceremony is a bit rude, even a little shy. There was neither a lively ceremony of gongs, drums, firecrackers and firecrackers, nor a leadership speech to watch the ceremony, nor a reporter's enthusiastic interview. We didn't even go to the auditorium, we just rushed in such a small conference room. Is our project not important? No, our project has been listed as a key scientific research project of our army. Our success or failure depends on whether thousands of fighters can increase their combat effectiveness and can cope with the increasingly complex security environment around them. Although this is just a technology, it can greatly assist our pilots in controlling fighters and improve combat effectiveness. Its excellent performance is related to the safety of each pilot's life and the flight safety of hundreds of millions of fighters. So it's important. It's very important. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Dear, click in and give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that the beautiful wife was found at the end of the new score. Mobile station new revision upgrade address, data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station. Fresh reading without ads. Is the leader not paying attention to us? Liu Kai looked around the crowd, and then he said forcefully, no. The chief deliberately explained when it came. Let me be responsible for this project and protect everyone's work and life. Even some details, such as the office conditions, where to live, what to eat, etc. The director personally asked and gave detailed instructions. If we don't pay attention to this project, how can we be so detailed? Liu Kai paused and then said, because this project is important. It is related to national defense security and national security. Therefore, we did not hold a lively inauguration ceremony to invite journalists to watch the ceremony. For what? For the sake of confidentiality, to hide our most powerful things, to give the enemy who dare to come to commit a fatal blow. Therefore, for a long time to come, you will all be anonymous. No one will know that you have participated in this project, and no one will know the achievements you have made. But the country will remember you, and the people will remember you. We all have to learn from the two bombs. They have achieved such brilliant achievements, but they have paid incognito silently all their lives. This selfless dedication is worthy of our study. Speaking of which, Liu Kai calmed down some tone of voice. Of course, times are different now. We can't ask everyone to be so selfless and willing to give without asking for anything in return. We are people too, and we have to live. This is especially true of local comrades. We must not let them both pay and chill. So rest assured, we will definitely consider it in this respect, and the country will not let the people who contribute to the construction of national defense chill. Papap. The applause of the crowd sounded and the atmosphere shook. Waiting for everyone's applause, Liu Kai continued to aim at the crowd. This time, our Intelligent Voice Assistance System project, The time node is very urgent. The superior director instructed us to step up technical research and development in this area to improve our Army's information combat capabilities in the field of operations. Therefore, this project will be approved quickly, and all other processes will be simplified. So our project launching ceremony was cancelled. I think it's good to cancel. We don't need any imaginary things for scientific research and technology. It is not practical, it is a waste of time and very boring. When I came in the morning, I had asked the institute cafeteria to help us with lunch at noon. There is nothing more affordable than a good meal, and it can celebrate the joy of our project. Ha 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 ha. Everyone couldn't help laughing when he heard Liu Okai say this. It is true that for technicians, it is not a cold for any ceremonies, and a good meal is definitely better than anything. Seeing that the atmosphere was lively, Liu Okai smiled and suppressed the hand. Before the formal arrangement of work, I will introduce two people to you. Although everyone has already met before, I still want to introduce it again. First of all, this is Comrade Wu Hao, who is sitting on my right hand. Everyone must have some understanding before. But I want to tell you that you don't look at him as young. He has achieved good results in many scientific fields. Achievement. If his research results are published, it will surely cause a worldwide sensation. This is not only us, but even Giang Jianyun and Giang Lao are also impressed. And before that, Comrade Wu Hao has also participated in the research and development of our military's key scientific research projects and achieved major scientific research results. In this regard, Comrade Wu Hao's ability, awareness, and responsibility have stood the test. Everyone knows the Intelligent Voice Assistant. Its core technology was developed by Comrade Wu Hao, and our Intelligent Voice Assistant system is also based on the Intelligent Voice Assistant system. Therefore, Comrade Wu Hao will participate in the entire project as the Deputy Chief Designer of this project. I hope he can lead us to complete this project better and faster. I also hope that everyone must cherish this rare opportunity and actively learn from him, especially the comrades in our system. Comrade Wu Hao has a lot of treasures in his stomach. How much you can dig depends on your ability. Liu Okai looked at the others and said otherwise. In this regard, Wu Hao couldn't help crying and laughing, which really is their usual style. Previously in Zhao Hong's and Zhao Lao's project team, they were asked to bring a bunch of new people, but now it is the same to this project team. It seems that he will not stop if he is not squeezed out. Of course, he wouldn't care about that, he would be happy to teach anyway. What he can't teach, he is determined not to let loose. There are always things that people can settle down for, and they can't all be learned by others. Otherwise, they really taught the apprentices and starved the master. Well, let us welcome Comrade Wu Hao once again with warm applause. Poppy poppy. Waiting for the applause to stop, Liu Okai turned around and smiled at Wu Hao. Little Wu, let me say a few words. Wu Hao nodded generously, then looked at the crowd. First of all, I am honored to participate in our project. I am glad that my related research technology can be recognized by the military and contribute to our modern defense construction. There are still many shortcomings in this technology, and it is precisely because of the shortcomings that everyone needs to work together. I believe that with the joint efforts of all of us, this project will definitely be successful. In fact, he originally wanted to say a lot. But when he turned around and wanted to say so much on this occasion, he simply said a few words. Everyone was surprised when Wu Hao ended his speech so cleanly. Liu Okai was also a little dissatisfied with this, and then said to him, Xiao Wu, talk about your thoughts on the research work of our project team, as well as our project idea. Wu Hao shook his head about this and said, in fact, it's useless to say too much now. www.mtlnovel.com. The important thing is how to do it. The most taboo thing we do in scientific research is to talk empty and do it down to earth, which is more important than anything. Regarding this project, the truth should not be me, but should be replaced by President Zheng. Technically, I'm better at it. But if you load relevant military information content, how to interface with other systems, this is his professional area. You have to ask me about technology. There is no problem. But I really can't answer this matter. There is only one thing I can guarantee. As a local company and a local scientific research team, we must fully cooperate with the military to complete the research and development of this project. This is our honor and our responsibility. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Dear, click in and give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that the beautiful wife was found at the end of the new score. Mobile station new revision upgrade address, data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station. Fresh reading without ads. He didn't do anything, so let's blow a cowhide first. He really can't. And although he is the chief deputy chief designer, in fact he is only responsible for the technical aspects of the intelligent voice assist system. What really played a leading role in this project was Zheng Chengwei. In simple terms, Wu Hao has already completed the main body of a building. What Zheng Chengwei is going to do is to renovate the building. It is up to him to decide what style and quality of the decoration. Wu Hao's role is to negotiate and deal with Zheng Chengwei and the project's scientific research team when they encounter main technical problems. In fact, this is also the best arrangement. Wu Hao cannot always stay in the project team to do research with peace of mind. So this arrangement also takes into account his actual situation and meets his requirements. The reason why he is listed as the chief deputy chief designer is actually respect. After all, the intelligent voice system was developed by him, and this time the intelligent voice assistance system was only modified and optimized based on the original system. So he also knew his position, so he didn't have to say so much. Next is Zheng Chengwei's speech. His speech is more mellow and mature than Wu Hao. After all, I have been working in this industry for a long time, so I have no control over these things. The end of the speech is the specific work arrangement. According to the results of the previous discussion and the order of easy to hard, the project team decided to start the research on the fighter's intelligent voice assistance system first. The voice-assisted system on the fighter plane is actually there, but it is just some simple early warning broadcasts, such as being locked by a missile, the engine is stalled, and the fuel is exhausted. These will remind the pilot's attention by urgent short voice. However, this is a fixed procedure and cannot interact with the pilot, and the pilot can only be forced to accept these broadcasts. And this set of fighter aircraft intelligent voice assist system they are studying is a good solution to the problem of information interaction between pilots and aircraft. On traditional fighters, if the pilot wants to obtain various data information on the fighter, he needs to look down at the dashboard. This not only distracts the pilot, it also makes him miss a lot of useful information. And this system is to free the pilot from the instrument display. Instead of looking down at the dashboard, they can concentrate on flying and fighting. The fighter's intelligent voice assistance system will monitor the aircraft's status and various data in real time, prioritizing important information to notify the pilot. And when the pilot asks questions, he will report the relevant information in time. This is like another set of instrument and meter display on the fighter, except that this set of instrument and meter display does not need to be seen with the eyes, but only to be heard with the ears. With the eyes freed, you can focus on the environment outside the cabin and improve the combat capability of the pilot. At some point, it can also serve as a pilot on a fighter to assist the pilot in combat. For example, to help pilots monitor the position of fighters in radar, search and identify ground targets, and control image guidance with relatively strong anti-jamming, matching guidance, or laser irradiation guidance to strike ground targets. Even in the design of the project team, it can also assume some electronic operations functions in the future. But the first thing they need to do is add relevant information to this system. In other words, let it learn about the fighter's control of fighter control and fighter operations, so that it can understand the pilot's instructions and respond accordingly. Because military information data must be clear and accurate, the entire loading and learning process is very slow. The research and development team needs to make real-time adjustments based on the response of the fighter's intelligent voice assistance system, and continuously test its performance and accuracy to ensure that in the future flight operation safety will not be affected by some misaligned information bugs. Although there are specialized technical R&D personnel dispatched by Wu Hao, there are still some questions, such as those related to core technology, that he needs to answer and handle in person. So all day, he basically stayed in the project team to help the project team, especially the military-related technical personnel, understand and learn the relevant technical theoretical knowledge. At lunch, the leaders of the institute also came to the sympathy. Don't look at the small stove in the institute, but the master craftsmanship is really good, especially a few special dishes, which really make everyone appetite. Because I still have to work in the afternoon, everyone didn't drink, just drank a few bottles of drinks. The military has related style rules, and Wu Hao, of course, they can't take care of themselves, so it's up to the guests to follow suit. It can be seen that Wu Hao and their technical staff are completely different from each other in terms of style and work. Wu Hao and their technical staff seem a little casual and active, and seem a little lazy. However, I am more positive in discussing things, and my thinking is more divergent. I can always have some wonderful ideas. The opposite talents come from major scientific research institutions, so they are relatively stable, do things seriously, have a good attitude, and be very disciplined. For example, starting work at 2:30 in the afternoon, they will come to the project team before 2:20 minutes and then prepare the work content for the afternoon. And Wu Hao and these technicians basically stepped in before 2:30. Even if it does not arrive immediately, there is still a preparation process. In fact, this is how they usually work in the company's laboratory. Not that they are scattered, but that the company's environment is like this. This is also the philosophy that Wu Hao adheres to. As long as the required rules and systems and the bottom line are adhered to, others give everyone, especially scientific and technical personnel, full freedom. Not low. In Wu Hao's rules, as long as you can complete relevant tasks on time, you can freely play at other times. You can go to the rest area to read a book, have an afternoon tea, play games, or go to the gym to work out. You can even take a scissors watering can to be a gardener. Everyone's salary is also linked to their own job performance. The more you do, the more you earn, so generally everyone can quickly adapt to such a job. And relatively speaking, it is much more efficient than the previous rigid work mode, and it is more recognized by employees. But this is not the case. Their working state has a great contrast with the other party, and even has differences and contradictions. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Dear, click in and give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that the beautiful wife was found at the end of the new score. Mobile station new revision upgrade address, date and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station. Fresh reading without ads. Of course, Wu Hao and Liu Okai are two lubricants in the middle, so it's pretty safe. To put it plainly, in different environments, everyone has the same working philosophy. Although Wu Hao also did some work for everyone before coming, everyone also paid attention to it, but there was still a certain gap with the scientific researchers of the other party. Of course, it's just that in terms of work form and philosophy, the ability is not bad. At least these technicians of Wu Hao are so. Just as Wu Hao was running his research project on both ends, an emergency made him have to let go of his business and get back to the company. On the morning of July 9th, a video on Twitter suddenly became hot. In just a few hours, the number of clicks reached millions, and nearly 100,000 people commented and left messages, which became the focus of many overseas netizens. An Asian-faced girl who claimed to be called Zhu Ying posted a video on Twitter. The video demonstrates a piece of content and claims that she has cracked Hao's intelligent voice assistant system, and decided to upload the decoded relevant code information to the PBB open source forum for those who need it to download. In addition, Wu Hao and Hao Technology were criticized in the video, accusing them of selfishness and seeking technological monopoly in order to seek huge profits. hindering human research progress in the field of AI, and try to use this intelligent voice assistant to control humans all over the world, let them all listen to Wu Hao's orders and so on. Her move is to defeat Wu Hao's conspiracy, and to publish this technology to the world, so that more people can enjoy the convenience brought by technology. Although I don't know what purpose she is in, from the published video, it seems that she has really deciphered the system of the intelligent voice assistant and exposed some so-called results. At first Wu Hao didn't know about it, but some netizens also posted the screenshots via Weibo and they only knew about it. Realizing the seriousness of the problem, the official Bo operation staff immediately reported it. Zhang Jun, who had just returned from a business trip, did not dare to care about this matter, and immediately notified Wu Hao of the project team of the institute. After hearing this news, Wu Hao was not quite convinced, because the entire system was passed by his hands. Not only the new encryption technology is used, but the kernel of the system also adopts the neural network architecture, and some important nodes are also compiled with the new language. He didn't believe that someone would crack it out so quickly. Entering the company, Wu Hao was obviously able to feel that today's atmosphere is a little different, and everyone was staring at him, eager to know the answer. If this system is cracked, there will be countless copycat system programs. Even if they hold the relevant technology patents and copyrights, those people will still bypass this thing to launch the so-called R&D achievements. In the face of great interests, what do these count? Not only abroad, but many people in China have been envious of them for a long time. If this time is true, how could these people give up this great opportunity? General Manager Wu Jiangxiolai saw him rushed forward. How about Zhang Jun? Wu Hao asked as he walked. Jiangxiolai followed on high heels. Wait for you in the large conference room on the 3rd floor. Wu Hao nodded, then quickly walked to the large conference room on the 3rd floor. In addition to Zhang Jun and Dong Yiming, Chu Hongwei, the person in charge of the patent application registration operation management team, was also there. There are also Zhu Xiadong and several other technicians, who are discussing something on the computer screen at this moment. The crowd saw him coming and stood up to say hello to him. Wu Hao waved his hand, then came to the first seat and sat down and looked at the crowd. Tell me what the situation is. Everyone's faces were a little ugly when he heard him. Dong Yiming said to him, this video posted by Zhu Yiying has exceeded 10 million clicks, and there are more than 100,000 comments in the comment area. Now that Europe and the United States are at night, it is estimated that this number will continue to rise after dawn. Is the content in her video confirmed? Is her system really deciphered by her? Wu Hao turned to Zhu Xiadong and asked. Zhu Xiadong heard what he said, then shook his head and said, so far, we haven't found the deciphering code she uploaded, but only analyzed the content in her video. She showed a few pieces of code in the video, which are very similar to ours but also have many differences. In addition, the English version of the intelligent voice assistant she showed looks very close to ours. Show me the video. Wu Hao nodded, then turned to look at the big TV's LCD screen. After hearing his instructions, the technician immediately displayed the video on the big screen. In the video, a video of their smart voice assistant advertising was first displayed, and then a good-looking girl with an Asian face appeared. She took their smart voice assistant and started talking. Then, she started to demonstrate some of her so-called cracked results in the computer, as well as the intelligent voice assistant that she transformed in her hands. It looks very professional, and seems to really decipher their intelligent voice assistant system. And the smart voice assistant demonstrated in the hand is very similar to the English version they are developing, so this will attract so much attention. Even Zhu Xiadong and their professional technicians couldn't tell if this was their source code or whether the other party had deciphered their system. Have you checked the girl's information? Wu Hao asked. While watching the video, Zhang Jun shook her head. From her Twitter account and past postings, we infer that she should be a student at the University of Southern California. We don't know other information yet. But I can't believe it. Just a little girl can crack our system. So I think either she is lying to attract the attention, or there are people behind, or even the team. She is just the person this team pushed to the table. You think too much. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. After shaking it, Wu Hao looked at the TV screen and said, "Enlarge the pieces of code she showed." When the technician saw this, the video was paused and the screen was enlarged. It's just that the video was shot with a mobile phone, it was unstable, and the quality was not good, so it was blurry even when zoomed in. However, from the perspective of some character and paragraph formats, it seems that it is really the source code of their system, which makes Zhu Xiaodong and a group of technical staff unable to determine, "Sir, whether the call from Director Liu Kai is connected." At this time, the voice of Coco suddenly came from the mobile phone carried by Wu Hao. Coming. Wu Hao had already expected such a response from the project team, and then put on the intelligent voice assistant to calm down his emotions. Get in. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Dear, click in and give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that the beautiful wife was found at the end of the new score. Mobile station new revision upgrade address. Data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station. Fresh reading without ads. Hey, Xiaowu, how's the situation? Has it been verified that the system has been deciphered? Hearing Liu Kai's anxious voice on the phone, Wu Hao smiled and comforted, "Director, we are still verifying. You can rest assured that our system is not so easy to crack. Be sure to verify and give me a reply as soon as possible," Liu Kai said seriously on the phone. This matter is indeed important. Once it is confirmed that their system has been deciphered, the military may have to re-examine the technology they are currently developing for the sake of information security. If the other party really masters the source code of this system, it means that relevant viruses can be targeted for attack. Not only can it steal various data of related fighters, but it can even disable the entire fighter system, which will undoubtedly be a fatal blow to fighters and pilots. Wu Hao naturally knew that this matter was important, so he hurried back. Looking at the enlarged fuzzy code on the big screen, Wu Hao frowned, then turned to the technician sitting in front of the computer and said, "What is your laptop username?" "For fires." The technician stunned and quickly returned. Wu Hao nodded and said, "Coco, connect to the computer with the username CUO." Sending a connection request, waiting for the other party to agree. Wu Hao turned his head to look at the technician, who quickly clicked to agree. Capture the video on the desktop and analyze and restore the information in the paused screen. The video capture is complete and the restoration is in progress, Coco said from the speaker. Then there was a change on the big screen. I saw the blue subtitles suddenly appear on the blurred pause screen, and then quickly cleared line by line. "Sir, this is a string of artificial intelligence code." Wu Hao looked at the restored code on the screen for a moment, and then smiled. "Coco, call up the intelligent voice assistant system template 0019 and compare it with the current code." Comparing, the voice fell and the big screen was divided into two parts. One part shows the restored code for the still picture, and the other part is a fast flashing code line interface. The meeting room was quiet. Everyone was sitting there staring at the screen and looking at the flashing code, hoping to get the results early. Wu Hao smiled when he saw this, and then he took out a cigarette and said, "Everybody relaxes. It's not a big deal. Our system is not broken by anyone who wants to break it." "Coco, are you sure?" Zhang Jun said expectingly at him. Wu Hao nodded with a smile. "I have some. But I will compare and analyze it for your insurance." That's it. Zhang Jun and the others heard that he was relieved, and then continued to stare at the big screen, hoping to get accurate results. However, the atmosphere has been less than before. At least the muscles in everyone's faces are not so tight. Compared with the information data, a total of 13 similar content fragments were found, with a maximum similarity of 31.2% and a minimum of 4.5%. "How much?" Wu Hao still uttered. Zhang Jun stood up and exclaimed loudly, "Coco, Repeat the results. Wu Hao smiled. Okay. Information data comparison. How is this possible? Obviously I feel like our code. Why is the similarity so low? Xiaodong showed an incredible expression. Feeling? Wu Hao looked at him dissatisfied. What you can't do by feeling alone, you have to come up with evidence, like it doesn't mean that. Coco, put the most similar paragraph out for comparison. Okay, sir. The two code sections are displayed on the screen. One is the restored code, and the other is the code originally in their smart voice assistant. Wu Hao came to the front and pointed at the crowd. The two pieces of code seem similar, but they are completely different things. The string of code she showed is just a very common piece of code in ordinary neural network systems. We also have a similar piece of code, but it is not the same as her. So, this is her forgery. Zhang Jun said excitedly. Wu Hao nodded and smiled. It is certain that she faked it. But what about the later demonstration video? The intelligent voice assistant in it behaves similarly to the English version we are developing and testing. Xiaodong's heart still did not let go. Since this code is false, then the following content must be false, Wu Hao said immediately. Coco, extract the final audio of this video, analyze the sound properties, and determine whether it is natural human voice or intelligent synthesized speech. Okay, the video track has been extracted, and the analysis is started. A sound track is displayed on the big screen. The track is a linear pulse-coded sound pattern with ups and downs. As the linear pulse-coded sound pattern in the audio track zooms in, the details are gradually revealed. Above the audio track, an audio track is displayed, which is a linear pulse-coded sound pattern generated by Coco to mimic the sound in the video. There is also an audio track below, but this one is rather messy, and it is a real human voice tuned from Coco's database. Through a series of comparison annotations, it can be seen that the details of this video soundtrack are very different from the details of the imitation soundtrack image automatically generated by the Coco above. On the contrary, it is closer to the image of the soundtrack of a real person below, which means that the dialogue between Zhu Yiying and the so-called English version of the intelligent voice assistant shown behind this video are all fake videos from live performances. I'll just say, how can our system be so easily cracked by others? Zhang Jun patted his fat thigh excitedly. www.mtlnovel.com. Dong Yiming also breathed a sigh of relief, then smiled. This is all right. Respond quickly, and release the news before dawn in Europe and America. Mr. Wu, I'm sorry, we didn't make it in time. Xiaodong was preparing to explain to him, but he stopped by waving his hand. Don't panic at any time, just face it. Fear will only make you lose your squareness. Calmness will let you find the key to success. Speaking of this, Wu Hao said to everyone, this is a lesson, and I hope everyone can seriously learn from their experience. There will be many such things in the future. If everything surprises us, if everything is a soldier, then everyone in our house must be scared to death. Even if you are not scared to death, you have to be exhausted. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Dear, click in and give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that the beautiful wife was found at the end of the new score. Mobile station new revision upgrade address, data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station. Fresh reading without ads. For Xiaodong's performance, Wu Hao was disappointed. As a technical staff member or deputy director of technology, I actually lost my place when facing such a situation. The ability is not enough. But if the attitude is not correct, it will be a bit overwhelming. Although Wu Hao was personally responsible for the entire system, Xiaodong was also involved. Basically, except for some important core content, he has been exposed to others. In this case, when encountering such a situation, he was afraid to confirm whether the pieces of code displayed by the other party were his own. Seeing Wu Hao getting angry, Zhang Jun on the side quickly persuaded. After all, in the presence of so many people, if it is really noisy or the rebuke is too fierce, the impact is not good. So Wu Hao will endure situation. After sitting down again and sipping, he looked at the crowd, First of all, the relevant comparison results were immediately posted in Chinese and English on our official website and official Weibo. Similarly, sign up for our Twitter account now and post the news. After thinking for a moment, he went on to say, since there are so many people following, we cannot just miss this opportunity. Let the lab launch a test video of our English version and take advantage of this hot publicity. This can also leave us a large amount of advertising costs and warm up our new product launch next spring. Okay, I'll get it right away. Zhang Jun nodded and smiled, turning passive into active, which is indeed a good move. And Dong Yiming watched him worry. What should Zhu Yiying do? Just leave it alone? And how should she respond to those words? She attacked us. Wu Hao shook his head and shook his head. Forget it. Let us just explain the situation and leave the rest to the netizens. Netizens are more indignant than us about this kind of person. And this is not a rumor and slander, so we take her there is no way. As for those attacks, I will personally post a response. After all, it involves me personally, and the company's appearance is inappropriate. Having said that, Wu Hao glanced again at the crowd. Although it is a small wind and a small wave this time, it also reminds us. I continue to strengthen confidentiality measures. Now I am afraid that there are no fewer than 10,000 people and business teams worldwide who are cracking our systems and technologies. If they succeed, then our current good situation is likely to change. Second, be careful. Now we are all waiting for us to make mistakes. Once you make a mistake, it is a chance to give those who covet us, and let them bite us hard. Even if it's not fatal, you have to drop a piece of meat. Third, Wu Hao said to Chu Hongwei, the patent must be stepped up, especially overseas. International patents must be completed by March next year. This is related to whether our new products can be released on time and whether we can successfully enter the overseas. After hearing what he said, Chu Hongwei immediately responded to him, you can rest assured that our team has been working hard to ensure that relevant tasks are completed on time. That's it. When everyone was leaving, Zhu Xiaodong hesitated for a long time and wanted to talk to him, but Wu Hao didn't give him this opportunity. This matter can only be changed by himself. If it is better than change, Wu Hao will not be able to put the burden on him anymore. Entrepreneurship itself is a growing process. It is normal for someone to fall behind, and Wu Hao has the same preparation, but he does not want the worst result to come. After returning to the office, he couldn't wait to say to the TV screen, Coco, show the code you just copied. Okay, sir. The code restored earlier was shown on the big TV in the office. Actually, he didn't say a bit just now. Although this code is only 31.2% similar to their code, it is already a remarkable number. Without their technical data at all, restore their core code to this level. If this is really what Zhu Yiying did, then she is definitely a rare genius. If not, then the problem is serious, indicating that relevant research teams abroad have made progress in their systems and related core technologies. Did his new encryption technology not work? Wu Hao shook his head. It's impossible. He set up the encryption technology himself. He only has the relevant core algorithms. There is no possibility of leakage, and no possibility of brute force cracking. So where is the problem? Coco, notify the Intelligent Voice Assistant project team to push users a new round of updates as soon as possible, focusing on strengthening the encryption algorithm update. Roger that. Wait, it's undone. He just changed his mind immediately after he said it. Okay, the content of the message has been revoked. Wu Hao heard a sigh of relief, then took out a can of ice cola from the refrigerator and opened it. Then the whole person leaned on the sofa to take a lazy sip. Fortunately, it was cancelled in time. If the update package is pushed now, it is not that the local bank has 320 silver, and it will not be a self-recruitment. And he felt that he was a bit nervous, but his similarity reached 30%, which made him so nervous. Thinking of this, he can understand Zhang Jun and Zhu Xiaodong's mood. Indeed, everyone seems to pay too much attention to this money-making thing and cannot tolerate any mistakes. So when problems arise, people will be so panicked. After all, Their current product is too single. At present, their products fall into two major categories. The first is cluster array control technology, which is divided into military cooperation projects and UAF cluster light and shadow performance projects in cooperation with Daejiang. The military cooperation project has made some money before, but this is a one-off. Although there are still 30 million steering support funds that have not yet been accounted for, they are really not that important for them now. The drone cluster light and shadow performance project cooperating with Daejiang www.mentalnovel.com has made some money, but this kind of performance activity also has 1 or 2 shows a month, and it won't make much money in 1 year. Another thing is that they are currently conducting a battlefield sweeper drone attack system. Whether it can succeed at a low level or not, it is unknown whether it will be profitable. The second category is intelligent voice assistants. This includes not only the intelligent voice assistant itself, but also related auxiliary spare parts products and online virtual goods sales. In addition to this is the cooperation project with the military, but I am afraid that some people want this project to be profitable. That's why everyone feels insecure, and pays special attention to the things that are related to this product, which leads to the situation today. Thinking of this, Wu Hao could not help but sigh. It seems that it is time to consider developing new products. Dear, click in and give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that the beautiful wife was found at the end of the new score. Mobile station new revision upgrade address, data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station, fresh reading without ads. Sure enough, there has been no response from abroad, and some domestic netizens and media can't wait. A public tweet, shocked. Heyo's intelligent voice assistant was cracked by a 26-year-old beauty overseas, and millions of users' information was leaked. As more so-called netizens and bloggers forward the attention, this has also attracted the attention and reports of some regular media websites. Some media even set up a special feature to collect and report the original events. Of course, Wu Hao's response was not slow, and a detailed explanation of the statement and incident was soon released on the official Weibo and official website. It just seems that these people don't buy too much. I think this is Wu Hao. They are conducting crisis public relations and want to cover up. After all, it seems that in the previous series of events, those big companies will react like this at first, so this also makes netizens not believe in them, but instead believes in media reports. This also made many people who were dissatisfied with them jump up and down again, and began to attack them from all angles. I said a long time ago that open source is the future. In this way, holding the technology in your arms will only end up being beaten, and it will be fulfilled now. The editor of the Science and Technology Circle I Want to Be Quiet immediately wrote. The well-known science blogger Star Watcher is even at : this is not a technology that has captured yours. The previous 1 million is not counted. The statement issued by the Heyo Science and Technology official is basically covering up the facts. People have come up with evidence and said it is false and shameless. The Eternal QS, a well-known blogger, directly attacked. Just when everyone was curious about the fact that there was no voice from the canon in the technology circle, Wang Ziran, the guy's Weibo was finally updated, and a comic picture of a child's pacifier was added. I said a few days ago, a few hairy guys who don't know the height of the earth, are proud of holding a few good technologies in their hands. Go back, the technology circle is not what you want to mix. Seeing these cattle, ghosts, and snakes jumping up and down, Wu Hao was not really angry, but felt a little ridiculous. These are just some clowns, no need to worry. They catch you bite, which shows that your attention is valuable. So these people will jump out and bite you, in order to trick some ignorant netizens into likes. After acquiring traffic, they can then use this traffic for profit, the so-called traffic marketing strategy. Coco, help me post a Weibo. Wu Hao stretched his back leaning on the back of the chair. Okay, sir, please say what you need to post. My promise is still valid. Whoever can break down and crack our intelligent voice assistant system, we are willing to reward it with 1 million yuan. But I believe that compared to the value of this system, this 1 million bonus is definitely negligible. We are willing to continue to accept the challenges of all the technical masters all over the world. But please also do not send any so-called results to falsify us and use other self-directed performances to fool us and other netizens. The so-called relevant code and audio comparison material that came out this time are all hanging on our official website and official blog. Netizens who do not believe or are interested in this can conduct analysis and comparison by themselves, instead of listening to a few clowns jumping up and down and believing it. We are always very confident in our technology, and we also have enough capabilities to protect the security of user information. Please rest assured that users. By the way, we will use this event to promote our new products. After all, this rare heat can also leave us a lot of advertising costs. The English version of our intelligent voice assistant developed for overseas users has been initially completed and is currently undergoing intense testing. If all goes well, it is expected to meet with you at the new product launch next year and launch sales simultaneously. And, at the press conference, we will also show a series of brand new products. I hope everyone will pay attention at that time. Sure enough, the release of his Weibo mood attracted the attention of many netizens. Here, come, Wu Hao finally spoke. I thought he could stand it, but it still seemed unbearable. It's true enough, I didn't let this heat go, and I took the opportunity to advertise again. Advertising ghosts. But I'm interested in more of the new products, he said. I don't know what surprises will be given to us next year's Spring Festival conference. Is it true that Wu Hao said that the other party did not crack the system of the intelligent voice assistant? It must be fake. Anyone who knows their brains knows it. If it is cracked, how can the propaganda be promoted with great fanfare? Isn't this to give Wu Hao their clues to prepare them early? Brother upstairs is right. This is obviously the self-directed scam of this woman, in order to attract attention. Who knows this woman? What else can it be? The Shepherd Ho. This week Yaying is a graduate student from the University of Southern California. She came from China 5 years ago to study abroad. She is said to have obtained the green card of Lao Mi. She is not familiar with our local students, but she is fiery with a group of Lao Mi. I no longer know. I'm going, Shepherd. Sure enough, the power of netizens is huge, and soon local netizens studying abroad broke out with her detailed information. And this time, he hit the horse honeycomb on the network. Although everyone usually sprays each other on the internet, the attitudes of netizens are very consistent with this kind of food. Indeed, there are many such people who forget their last names as soon as they go out. Of course, there is no problem in free choice. But the premise is that you cannot deal with yourself. But some people, relying on being familiar with their own people, help outsiders to intensify their dealings with their own people, which is indignant and spurned by each of us. Since she wants to fire, then help her this time and let her fire inside and out, which can be regarded as fulfilling her wish. After getting relevant information www.mentalnovel.com, Wu Hao also started investigating. Judging from the information gathered, Zhu Yaying should have joined a young research and entrepreneurship team. So this also explains why there is 30% similarity. It seems that this research team is also cracking their intelligent voice system. From this, Wu Hao can also guess the purpose of this video by Zhu Yaying, which seems to be to show off and attract fans. In fact, it is estimated that this research team led the so-called research and development results from the performance, so it will be disguised as good. If it is not professional analysis, it is difficult to find flaws. I am afraid that in addition to attracting fans, it is to attract the attention of investors, so as to obtain relevant venture capital funds. But they missed their attention and provoked them to Wu Hao. I'm afraid the other party wouldn't have thought that Wu Hao could analyze the results and respond so quickly. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Dear, click in and give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that the beautiful wife was found at the end of the new score. Mobile station new revision upgrade address. data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station, fresh reading without ads. Wu Hao's response was to temporarily stop some domestic media and most netizens, but some people still insisted not to believe it. However, the news that came back from overseas directly gave these people a big mouth. With the dawn of Europe and the United States, this news has also been seen by more people. At the beginning, this situation did indeed occur in China. However, with the announcement of Wu Hao and tests conducted by relevant foreign scientific research institutions, it was confirmed that this was a complete fraudulent video. Seeing this was a big deal, Zhu Yiying suddenly deleted the video and cleared all the information on Twitter. However, this did not quell the anger of netizens, especially domestic netizens. Later, more news was exposed, including the inappropriate comments made by Zhu Yiying during his university lecture. And after so much trouble, more overseas netizens learned about this intelligent voice assistant. In particular, the English version sent by Wu Hao in time has attracted more interest from netizens. Immediately after, some owners uploaded videos of domestic intelligent voice assistants on Tubing Twitter, which roused strong interest from overseas netizens. It's just that these netizens asked more why this product has been on the market for so long in our country, and why there hasn't been any movement overseas. Some people even sent emails directly to the company's mailbox, asking about when this product will be available overseas and how to buy it. In this regard, Wu Hao and they also gave relevant responses one by one, and updated the relevant instructions on the official Twitter in a timely manner. Of course, in the face of huge overseas markets and enthusiastic consumers, Wu Hao is also anxious. But this matter is not anxious. The first is that the English version needs to be tested and optimized repeatedly to meet the quality requirements of the market. The second is their marketing team, especially the team building with overseas marketing capabilities, and the opening of relevant channels. Moreover, a country has a region with customs, slang, laws and regulations. Wu Hao, if they want to enter these areas, they must abide by these things, including their intelligent voice assistants. They need to be modified accordingly. In addition, it is the sales channel. Overseas regions do not have such a developed online shopping platform and developed express delivery network as China. Therefore, Wu Hao needs to go deep into various regions and countries to discuss with relevant retail agents to determine the details of cooperation. All of these take time. So Wu Hao will set the release and sales time of the English version after the spring new product launch next year. As the incident slowly subsided, Wu Hao returned to his previous work and life. This matter actually has a great impact on everyone. First of all, under the proposal of Dong Yiming, the company will set up an external publicity office to uniformly release all information and important matters of the company. In addition, this department will also be responsible for collecting and organizing relevant speeches and information on the company on the market and on the internet, and reporting them on a regular basis. This will also serve as an important way for the company to grasp and reference market information, which directly relates to related marketing strategies and decision-making directions. In addition, the company will gradually establish its own legal team to deal with issues related to laws and regulations. Especially since they are about to enter the overseas market, the situation is more complicated, so the establishment of the legal department is very important. After the incident, Zhu Xiaodong found him, apologized to him, and wanted to resign from the current position of deputy director of the laboratory to concentrate on research. However, Wu Hao didn't agree. If he really let him go, he might really give up this person. For Zhu Xiaodong, he still has a lot of emotions in it. Therefore, Wu Hao also took a chance to talk with him for a long time, and they chatted while drinking, from the interesting things in the past university, to the recent situation of some students, and some things in the company. After being drunk, Zhu Xiaodong was out of control. More often than not, he was talking about dumping, while Wu Hao was sitting next to Enlighten. The company is expanding so fast that it's almost time for the boy, who was originally full of faith, to begin to humble himself now. Wu Hao, who had never thought of it before, heard a lot of reflections after hearing Xiaodong's talk. Maybe his requirements are really high, so he puts a lot of pressure on the people around him, especially those who are closer. But this is also no way. Who makes the company expand so fast? As his most trusted person, both Jiang Jun and Yang Fan and Xiaodong have taken on too many things that their age should not bear. It was just that no one complained, still clenching their teeth. However, under the seemingly sunny appearance of Xiaodong, his heart was very fragile and he was the first to be able to withstand this pressure. Sometimes people are like this. The person who is most likely to ignore is the people around them. Wu Hao was too focused on his own affairs and ignored them. So after thinking about it, Wu Hao finally made an important decision. To this end, he deliberately took Li Wenming to the supermarket to buy something, and then Jiang Jun was in their own home. I said, Hosey, in this hot day, why do you think of eating hot pot? Still at home, isn't it bothersome? How convenient it is to go out and find a restaurant. Jiang Jun looked at the ingredients on the table, and couldn't help curious. That's right, Wu Hao specially prepared a hot pot to entertain them three. Originally, I wanted to make barbecue, but barbecue is more troublesome, so he replaced it with a simpler hot pot. Anyway, once the bottom is done, the other things will just go straight. As for why it was distributed at home, Wu Hao mainly wanted a relatively closed and quiet environment, so he could talk to the three of them about his ideas. Is it a season to eat a hot pot? I eat it if I want. Wu Hao greeted them and sat down. Jiang Jun smiled and said, hot pot is just hot pot. www.mplnovel.com. Anyway, there is air conditioning in the room. After all, go back and take a bath and change clothes. Let us not get together for a long time. I just talked to Dong Tsai a few days ago, so I took you over the weekend. I won't do the rest, just hot pot, don't pick. Wu Hao opened the induction cooker with a smile. What to choose? When we were in school, what foods did you eat at that time? Ham sausage, peanut rice, cold dishes, grilled skewers and gluten. This is good. Xiaodong talked to him before, and his mood changed. Good, so quipped with a smile. For Yang Fan, he helped take out the cold beer in the refrigerator and opened it and poured a glass for one person. Wu Hao took the wine glass and said to everyone, come, let's have a drink first. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Dear, click in and give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that the beautiful wife was found at the end of the new score. Mobile station new revision upgrade address, data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station. Fresh reading without ads. The hot pot thing is actually the first 30 to 40 minutes of heat. As soon as this time passed, everyone was basically unable to eat. The four drank beer while sipping hot pot slowly, and then talked about some interesting things in the past. At this moment, it seemed to be back to college. At that time, everyone was relatively poor. Even if they wanted to eat a hot pot, they chose some buffet or hot pot restaurants. But I was really happy at that time, because I could think about nothing and do nothing, and concentrate on enjoying the leisure life of the university. But now, everyone is rich, but it is difficult to return to the happy time of that year. Jiang Jun and the three of them also knew that Wu Hao suddenly invited them to eat hot pot. There must be something wrong. It's just that he never said, and none of them asked. In fact, Wu Hao was always looking for a suitable opportunity. Seeing that the atmosphere was almost the same, he took the wine glass and directed at the three people, this one, I want to thank everyone first. It is your trust in me that made us look like some ridiculous ideas succeeded. It is with your silent effort that our company has grown to the point where it is today. Thank you. Wu Hao raised his full glass and drank it. Hosey, arrogant. Jiang Jun smiled quickly at him. Wu Hao shook his head, and then continued to pour the wine. This second glass, I want to say sorry to everyone. During this time, I focused on scientific research projects in the company's development, but ignore everyone. This is my fault. Hosey. Jiang Jun was trying to speak, but he stopped by waving his hand. I know that with the rapid expansion of the company's scale, everyone is getting more and more strenuous. Just say that guy, Jiang Jun. Don't think I don't know. He has bought a lot of books and materials on business management and is learning. Not to mention Yang Fan. He basically hasn't been away this year, basically staying in the laboratory and project team. And Dong Tsai, to be honest, I'm sorry, I don't know, I put him under so much pressure. The two of us talked for a long time a few days ago, and I reflected myself deeply. Herko, I don't blame you, it's all my own problem. Xiaodong explained it quickly, but Wu Hao shook his head. No, in the final analysis, our ability is not enough to keep up with the development of the company. As our company continues to expand, such things may happen in the future. So I have been thinking about the relevant coping methods these days, and today I have called you all to share with you my thoughts. After hearing what he said, the three Jiang Jun also took it seriously, which is indeed the dilemma they are currently facing. With their current ability to control a larger and larger company, they obviously feel a little struggling. So they all want to hear what Wu Hao has to do. Wu Hao looked at the crowd, then said with a smile, such a large company is definitely difficult to control by me alone. Especially for some sensitive and important positions, I need to trust enough close people to master. I cannot do without you. We are very young. This is our biggest advantage and also our biggest disadvantage. Being young means capital, but in some people's eyes we are the object of good deception. Therefore, we must be strong and constantly improve our capabilities. Only in this way can we achieve our ambitions and make the company bigger and stronger. As Wu Hao got up, he took out a few pieces of paper from the drawer of the desk, and distributed it to the three of them. In order to improve everyone's ability, I gave each of us a name at the business school of Jiatong University. You can share with interested in choosing relevant courses to study on their own. No, Hosey, I'm so busy at work now. What tutoring classes do I have time for? Jiang Jun complained first. The boss, I don't need it. Yang Fan watched him wince. Yang Fan's meaning is very clear. He is technical, so he does not have to learn this knowledge. On the contrary, Xiaodong, his response was relatively calm, because he had said this idea when talking to him before. Wu Hao shook his head, watching the three men firmly said, everyone has a share, no one can run away. No, I won't go to death. I finally graduated from school, and I still have to go to class. It's almost my life. Jiang Jun shook his huge head and played rogue. He. The other three laughed when they saw the situation. Wu Hao even scolded. I said to you that it's useless, you have to go. No, you see I'm so busy now, and then go to this class. It's not my life. Anyway, I usually look at books in this area, I can't go to school all the same. Jiang Junpai's swollen belly begged him for mercy. Wu Hao ignored him, and then looked at Yang Fan. Although you are in a research position, you must be unique in the future. Even if you bring a research team, you need to pay attention to methods, and there is no harm in learning. Then I will go to school when I finish the project with my hand. Yang Fan thought about it and nodded. Wu Hao smiled and shook his head at the three of them. It's not as serious as you think. This is an advanced training course for social management talents. Those who come to the class are all the same business management talents. Everyone is busy, so the course arrangement is relatively loose. There are only 1 or 2 lessons a week. The lectures are all expert professors and related lecturers or some entrepreneurs. Therefore, it will not give you too much theoretical knowledge. In fact, it is more about some case descriptions and specific analysis. This will help expand your horizons and is very rare for young managers like us. You said it earlier, it scared me. I thought I was really sent back to the furnace and rebuilt it. Jiang Jun patted his fat on the chest exaggeratedly. Wu Hao said badly, you come less, I tell you, as the company's future general manager. Your burden is heavy. I don't want you to come to me with a snot and a tear and say you can't let me find another talent. Well, you can't do it. A man can't say he can't. www.mentalnovel.com. Jiang Jun said a word to him, and then urged, only in my figure, there is no pressure at all. Yeah, your body fat is a stress to you, You have long been used to it. Xiaodong mocked mercilessly. Ha 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 ha. Fuck. As for hitting people like this, seeing his pain, Zhang Jun instantly softened and grumbled at Xiaodong. This is also one of the pain points of this guy. Although I have thought of many ways, I have also gone to exercise and fitness, but this fat can't be reduced. And as the work gets more and more busy, this guy's weight has also risen, and now he has broken the 233 mark. Recently, I have found a personal trainer for this product, and I am determined to lose weight. But it looks like I will give up again today. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Dear, click in and give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that the beautiful wife was found at the end of the new score. Mobile station new revision upgrade address. Data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station. Fresh reading without ads. Although there were many differences in the research and development of the Battle Sweeper high-speed attack drone, Yang Fan and Pang Yifei jointly launched the first engineering prototype of high-speed attack drone. There are many reasons for this. In addition to the time constraints, it is too difficult to accurately identify and avoid obstacles in high-speed flight. In Pang Yifei's words, this is more than 10 times more difficult than the current driverless technology. Of course, this is an exaggeration, but this technology is really difficult. The difficulty is that it is fast. First of all, the limited volume and load limit the equipment that can be carried on this drone. The more equipment, the larger the drone, which means that it is more inconvenient to carry and the higher the probability of being detected and intercepted by the enemy. Similarly, more equipment means more weight for drones. With limited power, drones will be slower. This also means that this drone will lose the suddenness of attack on the enemy, increasing the probability of enemy discovery and interception. But if the volume and load are controlled, the equipment on it is very limited. This also means that the number of various types of sensors cannot be too large, the size cannot be too large, and the power cannot be greater. The low power also limits its detection distance, reduces the response time, and increases the difficulty for the UAV to avoid obstacles. Therefore, after the two teams fiddled with each other for more than a dozen days, Yang Fan's initiative to speak finally got Pang Yifei's response immediately. Then the two teams merged together to learn from each other's strengths, which led to phased progress in technical research in this area. This is the high-speed attack drone you developed. Wu Hao frowned as he looked at the black drone, the size of two adult palms. As the limited time is getting closer, Wu Hao has been closely monitoring the research progress of this project. I heard that the project has made phased progress. After the first complex terrain test is about to be performed, Wu Hao rushed over. But this drone is a little disappointed. The diameter is more than 40 centimeters, which is almost the same as the civilian elves on the market. Because it is a test engineering machine, it is relatively rough. There is no shell on the fuselage, which is full of various components and messy wiring. After seeing the disappointment on Wu Hao's face, Yang Fan said with a smile, "This is only our engineering prototype. If the test is successful, it will be further optimized. At that time, the volume will continue to shrink, and it cannot be as large as it is now." Wu Hao nodded his head, looked at the engineering prototype in front of him, and asked, "How to test?" Pang Yifei smiled and explained to him, "We have an obstacle passage with a total length of more than 100 meters around the experimental building in our company park. We let the drone fly over this obstacle line to see if it can successfully cross it, and how long it will take." Wu Hao nodded his head. When he came, he did see the relevant facilities outside the experimental building. He didn't know what it was at first, but now he finally understands its real purpose. Is the whole process completely autonomous in judging flight? Wu Hao asked for a moment. Yang Fan nodded and said, "We just plan the relevant flight routes, and the specific path is up to it." Hearing Yang Fan's words, he finally smiled, and then waved his hand. "Let's get started." Pang Yifei nodded and said, "Okay, we are finally going to debug it, and it will be fine soon." Talking, he and Yang Fan and other technicians started to work independently. Although this is only a simple test, it can be seen that everyone is under great pressure, and it is inevitably a little nervous when approaching the test. After about 20 or 30 minutes of debugging, after seeing that the data is normal, Yang Fan and Pang Yifei and they took the drone down the stairs and came to the proposed test channel. The entire passage surrounds the outer wall of the experimental building in a shape. In addition to two sharp 90-degree bends, the obstacles are also arranged inside the passage, including horizontal wooden boards, treetops, and other obstacles. Therefore, the space for drones to pass is actually very small, let alone drones. Even if people are passing through the passage, it takes a lot of effort in order to record the status of this test. In addition to the camera on the drone, the project research and development team also deployed some GoPro cameras in the channel. In addition, there are also several technicians holding cameras to stand in various corners to shoot, ensuring that the complete test process can be recorded from various angles, so that the scientific research team can use these video data for analysis and research. Wu Hao found a better viewing position around the corner, and then shouted at Yang Fan, who was still preparing for the job. "Are you ready?" After hearing his shout, although Yang Fan was still hesitant, he finally nodded, "Okay, then start." Wu Hao waved. Yang Fan took a deep breath, then nodded at the Pang Yifei standing next to him to start. Pang Yifei glanced at the drone placed on the takeoff frame, and then pressed the start switch. The drone instantly jumped from the takeoff frame and then quickly flew towards the obstacle course. The speed of the drone dropped significantly when it came in contact with the obstacle course, but it was still very fast. I saw that the drone began to dodge left and right in the obstacle channel, swept higher and lower, and was very flexible. The drone turned around from the corner in front of Wu Hao, which made Wu Hao and everyone applaud. Yang Fan, who had been staring at the surveillance screen, heard a smile, his face also smiling. However, he was still staring at the screen, afraid to have any slack. The test had failed too many times before, and they didn't want to have another painful experience this time. For scientific and technical personnel, no one is more frustrated than the failure of the project test that he is responsible for. Many scientific researchers even described, at the moment of failure, it was as if an invisible hand had taken away all my strength from me. I collapsed to the ground and my colleagues next to me tried to support me, but I can't stand up, my mind is blank. DA. 3 consecutive sounds brought his heart to his throat. This is the sound of the drone bumping into an obstacle. www.mtlnovel.com. Although the drone is still flying, the speed is obviously reduced a lot. "What's going on?" Yang Fan asked. Pang Yifei stared at the screen. His face slumped. "It's not clear yet. We can't find out the reason until the test is over to study the flight trajectory and monitoring picture." Fly out. Excited technical staff nearby. Papapap. Everyone watching the test also burst into warm applause. Only Yang Fan and Pang Yifei stood in the crowd with pained faces, watching the obvious bump marks on the drone flying down. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Dear, click in and give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that the beautiful wife was found at the end of the new score. Mobile station new revision upgrade address, data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station, fresh reading without ads. The experimental data came out, taking a total of 9 seconds 1 to 3, of which the obstacle channel took 8 seconds 5 or 5. Pang Yifei said to Yang Fan and Wu Hao, who were waiting, with a report. 8 seconds 5 or 5? Wu Hao heard his thoughts for a moment, and then asked Yang Fan next to him, "How long is the obstacle passage?" 137 meters, Yang Fan replied casually. Wu Hao calculated it and then shook his head, converted down, the speed of 15 to 16 meters per second. "It is still too low. We have to raise this speed. I don't require you to reach a flying speed of 300 kilometers per hour at more than 80 meters per second. but at least 30 to 40 meters per second must be reached. The speed is too low. This drone is easy to be defended and intercepted by the enemy when it attacks, and it loses the suddenness of the attack. We are in complex obstacles, and the actual flight speed should be higher. Pang Yifei explained to him. Wu Hao naturally knew what Pang Yifei wanted to express, but he still shook his head and said, "Of course I know. I also know that this is our first real machine full obstacle traversal test. But you should also understand that once our battle sweeper is released, there will be many imitations. How to maintain our advantage requires us to reach a height that others cannot reach. Faster, more accurate, and more fierce, making it a lethal killer on the battlefield. Once the scabbard is out, it will inevitably attack the enemy." Wu Hao looked at everyone. "You must understand that this weapon we build will change the form of warfare in the future, and it will become a nightmare for infantry. Yes, if this weapon meets Wu Hao's requirements, it will definitely change the current battlefield, especially the small-scale battlefield combat style. Infantry without heavy armor protection, exposed to a non-enclosed environment, can only be its hunting target. More importantly, this battle sweeper can be operated in groups. In other words, it can increase or decrease the number of attack drones according to different targets. Even if the infantry is hiding in a closed environment like a tank or armored vehicle, it faces continuous attacks from thousands of drones. Even if not killed, they will be killed by the noise of a continuous explosion. What's more, in Wu Hao's vision, this type of drone is also divided into different categories for different purposes. For example, to deal with the steel ball scatter killing attack drones used by infantry, tandem drone attack teams that use directional charge against armored vehicles, or medium and large attack unmanned attackers that increase their size to attack important enemy targets. Machine and mosquito-type micro-attack drones used to penetrate some enclosed spaces. Hearing his description, everyone was excited. After all, most of the technical researchers here are men, so there is also a hardcore military weapon or a dream of advocating strength. It is a little exciting to be able to create such a powerful weapon from my own hands. Of course, some people have some tangles or worries. After all, this is building weapons, not other products. The weapon they created may cause great killing in the future, and the thought of many people may die under this weapon. This part of people is a little hesitant and worried, do not know whether they are doing right or wrong. And the thoughts of these people are reflected in his own expression, which is also captured by Wu Hao. It is understandable that these people can think like this. After all, everyone's thinking is different, and the standards of ethics are also different. Perhaps in the worldview of these people, they just prefer peace and refuse to make huge profits. But now, these peace-loving people are developing a weapon of war, and it is normal for them to be unacceptable for a while. Seeing these people, Wu Hao said with a smile, "The technology and assumptions about drone operations have always existed, and there are many. Our battle sweeper is nothing more than picking up people's teeth and completing it under the predecessor's imagination. Even if we do not develop it now, some military powers and military oligarchs will develop it. By that time, it is likely that this weapon will be our own compatriot. So we developed this battle sweeper today, not to use it to invade other countries, but to protect our homeland from enemy aggression." Everyone knows the history of humiliation a century ago, and our contemporary responsibility and task is not to let that period of cruel humiliation come to this beautiful home again. The technology is right, the weaponry is right. The wrong person is the person who uses it. We developed this weaponry to give our army and to build our own national defense. So we should be happy that our weaponry has finally achieved success. This means that in a future war that may occur, it can help our soldiers perform many dangerous tasks, protect their safety, and reduce their sacrifices. Pap. As soon as his words fell, the crowd gave warm applause. This is a recognition and respect for his words and his thoughts. We have always loved peace. We used to make the world's most dangerous gunpowder into a brilliant firework, but Western powers used it to open our doors and mutilate this beautiful home. There must be no harmful heart, and no guardian heart. This is true for people, so is the country. We must have a defending force that changes the color of other countries, so that those coveted enemies can be feared. Each of us rabbits, no, each of us has a dream of a great country. For this reason, many predecessors went forward and succeeded heroically and sacrificed. For this, countless people dedicated themselves unselfishly and lived in silence. Wu Hao just adhering to the will of these predecessors and serving the motherland in his own way. In order to increase speed, it is not only necessary to reduce the load, reduce the size, but also increase the power. When the speed is increased, the response time is also shortened. This has more stringent requirements for the performance of our sensors, the processing capabilities of the Uukanzu www.uukanzu.com system, and the flight control technology of drones. Pang Yifei's words brought him back to the project again. Yang Fan nodded and said, "This is only the first engineering prototype, and we must definitely optimize it when removing the engineering prototype. Make the equipment and internal components more integrated, so that the size of the drone body can be greatly reduced. And weight. As for the power, the current motor we drive has limited power. I'm afraid we need a more powerful motor. I think of a way to do this." Wu Hao thought for a moment. "I went to ask Dejiang's son She Ouyang to see if they have related motor products. After all, they are doing drones, and they should have in this field related research. If this is not possible, we can only turn to the military system for help." Add bookmarks for easy reading. Dear, click in and give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that the beautiful wife was found at the end of the new score. Mobile station new revision upgrade address, date and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station, fresh reading without ads. After thinking about it, Wu Hao decided to call son She Ouyang, who called Dejiang. After all, as the technical director of Dejiang, he is also familiar with this one and asks him the most suitable. "Coco, help me connect with Dejiang's son She Ouyang." "Okay, helping you connect." The phone rang twice, and then there came a cheerful laughter from son She Ouyang. "Hey, Xiao Wu, why do you remember to call me?" "Oh, this is not what I missed you." Wu Hao opened his eyes and said, "Nonsense. If it was not for something, he would probably not remember this person." Although in Yangqing for a few months, he has a good relationship with son She Ouyang, but it's just a cooperative relationship. For ordinary friends, I haven't reached the point of making a phone call at intervals. Son She Ouyang naturally knew this, but he did not pierce. Instead, he laughed and said, "You President Wu is now a hot boss, and I thought you forgot my little person. Boss, big boss, I can't open the pot anymore." Wu Hao cried aloud and said, "Besides, I can't forget anyone, I can't forget you. We have had a very good cooperation experience in Yangqing." "This is an exaggeration. Your smart voice assistant has sold billions of dollars. You can't tell me how to do it." Son She Ouyang said in a humiliated tone. Wu Hao expressed a grieved tone and complained, "Don't say that, you are also engaged in production, knowing that this product cannot make much money after deducting related parts and foundry costs. More importantly, the return of funds is too slow, and the e-commerce platform's royalties are not much in our hands. Another thing is spending money like running water. All kinds of money are needed, and I have a lot of headaches when I look at those documents every day." Ha 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 ha. Son She Ouyang laughed. He naturally knew that Wu Hao was bluffing him, and things were far less exaggerated than Wu Hao said. In fact, the cost of smart voice assistants has long been exposed online. Take the basic version of 1689 as an example. Its components and manufacturing costs do not exceed $500. Even after deducting other related costs, it is only $600 or $700, and the rest is a huge profit. During this time, almost all technology companies are paying attention to Wu Hao's Hao technology and the sales of this intelligent voice assistant. "No way, it's too hot. so hot you can't ignore it, and this product is really excellent. Sun Xiaoyang does not believe it until now. This intelligent voice assistant that he can't do without now is actually made by the young guy who has been with him for several months. When he thinks of this, he is inexplicably sad. And this person is really incomparable. This year's wealth list has not yet come out. I am afraid it will be a scary after coming out. Wu Hao will definitely appear in the wealth list with an amazing ranking. The key is that the rise is too fast, and the amount of gold is unmatched by other rich list rich. More importantly, Sun Xiaoyang has never heard of Wu Hao and they have no plans to go public. Once this company goes public, even if it can't become a giant like Tigzun, 1,000 degrees and corn can still be easily reached. Most importantly, now this guy has no opponent. Although it cannot reach the point of complete monopoly in the intelligent voice industry, it has already been regarded as the absolute advantage of this industry. It will be sooner or later to occupy the entire market, unless someone can hack their intelligent voice assistant system, or develop a product that can compete with this intelligent voice assistant. But how difficult it is. He also engages in research and development to make products. Naturally, he knows the difficulty of developing an epoch-making new technology and new product. Especially in the latest AI field, it is even more difficult to obtain technological breakthroughs. He also paid attention to the so-called technically cracked video incidents abroad. In fact, for Wu Hao's intelligent voice assistant system, countless companies and researchers have conducted targeted research and cracking. Even Sun Xiaoyang and his department's technical team have targeted research and tentative cracking. But in the end, like other companies and researchers, they found nothing. It's too difficult. It's harder than capturing the old meta-hexagonal building. This is the sigh of all the technical staff. I do not know where this guy Wu Hao learned these knowledge and technology. He not only used an encryption technology that everyone has never seen before, but also used a new system framework. There is even an expert study saying that Wu Hao may have used a brand new unknown language. This means that unless someone can understand the voice, there is never a way to crack the system. But what does this guy call now? The two sides of the drone cluster Light and Shadow Show project are working together. Relevant technology has matured, and the teams on both sides cooperate tacitly. It seems that nothing is going on. All things go to the Temple of the Three Treasures. What is this guy doing? Sure enough, after a few words of humiliation, Wu Hao finally spoke. That grandson, I actually called you this time to ask you something. Coming, as soon as Sun Xiaoyang's heart moved, he laughed quietly. Oh, whatever you do, I can do my best to help. Hi, in fact, it is not a big deal. I just want to ask you if there are any good domestic motor manufacturers in China that specialize in producing large output power for drones. Wu Hao laughed, said slightly. Sun Xiaoyang's heart was hesitated for a while. This guy shouldn't be studying drones. Why do you have to research drones for good? Do they have any new technology? Thinking of this, Sun Xiaoyang hurriedly cautiously rushed to the phone. Why, Xiao Wu, are you going to enter the drone market? No, we just play blindly. You also know that we don't have cluster array control technology. www.metalnovel.com. I have some new ideas recently. I encountered some trouble during the research and development process and needed some high-powered motors increase power. Wu Hao explained with a smile. Deny Sanlian? The more he explained this, the less Sun Yang knew. After all, it's about business secrets. Who can guarantee that Wu Hao is telling the truth? Maybe this is what information is released to Dejiang through him. It doesn't make sense. What kind of smoke bomb is released at this time? And when he came up to ask him about the high-power electric motor, it didn't seem to be releasing any false news to him. Oh, the more you talk about me, the more curious. Can you tell me what happened to the brother? Why do I need a high-powered motor? Said Sun Xiaoyang calmly pressed the phone's call recording function. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Dear, click in and give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that the beautiful wife was found at the end of the new score. Mobile station new revision upgrade address, data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station. Fresh reading without ads. Wu Hao would definitely not tell him the contents of the project, so he yelled, "No, it's just a bit of an idea now, it's hard to say." The more he said that, the more embarrassed Sun's heart was. However, he also knew that he could not show cowardice at this time, so he smiled and said, "Why, is this project difficult?" Seeing that direct questioning had no effect, Sun Shaoyang changed his mind and decided to ask some details from other aspects before making a judgment. Wu Hao over the phone immediately sighed, "It's very difficult, mainly in terms of hardware integration, and we lack such talents now." "What's the matter, grandson? Have you ever thought of coming to me? You can choose your position and talk about your treatment." Is this digging my corner in front of me? Sun Shaoyang was a little speechless. Anyway, he is also a shareholder and chief technical director in Dejiang. What can he do to him? He cannot give himself the position of general manager. Thinking of this, Sun Shaoyang shook his head. "Aren't the Yang Fan on your side? The kid's ability is not inferior to our drone experts." "Still no, Yang Fan is capable, but too young." Wu Hao said something, and then he didn't want to continue entanglement. Then he asked again, "Son brother, you are more familiar with this aspect, so the first thing I thought of was to call you and see if you know our country good motor manufacturer." Seeing that he asked, Sun Shaoyang knew that this matter must be helped. Even if they don't help, they will at least spend a little bit more trouble. Is it a big deal? So he sorted out his thoughts and said with a smile, "I really know several manufacturers that are very good in this regard, and they have always worked closely with us, like our Shenzhen Hengda, Wanzai Drive, Huai of Jiangsu Province and so on." In this way, let the assistant sort out a detailed information for a while, and then send it to your mailbox. "Oh, thank you so much." Wu Hao smiled, reached his goal. He no longer entangled too much, talked two more and then hung up. Whereas Sun Shaoyang over the phone, after hanging up Wu Hao's phone, he was a little restless. After thinking for a while, he then dialed a phone. "Hey, Lao Shen, notify Lao Wang, we meet in the small meeting room after half an hour, and I have an important matter report." On the other side, Wu Hao greeted his secretary, Zhang Xiaolai, after getting the relevant details. "General Manager Wu, are you looking for me?" Zhang Xiaolai walked in on high heels, a little curious. Under normal circumstances, Wu Hao's intelligent voice assistant Coco notified her of various affairs. Wu Hao called her in personally without saying anything. Wu Hao nodded, and handed the printed information to her. "Here is a task for you. This is a domestic manufacturer's information about motors from Dejiang. You immediately contacted them one by one in my name, and said that we needed a high-power, high-speed brushless motor for drones. I hope they can send some test samples. Well, tell them we are willing to pay the relevant sample fee." Zhang Xiaolai took a look at the information, then nodded, "Okay. How much does it take?" Wu Hao thought about it, and then laughed. "Everyone first come to 100 and urge them to ship as soon as possible. I will leave it to you, and do it as soon as possible. I will wait for the result." "Okay, I'll do it right away." Zhang Xiaolai nodded again and again with excitement in her heart. This was an opportunity for her to wait so long to finally wait. So she shook her fist, and secretly encouraged herself. "You must not let go of this rare opportunity. You must let this guy see her ability. Although I am a girl, I also have dreams and career ambitions. I don't want to run errands and mop coffee every day." Zuifa, holding a sample trial purchase order, has been thinking for a long time. "General Manager Zhu, this is just an ordinary sample test purchase order. Will we think too much?" Sun Qirong, the manager of the marketing department, tried to ask. Zhu Yifo shook his head, then lit a cigarette and smoked. "I don't know much about Wu Hao, but we all know the name of Hao Technology. They can create such a big name in such a short world. And in the field of drones, the cluster array control technology they have in their hands. Even giants like Daejiang have to cooperate with them. This time, I purchased test samples from a number of motor manufacturers. It seems that I want to get rid of Daejiang and enter the drone market. It's impossible. With Daejiang's market position, it's easy for Heo Technology to squeeze in, unless Sun Kurong thought of it all of a sudden. Even he himself felt a little incredible. Did you think about it too? Zhu Yifa glanced at him, then shook his head slightly. Unless they have new drone technology in their hands, it is not easy to develop a technology that can affect the market structure. It's just that Wu Hao is hard to see through. Who of us can think of this young man who is only 23 years old can actually make such a big movement? Yeah, none of us thought about it. Sun Kurong sighed, suddenly thought of something, and then excited. Maybe we think too much. Heo Technology is not trying to get rid of the river this time, but has another plan. Oh, how do you say? Zhu Yi said with interest. Sun Kurong said with a smile, remember the news that Wu Hao attended the ribbon-cutting ceremony of the Intelligent Unmanned Logistics Warehouse in A? I remember they said that in addition to intelligent unmanned storage, they will also develop intelligent express delivery to unmanned machine. You said that they asked us to buy high-power high-speed motors for drones. Was it to develop express drones specifically for cargo delivery? It's possible. Zhu Yifa stood up and waved his hands and nodded him www.mentalnovel.com, then walked around the office a few times, and then he was excited at him. If this is the case, then this is definitely for us a chance. You immediately organized to send them some of our high-power high-speed motors, and send more. We have to grab this order before other manufacturers. At the same time, several other manufacturers have responded similarly. Wu Hao never thought that he just wanted a high-power, high-speed motor, but it attracted so much movement. Even Yuan Siming from A called him and asked what was happening. Some science and technology media did not know where to get the news, and they began to speculate that Wu Hao's cooperation with Aor Daejiang may have cracked. Now they are preparing to develop their own drone products. This has undoubtedly caused 1,000 waves. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Dear, click in and give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that the beautiful wife was found at the end of the new score. Mobile station new revision upgrade address. Data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station. Fresh reading without ads. Not only motors, Wu Hao frequently ordered samples of related components from some domestic manufacturers for testing during this time. This not only caused a panic in the drone industry, but also made Sun Sheoyang of Daejiang and Yuan Siming of A unable to sit still, and set off to Anxi, trying to feel the situation. However, they didn't come at the right time, because Wu Hao had led the R&D team to an outdoor resort area located 200 or 300 kilometers away. The resort area is actually just a few farmhouses. Although the scenery is good, the location is relatively remote. Despite the hot summer vacation, the number of people coming here is very limited. So with a big wave of Wu Hao, he directly wrapped this down. In addition to the rest of the technical staff for the research and development team, this will also be used as a field test field for testing related projects. The main reason is to avoid too many outsiders and too many staff, especially in the current era of short video outbreaks. If it is filmed by tourists and uploaded to the internet, it is estimated that it will cause another storm. This test is the third-generation prototype developed by Yang Fan. Compared with the previous two generations, the integration of this high-speed attack drone is better. It has also been reduced in size, and has also been greatly improved in power and sensors. The previous tests were performed in an artificial environment, but this time it was a complete field test. The field environment is more complex and changeable than the obstacle test field that is artificially built. There are many factors that the R&D team simply did not expect, so for the drone and the Battle Sweeper drone attack system, and the related scientific research team, a huge test. Therefore, the project research and development team also made a series of preparations before coming here. Only the relevant equipment pulled the two carts. which was not considered other related logistics materials. In addition, in order to cooperate with this test and protect the project test safety, Wu Hao also specially dispatched a team from the Ministry of Security to accompany him. On the one hand, it is to protect the safety of related personnel and equipment, and on the other hand, it is responsible for the confidentiality of information during the test. Another task is to cooperate with the test team to complete the test project of personnel concealment and identification. These are veterans who have extensive experience in surviving and hiding in the wild. The drone to test this time is to search and identify these hidden camouflage veterans in this dense forest. To put it bluntly, this is a face-to-face battle between the battle sweeper drones and veterans they developed. Come back as soon as possible. These two people have been here for several days. I have to see you. Zhang Jun complained on the phone. Wu Hao said with a smile, watching the technicians who were swimming in the distance, and said, I'm busy here. I don't have time to go back. You can see at a glance. Nonsense. If I can handle it, I will let you come back, and the person named by others will see you. Zhang Jun was not angry. Wu Hao was a little speechless about this. Why are these two guys so annoying? You just said that I don't have time in the field. Explain to them that our project is not aimed at them, and the cooperation project with them continues normally. I said, it's useless. We ordered drone parts from so many manufacturers before, and they definitely thought we were going to enter the drone market in a big way. So no matter how I explained, they thought we were perplexing them, delaying the launch of new products. Zhang Jun immediately analyzed at him. Then leave them alone and let them wait. I can't put things down here to comfort them. It's not necessary. Wu Hao refused directly. They are going to participate in the military-civilian integration exhibition soon. They must test the device before this. Even if you can't get the finished product, at least you have to come up with convincing test data. Otherwise, how to show if people believe in the excellent performance of this product? That way, I deal with them myself. You concentrate on the project. Naturally, Zhang Jun also knows that this project is in the key testing stage. Wu Hao must be inseparable, so he responded and switched the topic and asked, how did you there? Good mountains and good water, fresh air, soothing. Wu Hao took a deep breath and showed an expression of enjoyment. As soon as his words came down, Zhang Jun complained angrily on the phone. Your uncle, Lao Tzu, is busy with work at this high temperature. You'd better go to the mountains to swim in the mountains. No, I will go when this time is over. Everyone, it's so hot, you can organize a wave of summer heat for the company. Not bad these days. Wu Hao smiled. Are you serious? Zhang Jun froze for a moment, then shook his head. Let's forget it. Let's talk later when I'm busy. Wu Hao shook his head and said, since our product has been released, we haven't taken much rest. Although work is important, we can't stretch it so tightly. Relaxing properly is conducive to improving mood and working efficiency. The holiday is definitely unrealistic. Let the departments take turns. As for time, Wu Hao thought for a while, then decided, just come for a week. It should be the company's benefits for everyone. Choose the surrounding area for the location, not too far, mainly for leisure and vacation, not to be so tired. Okay, I'll discuss it with the heads of various departments, and come up with a proper plan as soon as possible. Zhang Jun heard him say it, and immediately responded. A company with a few hundred people does not mean that it can be taken on vacation. It must be carried out according to the actual situation. For example, the current team responsible for marketing, employees responsible for supervising production, and scientific researchers responsible for related important projects. These important departments and important posts cannot leave the people completely, so we can only rotate them all, or transfer the free time. After a few more chats, the two ended the call. And Wu Hao, sitting on a sun lounger in the shade of a tree, wearing sunglasses and watching the people playing in the river not far away. Boss Yang Fan came over with a fruit plate in his hand, put it beside him and laughed. Why didn't you go down and play together? Wu Hao picked up a toothpick and stuck a grape in his mouth and ate it. Don't you go? Yang Fan sat down on the reclining chair and shook his head. I can't. I was scared of water since I was young, especially in this kind of river. I dare not go down. Why, when I was young, I played with water puppets. www.mentalnovel.com. Woo, how curious. Yang Fan nodded and said, I took several sips. If it wasn't for the adult nearby to find out in time, I would have already fallen into the river. Ha 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 ha, this is not the Huangpu River. What are you afraid of? Wu Hao said with a smile. So many people, it's okay. Let's go play. Yang Fan still shook his head and looked at him. Don't say me, why don't you go down? I'm down. Can they be so at ease now? Wu Hao glanced at Yang Fan, and then turned to continue to look at the playful people in the river not far away. Let them have a good day. The next days will not be so comfortable. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Dear, click in and give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that the beautiful wife was found at the end of the new score. Mobile station new revision upgrade address. Data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station. Fresh reading without ads. The morning in the mountains is exceptionally fresh. The chirping bird calls, the dingling of rocks against the streams, and the whistle of the breeze across the leaves are superimposed, like a beautiful symphony of nature, in reminding early people, a good day is about to begin. With the rising smoke, the farmer's wife, and the peasant women in this mountain farm, brought out the breakfast in the mountain. The farmer's breakfast is not so rich: a bowl of sauerkraut soup, a tooth of golden crispy oil cake, 2 whitewater boiled eggs, and 2 refreshing side dishes, so that the appetite of the people who sleep all night. After eating breakfast comfortably, everyone began to get busy. As we sorted out and packed up various equipment, we discussed the contents of today's work. The test field they chose was not next to the farmhouse, but on a hillside about 4 or 5 kilometers away. The relevant equipment and preparations were prepared the day before, and today they are carrying at least some of the more important equipment in the past and are ready for formal testing. In order to cooperate with the test, the security team led by Li Wenming also changed into camouflage clothing and equipped with some related equipment. Even this group of guys may be fighting or gambling, and painted a lot of camouflage on their faces, and they are there to discuss tactics. Although this is just a normal test, the words of the technicians during the previous chat were exciting to them. So now the two sides are secretly fighting against each other to see if they are better in covered camouflage, or if the drones here are more powerful. Coming to the test field, the sun has come out. Wu Hao looked at the people standing aside, then waved his hands and said, "Hurry up and prepare, it should be hot again in a while." After speaking, Wu Hao turned to Li Wenming and said, "You are under your command and will give you an hour for yourself to do a camouflage and hidden lurking in the area of the mountain and forest we have set aside. The way is up to you, the more tricky the better. This will help us test the performance of the drone. But one thing is to pay attention to safety. Safety comes first. Especially now that it is in the summer, there are many snakeworms in the forest. We must pay attention to notify in time of any things, and do not arbitrarily advocate hard resistance. Understand?" Li Wenming responded neatly, and then began to organize. And Wu Hao turned around and came to Yang Fan and Pang Yifei, who were arranging work, and asked them, "How is it?" Yang Fan nodded at him. "All preparations are in progress, and it is expected that the test will begin in half an hour. Don't worry, wait until you are fully prepared before you start. It's been so busy for a long time, it's not that bad." Wu Hao waved and smiled. It can be seen that not only Yang Fan and Pang Yifei, but the members of each of the other project teams are extremely nervous today. When they had breakfast before, they were uneasy one by one. Everyone is still relatively young, with an average age of only 25 or 26. Therefore, in the face of this situation, it is difficult for everyone to achieve the kind of veteran on the spot. Shan collapsed in front without changing the face. The wind did not suddenly rise and calmly behave calmly. Peng Yifei held the tablet while studying the 3D topographic map scanned before, and said to Wu Hao, this test we mainly faced two problems. First, this is our first field test. The wild mountain forest environment is complex, the microclimate is changeable, and there are many factors affecting the drone flight. So whether our drone can fly through the forest normally and safely is the first problem we have to face. Secondly, it is currently in the morning and the climate in the dense forest between the mountains is low, which actually helps us to conduct special infrared investigations of the latent camouflage personnel. In this low-temperature environment, the infrared characteristics of people are very obvious. It's just that these veterans are not fuel-efficient lamps. They have also learned how to deal with the latent skills of infrared detection in the army. So I don't think this test will be so smooth. Oh, that's why it is challenging, Wu Hao said with a smile. Only weapons and equipment tested in harsh environments can ensure reliability and test data can be convincing. Speaking of this, Wu Hao turned to Yang Fan and asked, today's test data must be clearly recorded, but this is an important exhibition introduction material for us to go to Beijing to participate in the military-civilian integration exhibition. Yang Fan said with a smile, you can rest assured, for today's test, we did not make a lot of preparations in the previous 2 days. In the test area, we installed no less than 100 surveillance cameras, which basically covered 100%. More than 80 test areas. In addition, there are 6 aerial and follow-up drones in the air to monitor the test field in real time. This is not enough to test the lenses and sensors carried on the drone itself. To ensure that we can monitor the status of these drones running in the dense forest in real time. That's fine, Wu Hao nodded. In fact, this time they came to test in this natural environment. On the one hand, in order to test the best performance of this drone and the battle sweeper as close to the actual combat environment as possible. On the other hand, it is to accumulate relevant display materials for this military-civilian integration exhibition. How to make your product more attractive, more convincing, and more convincing, you have to come up with more and more real data. The time of the exhibition is limited, and the director's time is also limited. So it is impossible for you to perform some complex exhibitions on site. So if you want to know the performance of this equipment, you still have to rely on the information provided by various research units. Of course, there is no such thing as falsification or exaggeration at this kind of exhibition. www.intelnovel.com, especially this kind of equipment technology involving military products. If it happens, not only your company and unit's reputation is damaged, it is also likely to bear other responsibilities, but even more serious legal responsibilities. In addition, companies and units that have achieved good results in various fields or have outstanding performances can participate in the military-civilian integration exhibition, so this kind of thing will not happen. What's more, these enterprises, especially the private enterprises they have been going to, have been eager to enter the military industry market. For enterprises, this is definitely a huge gold mine. As an opportunity to enter the military industry market, this military-civilian integration exhibition is a very rare opportunity for everyone, so it is impossible for such problems to occur. Report. So the mole is concealed and ready for testing. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Dear, click in and give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that the beautiful wife was found at the end of the new score. Mobile station new revision upgrade address. Data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station. Fresh reading without ads. Report. So the mole is concealed and ready to test. Li Wenming's voice came from the radio. Wu Hao turned his head and looked at Yang Fan and Pang Yifei. Although they hesitated, they nodded. When Wu Hao saw this, he picked up the microphone and said, begin the test, pay attention to safety and keep in touch. Roger that. Putting down the microphone, he turned his head and waved at the crowd. Go ahead. Okay. Yang Fan nodded and began to arrange. Aerial and follow-up drones take off, all kinds of monitoring equipment are turned on, and each person is on their own. Prepare 1 minute before the test. Start the battlefield sweeper drone strike system, and the rat hunting operation officially begins. 30 seconds. The drone is powered. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, launch. With the instruction of Yang Fan, the 12 high-speed small drones above the launcher buzzed, and then flew towards the forest on the opposite hillside. At the same time, on the large screen under the awning, a 12 split-screen picture appeared, which is a real-time flight picture transmitted by the lens on the drone. On the other side, several large screens display surveillance pictures of aerial drones and tracking drones, as well as some forest areas. I saw these 12 drones fly in quickly over the woodland and started hovering, then searched for a suitable window and plunged into the forest. When everyone saw this, they quickly stared at the movement of the 12 drones in the big screen. Sure enough, as soon as he flew in, a drone appeared in a condition and fell directly to the ground. Seeing this scene, everyone's faces were not so good. Yang Fan and Pang Yifai's brows were even more wrinkled. This has just been tested, and there was an accident with a drone, and whoever changed it won't feel good at the moment. Play back the picture before the crash of Machine 7. Yang Fan stared seriously at the screen. Yes, with the operation of a technician. The picture before the crash of the drone that crashed was displayed on the big screen. The video shows that the drone successfully avoided some tree obstacles, but ignored one thing, which is also the nightmare of basically all low-altitude small aircraft. Vine, this is a plant that can be easily overlooked, but it is definitely a lethal killer for this small drone. Similarly, there are also wires on the ground, especially high-voltage wires, which are definitely deadly killers for helicopters flying at low altitudes. There are many flight accidents caused by electric wires all over the world. To this end, some military enterprises have even developed relevant low-altitude defense networks, which are used to intercept and capture such low-altitude penetrating armed helicopters or drones. In fact, at the beginning of research and development of this battlefield sweeper, you have already considered related countermeasures and countermeasures in the research and development team. Among them, the best way is to block the main flight channel with a thin wire. This is the drone. Because the rattan is thin, the detection sensors on the drone are not captured in time. As a result, the drone crashed into the vine. Although the propeller interrupted some rattan, it was also damaged and lost power, which caused the crash. Fourth machine. Find the target. The technician who was monitoring the screen excited. At the same time, the sensor data of the number 4 machine was displayed on the large screen. I saw that in a bunch of infrared images, there was a human figure with higher infrared characteristics than the surrounding ones. Although faint, the sensor still recognized it keenly, and the drone began to hover in the air. Because it is a testing session, in order to protect the safety of personnel, the drone only performs reconnaissance identification marks and does not enable the attack mode. Mark the target and let him leave. As the drone sounded a siren, a veteran with a tree branch woven into auspicious clothes was drilled out of the weed pile. The veteran stared at the drone for a moment, then took off his hat in frustration, and sat down to fan the wind. It can be seen that the taste of hiding in this kind of weed pile must be uncomfortable. Ha 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 ha. Seeing this scene, everyone laughed through the screen. Wu Hao called a nearby employee and said, "Go and tell the boss, have barbecue for dinner, let him buy 2 sheep back, and get some beer. By the way, the drink is frozen. Everyone is working hard, relax at night." Yeah? Thanks to President Wu. Everyone who was working hard cheered when they heard that. On such a hot day, it is definitely a pleasure to have a barbecue and a cold beer drink after work. Wu Hao waved his hands and motioned to everyone to continue working. The drone's power is very limited, and the battery life is only 6 or 7 minutes. It is very difficult to find a dozen people in such a large and complicated area in such a short time. Pang Yifai stared at the screen and worried. From this point of view, in the face of this terrain, our drone is not as good as a mortar. If it is a mortar, a dozen mortars can completely cover the mountain forest. A technician who knew a little bit about the military spoke next to him. In response, Wu Hao shook his head and said, "It's different, and its use is different. More than a dozen mortars are scientifically covering the entire mountain forest, but not necessarily all of them can kill the enemy forces lurking inside. So in the end, the infantry still had to enter the battlefield to clear up. Our drone is targeted at specific targets, and it can replace the infantry to enter the payment task. This means that it can not only be used independently, but also be used in conjunction with traditional weapons such as mortars and bazookas to give full play to its advantages. Number 9, find the target. Number 1, find the target. Number 3, find the target. Just as he said, the technicians who were monitoring the screen were exhilarating one after another. And Wu Hao and Yang Fan, they focused on the screen again. These three people are similar to the location of the hidden camouflage of the target searched out previously www.mentalnovel.com. They use the surrounding environment to hide. One of them was even more ruthless, soaking all his body clothes directly, covering it with mud, and then hiding under the dense vegetation. This is obviously to avoid infrared detection, but infrared features can be concealed with this extreme relaxation. The pleasant heartbeat and breathing sounds are hard to hide. Even if you can adjust the breathing rhythm while still, the heartbeat slows down. However, the radar equipped on the drone can also accurately detect whether there are various micro-movements caused by human life activities in the nearby area, such as breathing and heartbeat, so as to detect the existence of life in this area. No matter how you disguise, you can't disguise your breathing and heartbeat. The detection radar can clearly analyze the activities of human life through those detected data, those that are animals, and those that are the background noise of nature. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Dear, click in and give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that the beautiful wife was found at the end of the new score. Mobile station new revision upgrade address, data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station, fresh reading without ads.